What's the worst thing you've ever been accused of while being completely innocent? My father was accused of murdering the neighbor's dog and disposing it at a remote beach point. When I was a kid, we had a rocky relationship with one of the neighbors because they had a yappy dog that they took very poor care of. It drove the whole street mad, but for some reason it never got taken away by animal control. A few years ago my parents moved to another part of town. Afterwards, Dad worked on the old house to get it ready to sell. One day he was on the driveway when the neighbors left in their car. They made eye contact. Then, when the neighbors returned, their dog was inexplicably missing. They instantly accused Dad of sneaking over and butchering the dog because he had enough of it. He tried to explain that an animal control van had briefly come through the street shortly after they left, but they weren't having a bar of it. They were so convinced he had done something they started a massive social media campaign to pressure him into admitting it, including invading all the local community groups and outing him. They even went so far as to drive an hour out of town to the beach we often go to in the weekends to put up posters. It was wild, stressful, and stupid. It only stopped after we picked up a lawyer and sent a cease and desist letter threatening to take them to court for public defamation. The dog was never found, and apparently they have 2 new ones now. This was also the same family that found someone's lost cat and decided to keep it. My first week of high school, I got called into the office because rumors were flying around that I was planning to blow up the school and had already rigged it with explosives. This was obviously news to me. Then about a year later, I had my wisdom teeth removed and missed a week of school. When I finally came back, my friends had to explain the freaked out looks I kept getting from classmates. Apparently a boy who regularly picked at me had vanished from school about the same time I did, and the rumor going around was that I had killed him, eaten him, and then been arrested. Everybody was surprised to see me because they'd spent the past week telling each other about how I was in jail and he was in my stomach. Folks sure make up weird rumors. The boy was fine. FYI, he'd just been suspended. Edit. Just woke up, and since this got some traction, I guess I owe everybody some explanations. In fairness to the other kids, I was that weirdo from an abusive home who cracks strange jokes to cope with life. And yeah, no resting beach face? Well, I had resting enraged face. I assume a side effect of being a parental punching bag. And in extra fairness to the other kids, I could usually track the rumors back to something stupid I'd said. The explosives misunderstanding had to do with old middle school jokes about the gas nozzles in the science labs, mixed with an overheard conversation on the bus that morning, where I was arranging to sell extra firecrackers to a guy who only lived a few dirt lanes from where I lived. And of course I never brought any of that to school. To explain the really crazy rumor, I have to tell a bonus story. Not long after that first week of high school, my home life went entirely bonkers, and I had to move to another state. I was there for almost a year before circumstances changed again, and I had to come back. But I felt it was okay, as I'd already been to that high school previously, knew where everything was, and even had friends. So my first day back, I got my lunch tray, found a table of my friends, and went over to sit with them. But like I say, weird home life, weird sense of humor. So when everyone at the table looked up, surprised I was back, I said, "What? I swear I didn't kill anybody last night." They all freaked. Eventually my best friend calmed everyone down enough to stop screaming, and she explained to my entirely baffled and confused face that the night before, an elderly couple had been murdered in their home. Small town. Very little crime. My family didn't watch morning news, so I had no idea. I swear, I was just cracking one of my usual jokes. It just hit with crazy timing. I promise I'm better now. Turns out, a lot of years away from an abusive childhood and learning about trust can heal a lot of damage. Rap. I was 14 at the time. I went on a double date with a girl and 2 of our mutual friends, and 2 days later I get a message on AIM from this girl's sister accusing me of rapping her. I denied it and thought that was the end of it. Apparently not. This girl then started spreading it to other people. It never got to my parents or the cops that I know of, but I finally told a whole bunch of people in a group chat what happened. Not only did I not rap her, I did not have sex with her. Not only did I not have sex with her, I had not had sex with anybody. Not only had I not had sex with anybody, I had never seen or touched a vagina in my life. There were 2 people with us literally the entire time we were together. If a crime was committed, she would have witnesses. Eventually she stopped accusing me, and it went away. I thought that was the end of it. Apparently not. 5 years later, and I work summers and holidays at a movie theater. My ex, who I was still friends with, worked there as well. The summer after my freshman year of college, a new guy gets hired and finds out we used to date and approaches her and asks if she knew anything about me ever rapping a girl. She doesn't know anything about me rapping a girl because I never rapped a girl, but she asks me and I immediately know what happened. Yeah, this girl from 5 years ago found out this guy just got hired at the movie theater and said, "I'm so glad, now I can check with you to get the staff schedule and see when is working, because I never want to go to the movie theater again and come face to face with my rapist." The first time I met the new guy, I told him the whole truth and I just asked him to tell her that I had decided to consult an attorney because I was not willing to let my name be slandered again. He did. It was 100% a bluff, but I never heard those accusations again. After a Christmas party with my parents' family friends, I was accused of shoving alcohol down their offspring's throats, then drunkenly assaulting the offspring, all of whom are around my age and actually taller than me, and indecently touching up the females. I'm female and straight, by the way. Despite how I ironically was one of few people there who actually didn't imbibe any alcohol at that party due to being heavily intolerant to any form of it. Have had rashes, a swollen face, and trouble breathing from drinks with the slightest amount of alcohol. This was then embellished with further allegations of me forcibly selling them drugs and spending every night in college getting wasted in clubs and then battering all of them into comas whilst heavily intoxicated. Anyone who knows me well would know that was a downright lie, because in college I actually had a reputation for 1. Never having set foot in a nightclub due to not liking those places, and 2. Never having been drunk, obviously due to my intolerance. These accusations were peddled to my parents, who unfortunately believed them, since they were scared these friends would get violently aggressive if you try to antagonize them by standing up to them. There was talk amongst the friends of going to the police, and I was living in fear for almost a year after that. Fortunately, that threat has never been carried out. Yet, I never found out exactly why they did this, since I cut off contact with the above friends and their offspring after that party, but there had been angry murmurs in the week or so after that party. The main accuser, M, who spent the evening shoving drinks into people's hands and forcing them to down the drink in order to get everyone totally wasted. We're in UK, by the way, had been angry at me for refusing her drinks and at one point had snapped that I was going to pay for ruining the whole evening by not letting her get me drunk. In addition, those other friends are almost all overly entitled parents, especially M's parents, who think of their offspring as perfect little angels who never engaged in wild behavior, and so chose to frame me as scapegoat for the fact their offspring had ended up completely inebriated that night, thanks to M, who was also drunk, of course. In addition, M and her parents had apparently told a bunch of people at the party beforehand that I was a wild alcoholic who had been forcing alcohol on M and dragging her into nightclubs since high school, and they were complaining that me not drinking had made a liar out of them. Murder. When I was 12 years old, I was accused of murder. There was a kid in my tiniest town that went missing. The day before he went missing, me and him had got into a fist fight. We were friends on and off like kids are at that age. I knew his mom and deadbeat stepdad, and they knew my mom. The entire town from the time he went missing all accused me. My mom didn't believe me, my friends didn't, and my teachers. 2 people believed it wasn't me, my little sister and the kid who went missing's older brother. We had a school assembly honoring him, and I remember every single kid in the school there except me and my little sister, because I wasn't allowed to go, so she stayed behind with me. The local news station did a reenactment of what they think happened. They got a kid who looked exactly like me to play my part. It was fucking scary. I had Canadian type FBI cops take me in their SUV in my driveway and record my statements. They ended up finding a campfire on the waterfalls in my town with some empty chocolate wrappers around it. They concluded that he had fallen or been pushed by me off the waterfalls. The hate went on for around a month, until they discovered his body down the creek near the river. An autopsy was done, and it was ruled that there was no foul play. I remember getting then phone call. The lady who did the autopsy had called my mom personally, because she had heard about my story. We come to find out later on that his stepdad had beat the shit out of him that night, and he ran away, stole $400 and bought some chocolate bars and a lighter, and must have thought he'd be safe at the waterfalls. Ever since then, whenever I'm accused of something, I instantly feel like I did it. Anyone accuses me of anything, I instantly feel guilty and act like I am. I'm 34 now, and it's still like that. Sheet faked me up. Good point. Sorry for the run on. I've never typed this story out before, and haven't told many people outside of the ones who already know the story. My first management position was overseeing a few dozen new hires and determining where they would make the best fit and excel based on their strengths. I had been with the company 13 years, and in this position a little over a year, had a new hire who was a recent college grad, and the issues started piling up immediately. Nothing really bad, just a lot of little things: showing up on time, following the dress code, professionalism over the phone and email, right out of the gate. Not exactly abnormal. Sometimes they are not aware of the expectations, or need to be told how their behavior is being perceived. The behavior did not improve, and there were multiple warnings: informal, "Hey, noticed this," and formal, written warnings that get forwarded to ours. As we approached the 90-day review, it was clear to me that I would be recommending termination. The behavior had escalated to the point of being defiant, not showing up for work at all, talking to payroll without permission, dating a coworker out unprofessionally, and one memorable incident where this employee insisted that they couldn't participate in a project because they had allergies. About a week before the review was scheduled, she dropped a complaint with ours. I was sexually harassing her. I was trying to date her and everybody knew it. I talked about how much I admired Hitler. I was inviting her to drinking parties after work. All of it was bullshit. The investigation lasted 6 months. During that time I was reassigned to a do-nothing job. I got interviewed a dozen times because she kept adding allegations. Eventually they had enough to allow the lawyers to clear me, fire her, and get me back into a parallel position that was not in fact parallel. It was a shitty no-win job that I worked my ass off in for 3 more years. Eventually my mentor took me to lunch and laid it out. I had no future with the company. I could stay where I was, but there would never be the possibility for advancement. The stain of having an hour investigation was just too much. I was being kept on, so I wouldn't sue them. His advice was to find a job in a different city, pack up, and they would send a sterling reference. I had been there 16 years. I moved, started over in a new career field, and do a lot of counseling. Probably going to get buried. When I was in college I had a brief relationship with a young woman. We had a decent relationship, but she started acting strange, and shortly after we broke up, she mentioned she needed space, but she had actually cheated. No big deal. I went my separate way and figured that was the end of things. All of a sudden people start avoiding me. I sit down at a table among people that I'd called friends, and they make excuses and leave. I was driving down the road near the dorms and someone tossed a rock at my windshield. For the life of me, I didn't know what was going on. Eventually I'm waiting for a class and a girl I knew walked up to me slowly, looked me right in the eyes, and said, "I just want you to know, I don't believe that you punched insert X name in the face." I was like, wait, what? I was fairly well liked on campus, so when it came out she cheated on me, a lot of people thought she was really shitty and awful. I hadn't told many people that she cheated, but the guy she cheated on me with bragged to a bunch of people and her image just kind of suffered. Naturally, her way of shifting the negative attention was the lie and tell people I punched her in the face when we broke up and that I'd been stalking her. She had old messages saved to her phone that she was showing people and saying I just sent them. Stuff like "Good morning beautiful." When asked why she never had any bruises, she deflected and said that she'd just covered them up with makeup. People assumed I was guilty, and I nearly dropped out of college because I was so depressed from being treated like a pariah. Only a few people in my circle actually believed me. Around when I was thinking about dropping out, she got caught in a lie against someone else, and she tried the exact same thing. She got caught, and people put two and two together that she was lying about me too. I got a lot of apologies. I had never so much as raised my voice or said an unkind thing to her, but a lot of people were quick to throw me under the bus. There's a bit of a backstory to this. So I'm the mom of a 20-year-old girl with cerebral palsy and spastic quadriplegia. I had her at 19 and is literally the most remarkable human being I've been blessed to know. As an infant, she was in intensive care for 14 days, then transferred to a regular room, then to a rehab hospital for 2.5 months. I spent every moment with her. I never left her once. I could go on and on about what that was like. I will leave it simple. I saw her near death, but I also watched her get better and turn into what I would consider a full-blown teacher of humility and compassion to all those she touches. Needless to say, in those months of being in the hospital I felt very alone and uncertain, and when night fell, would think of a few things that would give me hope and strength to get through. So just about a little over 2 years earlier, one of my best friends had a daughter who went through something similar at birth. Had a prognosis that was looking dire as well. But thankfully, her daughter, even though near death as well, made a full recovery. With no handicaps, developmental delay, or physical limitations. I cannot tell you how the thought of her gave me hope. Her little girl became a thought that would lull me each night. And I was thankful to know their story. My daughter, however, was what doctors called profoundly impaired. Once we finally were able to come home, I had to navigate life not only as a brand new parent at 19, but as a mom to a child who was severely handicapped, developmentally delayed, legally blind, a feeding tube, therapists, doctors, seizures, medications, etc. I was definitely not able to maintain, at the time, my friendships. Not because I did not want to, but because I literally had no energy to. Most of my closest friends understood if they wanted to support me or spend time, they'd have to reach out because I was spread so thin. All but for one, my friend whose daughter went through the similar birth injury. She never spoke to me, and at times, if I ran into her in public, she was downright noticeably upset by my presence. I had absolutely no clue why she would be. I missed my people and longed for normalcy, so it was a hard pill to swallow at a time when I was probably not deserving of the treatment. Here's the accusation. Years later, when I tried reconnecting with her, she blatantly accused me of no longer talking to her because I resented her and her daughter because hers got better and mine did not. I cannot express how far from the truth that was, nor how much this person ever even grasped, even a little bit, who I was/am as a human being. To be so damn self-absorbed. If she had bothered just once asking me how I was doing while going through all of it, she would've known why I was unable to give her as much time as I would've liked. She will always be my friend, as we've known each other since we were 12. And I know people and their perspectives change through years, so I give the benefit of the doubt. However, it still casts a shadow on my opinion. Because how dare her not only think of herself while my daughter and I went through that, but also how dare her for thinking I'd change my child. Lol, as hard as things have been and still are, I do not have the lesser of the two. And at the time, when she accused me, I told her that. I explained, as tactfully as possible, that I've had to think about things she will never comprehend, and one is how to lead with complete compassion. Enough to actually see who my child is. Perhaps her daughter got better because of that. And an understanding that the reason I have a child like mine is because I can. And that is profound. Stalking. There's a mall nearby where I live. I've lived here since 4th grade, but started going there on my own in 6th. I'm not big on socializing with others, so I don't have many friends. I sometimes go to the mall just to walk around and look at stuff. I thought everyone did that. Senior year, the girl in my JROTC is weirded out by me. Whatever. She works in the mall too. I don't care. She's none of my business. I still carry on walking around the mall when I feel like it. I relieve a lot of my stress by doing so. About 2 months ago, her friends accused me of stalking her, observing her from a distance and whatever else. They were mad at me for not being upset about how the senior trips and dances were cancelled, even though I was. I just didn't comment on it. So 14 people in like a 26-person group chat take the opportunity to let their anger out on me. They called me a stalker, creepy, super weird, antisocial, and so forth. It kind of hurt, because some of these people were nice, and I thought they considered me a part of the team, and got along well. I defended myself, since I've lived here forever, and I was about to join the army and leave for a long time. I thought I had every right to enjoy the place I felt most comfortable in, and called it home. My mind still hasn't changed about that. Worst part is it was my first year in JROTC. They're all still very shitty to me. With all of that said, I've neglected all of my work for JROTC now. It's not a graduation requirement, and I ignore the Zoom calls cause the people in leadership roles would be in those calls. I see no reason to further affiliate myself with a group that constantly talks crap about me and a handful of students behind our backs. In the 80s I was riding my bike home from high school with a buddy. We were almost at his house and took a shortcut down the back alley. There were 3 young boys playing cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians in the driveway across the alley a few houses down from his house, and they all had toy guns, including one of the kids had a toy rifle. When we rode by, all 3 kids pointed their guns at us and shot us, either saying bang, bang bang bang, or their guns made a clicking sound. I don't like children, so I ignored them, but my buddy, who knew the kid with the rifle, made the handgun gesture with one hand and shot back as we rode by. Got to his house, went downstairs to spin one, and listen to music. We were chillin' when we saw legs running by the basement windows. We were just going upstairs to see who it was when our local SWAT team did a tactical entry of the residence, breaking both the front and back doors down at the same time. They hauled us both outside, handcuffed us and laid us on the sidewalk, face down, while they absolutely tore the house apart, ostensibly looking for firearms. We thought they were there for the weed. The head cop determined we were both minors, so he wouldn't talk to us. Eventually my buddy's mother came home from work, followed 15 minutes later by his dad. We overheard them saying we were being charged with numerous firearms related offenses, including brandishing a firearm in a threatening or menacing manner. They trashed the house, but never found any firearms. There weren't any to find. We were hauled off to the police station, separated and questioned for hours. As we were both minors, we were assigned CPS caseworkers and lawyers. We both stuck to the finger gun story. It was the truth. Eventually we were put in holding cells and fed stale sandwiches and pops. Midway through supper a lady cop came, got us and said we could go home. Charges were being dropped. No apology, no nothing, just released to my buddy's dad. Found out much later the kid with the toy rifle had told his mom about the finger gun incident, and she, recognizing what it was, laughed it off and dismissed it. Senile PTSD grandfather overhears conversation, has a flashback, and unbeknownst to the mother, calls 911 saying 2 teenagers had threatened his grandson with pistols. Eventually the mother had found out what was going on and intervened, vouching for us. My buddy's father tried to get compensated for the broken down door frames, and was basically told to get bent. We're the cops, we don't pay for anything. The cop on the phone said he could file a complaint with the provincial ombudsman, but then they promised to make his life hell. Grandpa swatted us 30 years before it was invented. When I was in university, I was accused of being one of those people who other people pay to write their essays for them. My professor expressed in a letter that she wrote to the dean, based on my writing style, she had a good hunch that I needed to be monitored. For 10 weeks, an academic quarter, I had to turn in an extra copy of my essays and weekly assignments to a committee dedicated to this kind of thing. I also had to attend meetings about academic honesty. I was so annoyed by it that every time I turned in an essay, I was hoping for less than an A grade point at the end of the quarter. The committee deemed that they had no reason to believe I was one of those people, and no marks of this inquiry would be shown on my academic record points. So much unnecessary stress and a complete waste of my time. For anyone reading who may need help with their essays, follow this guide, and I promise you will always get at least a C grade. Make sure you properly cite your sources and follow formatting, and it can be bumped to a B intro paragraph. Write your hook point, state your thesis, main point 1, main point 2, main point 3, transition statement, paragraph 1, state main point 1, insert your example, numbers, facts, quotes here, analysis. Point out the information that you want to highlight to your audience. Link, state how you can infer your main point from the information you highlighted. Paragraph 2 state main point 2 point insert your example, numbers, facts, quotes here, analysis. Point out the information that you want to highlight to your audience. Point link, state how you can infer your main point from the information you highlighted. Paragraph 3 point state main point 3 point insert your example, numbers, facts, quotes here, analysis. Point out the information that you want to highlight to your audience. Point link, state how you can infer your main point from the information you highlighted. Conclusion. Restate your thesis. Restate your main point 1. Restate your main point 2. Restate your main point 3. Closing statement. Leave your audience with a thought. Arson point. The shed in which the town's pedophile molested and raped kids was burnt to the ground. At 16, after reporting what he did to me as a 14-year-old, I was charged with arson because the two people who were responsible told police I had planned it and paid them to do it. Point sum up. Himself as whole of a cop decided the best way to approach this was to charge me as an adult. I was facing 15 years in prison for essentially being raped by a grown man as a teenager and doing the right thing by reporting it and telling. Got all the way to the magistrate's court in the city for sentencing, where at the last minute I decided to tell them I was guilty because 15 years in an adult's prison as a by then 17-year-old was signing my own suicide note. Point the people that actually orchestrated and did the crime got a good behavior bond with no record. Point I was a volunteer firefighter at the time. My fellow firefighters turned against me in court, saying things like I had said I would burn it, I'm a bad person, etc. The prosecution got my high school teachers to testify saying I was always in trouble or wagging and a troublemaker. Even had my mother up on the stand saying I made the whole thing up. Police evidence found he did it, but I was the bad guy. Point turns out it wasn't his shed, he was just renting it, and the cop had some sort of investment / arrangement with the owner. If you get what I mean. Point drugs and alcohol became my tool of coping. Years of therapy and hard work. I'm now a grown up, albeit with a criminal record of arson, working within the system helping kids it is trying to break. Got accused by my mother of attempting murder when my bro was still a baby that could barely stand. My mom made us take our first bath together. She sat me down and told me that it was very important that I do not push him and that if he fell on his back, he would not be able to get back up on his own. I understood the gravity of the situation, and so while she washed him, I played with the little bubbles. Now, at some point my mom had to look away for a bit because she needed to grab a towel on the counter behind her. Now I shit you not, this happened in the 10 seconds it took for her to turn around. My bro was not in any danger, but by turning, my mom surprised the kid, and so he fell on his back. I knew that a baby's head is really fragile, and so I jumped to his rescue. I put my hand under his head before it touched the water and my other on his back. But I was sitting in water, and even if the kid couldn't have been much older than 1, I was 5 years old at the time, and he was too heavy to get back up in mere seconds. And that was all I had before my mom turned around. Point. As soon as she saw us, she assumed I had pushed him. She panicked and got us out of the bath. She then asked my brother if I was telling the truth or if I had pushed him. But, plot twist, me and my brother both struggled in our infancy because we always mixed up yes and no. If you can't already guess where this is going, my brother, while trying to defend me, led me to my doom. I had never seen my mother more stressed out and distraught in my life. But after a while stuck in my room, she came to free me and apologize. My brother had asked her why I was punished, and so she finally put the pieces together. To this day, I still laugh about that time my mom accused 5-year-old me of wanting to drown my brother. Breaching a contract. Point. I was in the process of buying a house, and I signed a contract. The contract stated that the mortgage loan interest rate will be around 2%. After I signed the contract, my realtor took me to the bank, and the bank told me that the interest rate is 4%. I confronted my realtor, said I felt blindsided because he didn't tell me prior to the interview. He claimed he didn't know. So I called up the bank manager who interviewed me, and he said my realtor was already told about the interest rate point. I told my realtor I don't want to go through with the contract because he obviously lied to me and the contract was not valid. Point however, being the foreigner living in Japan, my realtor thought he had an advantage. He made fake documents my husband and I never saw in our life, claimed that I wasn't listening to his explanation because I was busy filling out forms. When I took down his argument, he changed his defense and claimed that he didn't speak English at all, even though we've been communicating in English for 1 month, with texts and emails to prove it. His company backed him despite all the glaring evidence. He's the boss's son. They accused me of breaching the contract and wanted me to pay around $55,000 cancellation fee. Luckily, one of my Japanese acquaintances happened to be very well connected and experienced. He got me out of the contract and apologized on behalf of Japanese people. I was moved, really. Okay, I was about to 5th grade. And there's the one child, and I'm sure we all have, that one pervy kid in our class. And so this child decided to try to look up P and I guess he tried to show it to another student. And the teacher had left the class, and I had been in charge. The boy and the other student are laughing, and I go to see what's going on, and yep, I seen it P. Now I think the only reason why I got in trouble cause I didn't report it quick enough, because I think they started to believe me. And believe it or not, looking up P in school is a really big deal, but I didn't understand why at the time. We had an officer come in the next day explain to us why we can't do that, and yeah, I know that's disgusting and that it's not school appropriate, but I didn't know how serious it really was. And the boy blames me for it, just because I was in that area. The 5th grade is the last grade of our school, so we have a really fun field trip at the end of the year and we go to 2 different places, and they were threatening me to not be able to go to that fun trip, and I was heartbroken at the time. And I was upset, because I didn't do anything but this kid. He's just blamed it on me. So I had to miss the field trip and sit in the office all day, and it was the whole 6 hours of school. I hate this kid. We moved to another school. After we finished that one, the kid came to the school that I was intending to as well, and literally the 3rd day at school he got kicked out. Has still a little perv. The other student was my best friend. She didn't know what it was either. She didn't wanna look, but this kid was trying to make her. For about a week the principal kept having at least every student in my class come to the office to tell her what they knew. And although most of the kids said that I didn't do anything, I still got in trouble just cause my name and got popped up. Rap/sexual abuse. I was at my friend's party and was pretty drunk. This girl I didn't know just came in and was telling a really funny joke to her friends. So I booped her nose, which I admit was weird. Party went on, and after 2 or so hours she approached me with 2 of her male friends ready to kick my ass. One of the party organizers, which was also my friend, rescued me and went with me outside to discuss what I did. I was really pissed because in my whole life I was trying to be respectful and aware of women issues like abortion rights, no victim shaming, etc., generally being supportive. I felt like it was the most unfair thing in my life at that moment. So I explained my side of the story and we go back in. We confront her, and she gave half-assed excuse about being from tough neighborhood and being a girl, so she had to play that safe. She was also drunk when making that statement, so it all ended well. A week later I was with her at another party at the same place and she apologized to me and was really embarrassed. No hard feelings. Overall this situation was kinda good. I'm a starting stand-up comedian in my country, so I made a joke about all this. At the second party we were left alone in a room because rest of the people went for more alcohol. So the joke ends with me thinking, if I rapped her now, would Anoin believe her? Fortunately she likes that joke, lol. Obviously I'm using my Tar account for this. I don't want you internet psychologist motherfuckers to use my past and throw it up in my face. As a 7 or 8-year-old kid, my stepfather hated me. Anything I did was wrong. I was punished by paddling, heavy belting, slapping or backhanded beatings or punches, or less violently grounded to my room. He got on this kick about my sister and I forgetting to flush after using the toilet. I would get write-offs, but she wouldn't get punishment beyond talking to point one Saturday morning. I hadn't even got out of bed yet, and stepdad is yelling at us to come in the bathroom because someone hadn't flushed the toilet. Sister starts crying, her go-to reaction, because stepdad had soft spot for her. He asked us who did it. She pointed at me. I protest. I try to point out the obvious details. Boys don't sit to pee, and don't use toilet paper after. Seat was down, and paper floating in the bowl. It was 110% obvious that she was the culprit point. As soon as I start pointing and talking, he raises his hand, like he's about to backhand me. He'd done it many times. I shut up. Before he does, I was grounded until I wrote I will remember to flush the toilet 5,000 times. I spent my entire summer in my bedroom while they bought us swimming pools and toys and let her friends come over to play. The next time I saw my almost new bicycle, it was rusty because they moved it outside for some arbitrary reason and just left it point. If I bring this sheet up nowadays, it's projecting, or I somehow dreamed all this sheet up because that sorry alcoholic bastard couldn't have possibly hit anyone, right? It's not like my mother got a scar on her face from being pistol whipped with the butt of his revolver, right? The scar is still there, by the way, but they act like I'm not scarred because mine can't be seen. I just dreamed it all up. I'm projecting. None of it really happened. I was a delusional kid who was never abused. Swell. I want them to explain why he's afraid of me now. If he never did these things, what does he have to fear? So some back history to this tale. This was 5 years ago, when I was 30. I had gotten really ill with a stomach flu, or what I thought was stomach flu, terrible stomach aches and pains, mild fever, nausea, and terrible diarrhea. I thought I'd just take it easy, rest up. Everything I ate went through me, no matter what it was. Eventually the pain and urgency to go defecate was so extreme I had lost something like 30 pounds in a week and very weak. Even getting up from bed was agonizing. I wasn't sleeping anymore, just constantly sheeting myself into oblivion. I checked myself into the hospital and there I stayed for 8 months, pretty much, besides 2 weeks at a rehabilitation home, basically because I had lost my ability to walk from malnutrition and atrophied leg muscles. I was down at 74 at my worst and looked like a skeleton. My hair had fallen out in places on my head and my skin was all faked up. The drives had no faking idea what was wrong with me. During all this, my fiance and best friend told everyone behind my back that I had given up and was just a waste of space, basically point jokes on them. I was one of the rehab nurses' fav patents because I didn't give up. I got a diagnosis from a colonoscopy that I had CVUC, an autoimmune disease that went undiagnosed till then and is quite common to be diagnosed between 18 to 30 years old. I gained healthy weight back, left the asshole fiance, who didn't want to see me in hospital because it was a long drive of 25 to 30 minutes, moved away, taught myself to walk again on my own when said asshole wouldn't take me to rehab, found an amazing girlfriend, and got health insurance. Who's given up now, eh? TLDR, ex-best friend and ex-fiance told others behind my back I had given up and was a waste of space when on deathbed. I faking rocked it, getting my ability to walk again, and changed loofah style to better suit my health needs on my own, and cut out some toxic PPL out of my life because of said accusations. Stealing food. This may sound like not a big deal, but to me it was. When I was younger, 7 or 8, some snack cakes went missing. We had just bought them, and the next day they were gone. We were supposed to go to the lake to swim that Saturday, Pointy promised. It was once a year we went to the lake, swam for a day, and then went home. My dad didn't work, but my mom was constantly working. So we got a once in a blue moon trip, the light of our summer. My dad was pissed those were his snack cakes. My dad made me, my brother, and my sister stand in the living room until one of us admitted to stealing them. He remembers putting them away. He said that they were not left at the store. We stood there all day. When nighttime hit, he said that he would spank us all in the morning if one of us didn't admit to it. The lake was out of the question. When he went to bed, my brother and sister looked at me. I started to cry, telling them I didn't do it. They believed me, but one of us had to admit it. Maybe he would let them go to the lake, and they would be nice to me all summer. Also, I was the youngest, he wouldn't hurt me as bad. We all knew he went easiest on me. He really did. One of us had to take the blame. The next morning he came out with his belt, went to grab my brother. I told him I stole them, and ate them all. I swear my bottom was bleeding when he got done with me. The lake was still taken away. My sister held me that night apologizing. She was mad he hit me so much and so hard. She didn't take them, but it made her mad. She just kept saying sorry, but it wasn't her fault. The day after that, the cakes were found in the cabinet behind some canned food. When my brother asked if we were going to the lake next Saturday, he said no. We had lied to him. Got punished for lying the next day. Similar things happened throughout my childhood, and I cannot stand when someone gets blamed for something they didn't do. I turn off TV, put down the book when that is the plot. TLDR. Got in trouble for stealing food I didn't steal, then in trouble for lying when there was no real choice. Context. In my school, our classes are organized into 5 sections, and in each section, 5 groups called responsible teams, or RT for short. During 6th grade, I was accused by my RT of bullying a girl in our right. But thing is, she was sexually harassing, so I was shouting at her and pushing to get her to stop touching me. They took it upon themselves then to write a several-page problems with my name, which they wrote in front of me, shoved it in my face. When they were done, taunted that they'll give it to our teacher, and then finally gave it to our class advisor. It was all fake though. I was actually being bullied by my whole batch since I started in that school, which lasted until I graduated high school. I didn't actually do anything to my RT. They just hated me. It was a good thing my teachers knew that I was bullied. They suspected it was fake, but they didn't tell it to me, right? They called my parents up to discuss it and confided in them that they knew that wasn't how I behaved, but they still had to talk to them just in case. Looking back, it was shitty of my teachers to not confront my RT when they knew they were making stuff up, but that wasn't the only time they failed me. So whatever, it was all horrible, and it led to actually being diagnosed with depression and psychosis in the future. But thankfully I'm way better now. But yeah, I still have a lot of issues, but not as clinically severe anymore. I never forgave any of my bullies, and I don't think I ever will. Selling drugs. Boyfriend I had at the time was argumentative with the officer pulling him over to ask a simple question. We parked my car at his family friend's cafe in his tiny town that gave us permission prior. The officer turned on his lights and boyfriend drove to his house. At least a 1/4 mile, saying they can't pull me over if I'm at my house, but like, this wasn't GTA. And the officer had his lights on long before then. I digress. So the officer finally gets douche to pull over, and he's super combative and argumentative, and so officer makes boyfriend get out to search him. He had his brass knuckles on him. Automatically this is an illegal weapons charge, so I have to get out so they can search the car, including my purse. The officer searches the car. We aren't worried because there shouldn't, to my knowledge, be anything illegal in the car. The officer approaches me. Is this your purse? I tell him yes, because it was, and I wasn't worried about a single thing. Also, telling the truth is best. Then he holds up a bag of pills. What's this? My stomach drops. The week before I gathered a plethora of different painkillers from my ex's house. I was living with him and his family at the time because I had nowhere else to go. It's a long separate story. His mom never threw out their prescriptions. And I was depressed and suicidal. I had every intention of downing the entire sandwich baggie of 60+ pills, but had forgotten, at that moment, they were in the zip pouch inside. I got arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including having a Schedule II drugs and intent to distribute, aka selling drugs. They then found a gun in his car, which was registered to his mom, along with the car, and we were both taken to jail. He got 1 year unsupervised probation. I got 2 years supervised deferred sentence. But I had to get mandatory counseling, and in the end it really helped me and saved my life. I live in a complex with a pool area. It's pretty nice, and a lot of people try to sneak in to use it. I never care about this, because I feel as long as anyone respects the rule and tea isn't crowded, they should be able to swim when it's 100 degrees outside. I was the only person in the pool area one summer, which is a rare occurrence. So I'm doing my thing, just swimming around, have a baseball game on my radio. Then I notice a group of kids trying to hope the concrete wall to get in. It's about a 10-foot wall, so I said, hang on, I'll just open the gate for y'all. They hear me, get spooked and run. I think it's because they assumed I was gonna be angry at them for sneaking in. 10 minutes later, 2 very angry men come to the pool area and start yelling at me, calling me a pedophile. I'm confused as all fuck and ask what the fuck they're talking about. Mind you, I'm 6 feet 3 inches 285, so I'm not one to back away from anyone calling me a pedo. I get in their faces and ask who the fuck they are calling me that, and they say, our kids came down here and said you tried talking to them. The same kids I asked if they would like to use the goddamn gate instead of jumping a 10-foot concrete wall, went and told their dads that an adult was trying to talk to them. I set them straight and told them exactly what happened. They ended up not even living in the complex and were sending their kids to see if anyone was there to complain. I just about strangled one of them when he called me a chomo. I was accused of holding my P-point. When I was 16 I had major truancy problems and had to go to court for it. They made me do a P-test, which was fine by me because I was clean. Well, turns out I can't pee while a cop is staring at me. I was at that courthouse for 2+ hours trying to pee. I had to keep coming out to drink water. I was in so much goddamn pain from how full my bladder was, but I just couldn't pee with this woman watching me. The cop straight up told me that I was holding it because I knew I was guilty. I was in tears at this point because I was so humiliated and stressed and in pain. At one point I was sitting in the hall drinking more water and they brought a second officer over who started waving handcuffs in my face and threatening to cuff me if I didn't pee. They kept telling me they were going to take me to juvie. It was insane. Eventually, they were all distracted and I just booked it to the bathroom and immediately was able to pee because I was alone. They were going to make me stay longer to pee again because someone had to be watching, but the judge came out and saw all of this happening and said I can go. My test came out indeterminable because it was so diluted from all the water they made me drink. I was supposed to come in and do it again every 2 weeks, but before the next visit I was put into an inpatient mental health facility because of severe depression and self-harm. Ick now. The reason I had truancy issues in the first place. The court seemed to completely forget about me after that, and I never heard from my school again. Guess I slipped through the cracks. Ended up getting my JED a few years later. Not exactly being accused, but more of an unfair situation, where I got punished for acting in self-defense. My story from a young age. It's lengthy but not to an extreme degree of seriousness, and the situation was extremely frustrating. I'm not sure how innocent I am, so readers can decide. In first grade, I had a best friend who apparently hated me and would constantly make up rumors about me that were random kid mean/gross things, like she eats her budgers, and I was pretty oblivious about it, as nothing bad ever really happened. That changed once she decided verbal harassment wasn't as fun as physical harassment. One of my classmates told me that she was exchanging MacUp. This was like 2009. Those little just for girls MacUp blocks, or whatever kind of things, in the girls' bathroom during breaks in exchange for them to do something mean to me, like steal supplies from my desk. It later escalated when she gave a bunch of girls MacUp so they'd beat me up during recess. To give you an idea of our builds, I was a slightly above average girl height and weight wise, and my friend, let's call her Josie, was around my height, but skinnier, so she couldn't take me on herself. Fast forward to some time later, when we are on outdoor basketball courts for free play. Out of nowhere my Josie jumps onto my back. I thought she wanted a piggyback, because I gave her those in the past, but then she puts her hands around my neck and begins to choke me, while some other girls start kicking and hitting me. I had basic knowledge of kung fu as I took lessons growing up, so I fought back and kicked one of the girls in the stomach and flipped Josie off of me. I ended up breaking her arm and bruising the girl I kicked, and I myself had bruises and Josie's fingerprint marks on my neck after this took place. The whole time, one of the adult recess monitors did nothing and just stood there watching us. A teacher was later informed of the incident, and I was expecting Josie and the others to get in trouble, but I end up getting lectured by my teacher for breaking Josie's arm and bruising the other girl, which did not make sense to me because I acted in self-defense and it was around 6-1. My parents got called to the school and I was punished with a 2-day suspension from school. Josie and the others received a lecture about safe play fighting, whatever that means, but other than that none of them got punished as I did. When I returned to school, I was now the mean kid or weirdo, and it sucked so much that my parents transferred me to another school. I know I did hurt them, but I was being suffocated and had multiple people physically harassing me. I acted in self-defense, but ended up being punished and shunned, which frustrates me. Was I innocent? Or was it wrong of me to hurt them, which makes my punishment suitable? TLDR, got choked and beat up during recess by my best friend and people she bribed, ended up breaking her arm and getting suspended, while she and the others were let off free. This is the thread I've waited for MH whole life, and didn't know it. TLDR at end. When I was about 15, I had recently moved in with my father and stepmother. I was never close with my father and always kind of felt awkward around him. We had all had a good night at a local restaurant and were kind of laughing and having a good time. We were now sitting on the porch at his house. This is before iPhones, and I had this Sony flip phone that was fat enough to lay on its side with the screen facing you. I was just kind of faking with it and decided to place it where the screen was facing me so I could see who texted me without having to pick up the phone. My stepmother got weirdly serious, asked me why I had the phone placed like that, and this rationale was so insignificant I just didn't feel like explaining it, so I said, I don't know, and laid the phone down flat. After I got another text I put the phone back on its side without even thinking about it, so I could see who was texting me. Well, my stepmom pulls my dad inside, and he runs out of the house freaking out, grabs my phone, and demands to know who I was sending the videos to. I had no idea what he was talking about. Apparently the way I had my phone laying on its side made the camera on the back face my dad and stepmom, and this made my stepmom believe I had it like that to secretly videotape them. I think they thought I was sending the videos to my mom, his ex-wife, or something. Like she was using me to spy on my dad and stepmom. I tried to explain myself, but he wasn't having it, and to this day he thinks I was videoing them. Faked up the already shitty relationship I had with my father. On top of this, there was another day where I drove home from school and he immediately freaked out and demanded to know how I got the tracker on his phone. I once again had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. He said that several days in a row, I pulled in the driveway immediately after he did, and there's no way I could do that without tracking his phone, and he was furious. I brought it up to him years later, thinking we'd both have a laugh about it, because of how crazy he had been, and he immediately became furious again and said, I know you were tracking my phone. He never forgot either of these things, and it has always been weird between us. I have 3 brothers and nothing like this ever happened with any of them. Sheet still fucks me up when I think about it. TLDR, my dad somehow got it in his head that I was secretly videoing him and his wife to send to his ex-wife, my mom, and also somehow convinced himself that I put a GPS tracker on his phone through obscure coincidences and delusion. Terrorist and assassination threats. I was 16. I left my computer to go to the toilet. Ended up just staying there listening to music and texting some friends because I was bored shitless in class. Come back about 20 minutes later. All good. Didn't know anything was out of the ordinary. The next day I didn't go into school. I met up with a friend, went to the cinema, just chilled around, and then went home instead. Couldn't be bothered with it. That night at about 10 PM I get a call telling me I've been suspended for a week pending an investigation, and that the police had been notified. I didn't know what the fuck it was about, and they refused to tell me on the phone. The next week I go to a meeting with my parents. There's about 5 board members, police and principals there. I still didn't know what it was about. They informed me they've done some research on me, checked all my social media posts since I was 10. Watched all my YouTube videos, and even done background checks on me. Much of it was normal things for a teenager, but they labeled it disturbing. They had print-offs and transcripts to show my parents. They then told me what this was really about. that I had messaged partners of the school a massive rant about how I'm going to kill them and their families. Posted about how I'm going to blow up the school, and made threatening racist remarks towards black people. I'm mixed race, so I guess their research wasn't as thorough as they thought, and seeing this is what made my parents believe it wasn't me who had done it. They had traced the posts and messages to my computer and my login during the time I was chilling in the toilets the previous week. Not to mention the heavily autistic but very intelligent teacher's pet had snitched on me claiming that I told him I was going to blow up the school. I hadn't. I didn't even talk to him. My parents and I were able to argue my case and get the charges dropped. Cold been very serious, though. The age of legal responsibility here is 10, and I would have been charged as an adult with a maximum life sentence. The school still believed it was me, though, and tried everything they could to get me expelled. They ended up suspending me for weeks without contact, so I'd fall months behind on work. They tried to bully me out, threatened with bad references, etc. Thankfully all is cleared now. It's on my permanent record, though it shows no details. Don't know how interesting this is, but it was probably one of the scariest and most dramatic moments of my life. I do wonder from time to time who it was who backquote framed me and clearly hated me so much. I have my suspicions, but I'll keep them to myself. TLDR, my kitten cut my lip open with his sharp claws. I lied to the school nurse. She called my parents in and threatened to call the police thinking they abused me and I was covering up for them. When I was in middle school I would get ready for school, eat breakfast, and walk to the bus stop each morning on my own as my parents were already at work by 5 AM. My dad had recently gotten a kitten from a farm he was doing some electrical work at. So naturally in the 5 minutes before I have to walk the 100 foot to the bus stop I decided to play with Sparky. Sparky would always climb this ratty old woven cloth recliner we had by the door whenever anyone would leave expecting some goodbye pets. I obliged and started to pet him. No sooner was I done with the first pet had he decided he wanted to be closer. He proceeded to climb up my arm and onto my shoulder at a speed only capable of a kitten. Due to the speed he lost his balance and tried to save himself by clinging to my shirt. Success, but now he needs to climb back up. He again climbs up to the top of my shirt and attempts to leap onto my face and slices straight through my lip. This all occurred in about 5 seconds. Immediately I knew everything was faked. My lip felt like it was on fire and I could feel my heart beat through it. Also I could feel the blood dripping down my face. My 8th grade mind tells me I need to do something quickly or I will miss the bus. Naturally I grabbed a handful of paper towel and made my way to the bus. As I arrived to the bus driver notices a red paper towel and asks what happened. I tell her nothing and realizing she doesn't get paid enough tells me not to get blood on anything. I oblige. I'm one of the last stops and all the seats are at least partially full. I sit next to some rando because I didn't have any bus friends. Needless to say the boy I sat next to was not pleased. We get to school and I get to my homeroom. The teacher strolls in at about 1 minute to start and immediately notices my bloody paper towel. She berates me as she usually did. I was rather dickish to her regularly and sends me to the nurse. Upon arrival the nurse immediately gets to work on me like a true cutman in the corner for a professional boxer. After the bleeding had stopped she asks me how it had happened. I go with the first thing that pops into mind. I ran into a door. She asks me again what had happened and I repeat my statement. She will not be getting the embarrassing story out of me. So she tells me to wait in the waiting area of the office. After about 45 minutes of waiting my parents enter the room. This is when I started to realize I had faked up by lying to the nurse to save face. My parents never took off of work for things school related. It just didn't happen. They look at my face and immediately are like, what the fuck happened? Again I sheepishly peep out that I had encountered a heavy sharp door. We enter the nurse's office and take our seats. The nurse immediately asks my parents what had transpired this morning. Both stories were essentially the same. Got up, showered, headed to work around 4:45. The nurse goes on a rampage telling them if they didn't explain what happened she would be calling the police/CPS. My parents turn to me and tell me to explain what had really happened. Knowing that I was probably lying about the door I explained the situation and everyone in the room starts laughing at my expense, followed by my parents being slightly ticked that they had to leave work. All in all, everything was fine, except my lip, which now has a nice white scar on it. Many years ago, I was accused of stealing about 30k worth of new Macs at my high school. Totally innocent story time. I had a key to another part of the school, the old building, that opened some internal doors, not external, and got into trouble using it. Very unrelated. However, this all happened a few weeks after a break-in where they had 30k worth of new Macs stolen from the design and tech department, which was in the new building, and was a smash and grab job. As part of my interrogation by the deputy headmaster/vice principal about having the key, he then came up with the theory I might be involved with the theft, and so should contact the police. They never did. I was given the key by one of the porters, unofficially of course, months before, as I was part of the stager crew doing sound/lighting for drama stuff, and needed access to those halls. Of course the porter denied everything. Anyway, when I said the locks, and on the two buildings, were very different, as was plainly obvious to anyone with eyes, he took that as a confession I had studied the locks cause he couldn't tell the difference. Ultimately I only got punished for the original thing, Saturday detention, but not without him trying to get me to confess to something I didn't even know had happened. Those Macs were total shit anyway, and I hated them, since I had to use them for my design tech project work. Crashed way too much for anyone to want to steal them. TLDR. Accused of breaking into school and stealing a bunch of Macs cause I had a key to a different building. Innocent. Was a bunch of other things I was accused of at that school involving computers, some of which I was guilty of, some I was innocent of. The one above is the worst due to the consequences potentially, but the one where I was about to go to war with their IT department was due to me being innocent also. I had been off school for weeks when the incident happened, but got blamed anyway. When I was 16, my dad accused me of being a drug addict after going through my room. Disclaimer, I was not a drug addict. At this point, I was already moving to my mom's for other shitty reasons, and my dad wouldn't let me back in the house to get my stuff, so he packed it for me. He picked me up from my then boyfriend and he was driving me and my stuff to my mom's when he pulled out a baggie with pills in it, saying, "I found your stash." I got pissed, but I seriously almost laughed. The little round white pills he had found on my dresser were mints from Hot Topic. He didn't believe me. He also found a few packs of those dumb 4-packs of weight loss/energy pills they sell at the gas station. My maternal grandma had given them to me at least 3 years before. I took a single pill, decided meh, didn't take any more, and put them in the back of a drawer to be forgotten about. He didn't believe me. He said, "Stepmom knows what this stuff really is. You've been taking over the counter speed. No wonder you're up until 3 in the morning." I was up until 3 in the morning because I was a teenage procrastinator that somehow managed a 3.8 GPA. I ended up as salutatorian with a part-time job. No matter what I said, he wouldn't believe me. I also figured out he had kept some of my stuff. I found out he had told my paternal grandparents that I had drugs on my bed, on my floor, all over my dresser, and that I had endangered my then 2-year-old niece's life, who I babysat. So I cut ties with him until a little more than a year later, he found the landline number to my mom's house and called to say he had been diagnosed with cancer. Now, I'm 28, married, with a 3-year-old daughter, and my dad's been in remission for more than 5 years. I see him on major holidays and text for birthdays, but that's about it. Our relationship has never been the same. I used to admire him, but I lost faith in him when he lost faith in me. Posted this on Reddit before. This is kind of long, so TLDR at bottom. A little context. A friend and his mom moved into my house due to some financial situations they were going through, so my parents wanted to help them out and get her off her feet. We had a couple extra bedrooms, so there was more than enough space for her and her son to have their own rooms. So I, 15, was in my sophomore year of HS, and I was faking a friend's mom, 34, for like 10 months until my parents found out and kicked her out and went to see a lawyer on what to do, cause obviously it is statutory rap on her part. She fled the country, US, within hours of when she got kicked out. When we met with the lawyer, he explained that there is not much we can do, since she is not in the US anymore, but that we should still make a formal complaint to the police. He asked for us to give him all communications that we had with her just in case something happened. When my dad left the room, the lawyer explained to me that even though my parents were paying for him, he would do what I wanted him to do / what was best for me. I told him that I don't want her to go to jail. She is a nice person and never hurt me in any way. My dad wanted her to rot in jail. He explained the different options, like making her register as a sex offender or a period of probation. But that this was all hypothetical and doesn't matter, since as long as she didn't come back we couldn't take any action. So I gave him all the text messages and nudes she has sent me over the past 10 months. Then moved on with life. Fast forward about a year, but her dumbass just casually came back about a year later, w/o even checking if there was a warrant out for her arrest, and got detained when she landed in the airport. At this point I had already moved on from the situation and had a girlfriend. I did not want to deal with this shit show. She immediately told the police that I was rapping her by drugging her all the time and then taking advantage of her. Keep in mind she is extremely fit and could easily beat the shit out of 15-year-old me. She then added to the story by saying that my dad and I would both drug/rap her at the same time all the time. She also claimed that we were keeping her as house slave to do all the work around the house. We had a housekeeper who did all the laundry/cleaning/errands 5 days a week. Plus my mother would give her thousands of dollars at a time to buy things for her kid and keep her happy. So it was easy to say that accusation did not hold up well. She did do most, 85%, of the cooking when she was there because my parents were busy their jobs and she was at home all day. I would not consider that slavery. We met with the same lawyer again, but this time I was pissed the fuck off that she would accuse me of rap. Someone that I trusted and treated so well would say that I faking drugged and rapped her. So I told the lawyer that I wanted to persecute her and not let her get away with some minor crime. If she didn't say that I rapped her and got my dad involved, I highly doubt that I would have wanted her to go to prison. She would have probably just had to register as a sex offender. But since she threw those allegations at me, I reacted. I don't know exactly how much time she got. It is not something I want to ask my parents, but it was around 10 years in prison plus will be registered sex offender for the rest of her life. TLDR, I was sleeping with a friend's mom, 34, for almost a year when I was a sophomore in high school. When my parents found out she fled the country, she was a dumbass and came back to the US. Thinking that nobody filed a police report, got detained in the airport. Told the police that I was drugging/rapping her the entire time. She added to the story by saying that my dad and I would both drug/rap her at the same time. Too much evidence was against her and he got, I think, 10 years in prison plus had to register as a sex offender. Stalking, and I almost got kicked out of law school for it. There was a girl I was close friends with. Every guy in school wanted to be with her, and she got sick of even hanging around them because they wouldn't stop hitting on her. She and I were just friends. Since I was friendly with her out of town boyfriend, I wouldn't even think of crossing that line. It's just not who I am. We used to hang out a few times a week, and every time guys from school would call and say, "Hey, aren't you hanging out with, well, let's just call her Idiot. Why don't you and Idiot stop by?" And I would make up excuses as to why we couldn't. At Idiot's request, one night Idiot and I were out to dinner and were supposed to go to the movies after, but she was in a really bad mood. We bumped into a mutual law school friend who happened to be a gay man. She suggested to me that maybe we should skip the movie and she go work on a project with our friend. Sure thing, no big deal. I wasn't in the mood to deal with her mood anyway. I left there and had time to kill, so I stopped by a friend's house. Let's call him Asshole and his friend Asshole too. Asked, "Aren't you an idiot having your date night?" They knew she had a boyfriend and knew we were not dating. I jokingly replied, "Well, Idiot doesn't understand dating. Not only did she go home with another guy, she went home with a gay man." The next day, Asshole goes to Idiot and says, "I heard your date with Scott didn't go too well last night. Idiot asks what he is talking about, and asshole repeats my joke as if I said it seriously, and proceeds to tell her how I'm not really her friend and I'm just biding my time until she breaks up with her long distance boyfriend. Idiot doesn't even question asshole's motives and decides to run around asking every freaking guy I'm friends with in school if what asshole said was true. They all backed it up, except for one, who was actually my closest friend in school, but she told him that he must just be covering for me. Idiot didn't talk to me. Idiot didn't stop to think that she has been asking me to specifically cock block every single guy in school from even being in the same place as her. In fact, Idiot gets herself so worked up that she goes to the administration and accuses me of stalking her. I didn't know this. A week or so goes by, and I happen to have started dating a new girl. I call Idiot to tell her. Without listening to what I had to say, Idiot just tells me, I don't find you attractive. I will never find you attractive, so you can drop the act. Clueless me asks, what the fuck are you talking about? I was calling to tell you about the girl I just started dating, not to get an unsolicited assessment of my attractiveness, but thank you for making me feel like shit. I hung up. Short time passes, and I felt bad for yelling at her and called her back to apologize, and Idiot just picked up and hung up the phone. We lived at the same complex, so I decided to walk over and apologize in person and find out what the fuck was going on. I knocked on her door and no answer. I walked away, and she ran out of the apartment and to her car and sped off. Keep in mind, at this point I'm clueless about what asshole did, or that she had been running around school asking about me, or had gone to the administration. The next day I get a call from the school administration demanding I come up to speak to them about the situation with Idiot. I ask them what business is it of theirs, and they tell me I need to come in the next day. I walk in, and they tell me how Idiot told them how I am stalking her, and that she doesn't feel safe around me. The rest of the conversation went something like this. Me, stalking? What are you talking about? Them. Well, we checked your class schedules and you are in all the same classes. Point me. Yeah, check the registration dates. I registered for those classes back in May and Idiot changed her schedule in July to match mine, so we could carpool and study together. Them. Well, Idiot tells us you are always standing outside her classes waiting for her. Me. Well, the doors don't open until 5 minutes until class and we are in all the same classes, so I'm not waiting for her, I'm waiting for class to start. Point them. Well, she says you are always starting at her in this one specific class. Me. You mean the one where she sits directly under the clock? Yeah, I'm a clock watcher and sit in the front of the class and the clock is in the back. Them. Well, she says she always sees you around her home. Me. We became friends because we live in the same complex and both go to this school. Point that is why she changed her schedule to match mine. Them. We need to go check this out. 10 minutes goes by. Point them. We are really sorry. We checked registration dates and you are right. She did change her schedule to match yours, but look, she is really scared. She was in here crying yesterday. Can you just avoid her? Me. Look, I'll never speak to Idiot again, but I can't promise she isn't going to see me in class or around our apartment complex because I ain't faking moving because Idiot has a bug up her ass. Them. That's fine. Just try to avoid her. We are very sorry about this. But you want to know the worst part? Girl I had started dating very quickly stopped dating me with no reason. In fact, I got to spend the next 8 months of school having people whisper and point whenever I walked down the hall. I would meet a girl at a party, hit it off, her friend would walk over and whisper in her ear and she would suddenly vanish. Sexual harassment and bullying in the workplace. Point girl who was failing her apprenticeship and whose parents also worked for the same company and acted like the Mayfair decided that their daughter was perfect and it must be someone else's fault. I point mine. Won't go into it in detail as it still gets me, but basically her mum wrote a letter to the top of the company explaining how I'd abused her daughter and caused her health issues that would be with her a lifetime. I was suspended pending inquiry. Dragged around various neutral grounds to be interrogated by hours. I received support from only one person I worked with. The company kept everything quiet as it would cause major shit if it leaked out. No one gave a shit what was happening to me. I ended up leaving basically my dream job. It worked for 10 years as she continued to swan around the workplace like nothing had happened and I couldn't be alone in any room with her, yet she sought to make that situation happen. I ended up winning the battle after someone from ours smelled a rat and went to town on her, getting her to confess, but the damage was done. And to top this off, before the accusation came in, I'd never spoke or dealt with the person involved. What a faking beach. About a year ago, my brother's 10-year-old stepdaughter accused me of putting my hands in her and another niece's underwear and touching their privates when they spent the night one time. The other niece, also 10, stuck up for me and denied that it happened. The accusation came completely out of the blue weeks after the night in question, and, as she quickly admitted, was because she had gotten in trouble for something at home and was trying to deflect from that. I was absolutely shocked and broken-hearted and scared to death about what might happen. I absolutely adore all of my nieces, and her and our other niece had spent the night on numerous occasions. She was always super sweet and well behaved, and she always said how much fun she had on sleepover weekends. Thankfully, my brother and his girlfriend both saw through the plot and believed me, my wife and my niece, when we told them it never happened. Turns out she had accused her biological father of a similar, but worse, thing a couple years earlier. Her mom believed her, naturally, filed charges, and had her examined by a doctor. There was no evidence of any sexual assault, and it was dismissed outright in court. I have forgiven her, because I don't believe it was done with malice, and she seems to grasp the consequences. She made a very sincere and tearful apology to me as well, but she is no longer allowed to be at our house without a parent. My other niece said she will no longer be friends with her because she's bad news. I'm actually concerned for her, because at some point she learned this was a valid tactic to avoid consequences of her own actions, and one day something is really going to happen and no one is going to believe her. It's also sad, really. Setting my high school on fire. One day I was walking down the hall and passed Tim, the biggest troublemaker in school, who was smoking a cigarette in the hall and talking to a friend. A few minutes later, the fire alarms were ringing, the school was evacuated, and we learned that someone had set fire to a recycling bin. As we were heading back to class, the head security guard grabbed me and dragged me to the principal's office. The fire marshal was there. Everyone was screaming at me, saying I set the bin on fire. They knew it was me. One of the teachers had seen me start the fire and reported me. He wouldn't lie, so clearly I was guilty. I insisted I wasn't. The fire marshal was furious. He was red-faced and seemed like he wanted to murder me. I was sent home. Then I was expelled. There wasn't enough evidence for criminal charges. I was sent to the special high school for criminal delinquents. It was rough. I did not belong there. 2 months after I was expelled, while we were still fighting the expulsion, the school suddenly reversed its decision. I was invited to return to school. C. At my high school, we called all the teachers by their first name. One of the teachers was named Jay, but so was Tim's best friend, the guy he was talking to in the hall. And what had happened was Jay, the delinquent student and best friend of the troublemaker, has told Roy, the vice principal, that he'd seen me start the fire. Ryan told the security guard and principal that Jay saw dull initial start the fire. Everyone assumed Roy meant the teacher Jay, who was beyond doubt, and not the student Jay, who was a lying sack of crap, and everyone knew it. 2 months after I was expelled, it had finally gotten back to Jay, the teacher, who liked me, that I was expelled solely on his testimony, which he never gave. Once they realized it was the student Jay, suddenly they figured out Tim had been bragging about how I'd taken the fall for him setting the bin on fire. I've never trusted authority figures since. Terrorism. Twice. The first time was when I was in the 7th grade. My only friend at the time was a girl who had just moved to the district, and she and I liked being by ourselves. Alone together, if you know what I mean. We shared interests that the other kids weren't into, and that was fine. We used to sit together at lunch, and we had a whole table to ourselves, which was great. We listened to music on my iPod and drew dumb cartoons in one of my notebooks, which was also a diary, but she never read it. One day as we are jamming to Enter Sandman, one of the more popular girls asked if we wanted to join their table. We declined and continued to sing along to the music. It happened to be the line "Sleep with one eye open." Apparently the other girl felt threatened because she went to the office to complain. We got a warning for having electronics and moved on. Then another girl came around and saw one of the doodles we were working on. It was a stick figure monkey with steroid muscles throwing another stick figure into a cauldron of molten cheese. It was part of a series we made up called The Wheel of Death, loosely inspired by the Froggy Fun Wheel Flash game I had discovered at the time. Other deaths included, but we are not limited to, suicide by yodeling, eaten alive by fire ants, and other equally stupid things that 211y.os who live online would think of. The girl makes a complaint, and I get another warning to keep my personal books at home. I wasn't gonna comply with that, because it was my book and my business, and I was 11, but I did keep it in my locker more often than not after that. The final complaint was about a MySpace widget I'd added to my profile. It was one of those birthday countdowns with the balloons and confetti and all that. Cute and on brand for 2007. The girls who were complaining about me decided this was it, and I was going down. They went to the office and said my friend and I were going to pull a Columbine at the end of the countdown. Now, I fully understand that claims like that are not to be taken lightly, and without any context my very Caucasian school took it very seriously. So serious in fact, that no one bothered to ask me why they would think that. My friend and I got called to the office and the principal is bright red. We started giggling, because when he was mad his face looked like that of a baboon, and when you're an 11y.0 who has no idea what kind of sheet you're in, you might let a chuckle slip. We didn't got ripped apart for it. He pulls up my diary and says, "We searched your lockers and found this." Apparently while we were at lunch there were faking bomb dogs sniffing our stuff. He opens the book to the monkey throwing a guy in cheese. I start losing it. "You think this is funny?" And I said, "Yay, man, it's a cartoon." Wrong answer. The cops got to question me before my parents were even there. They basically said, if we admitted to it we wouldn't get in as much trouble. The two of us not knowing what more trouble could be experienced than our two maladjusted moms showing up to rip our heads off. We were like, fine, whatever. At that age I didn't know what a plea deal or false confession was. All I knew was my mom had a habit of beating me for just being around her, and my innocence didn't matter to the school, police, or my family. Everyone assumed the rumor was true, even though I never showed any malice towards other kids. I was very much emotionally disturbed because of my mom, but I never considered shooting up my school. The only time I felt violent was wanting to hurt myself. Ironically, no one caught onto that for a long time, but that's another story. So basically when this all came to a head and no one believed I couldn't have done anything wrong, I caved and said I did it just to go home and be done with it. In the end, that friend and I, that everyone assumed to be so dangerous, were put next to each other in ice for 2 days, and that was that. The most peaceful 2 days of my education I can remember. It was quiet, my work and lunch were delivered to me, and I got to draw or read when I wasn't busy. One last kicker to this tale is I realized when my birthday did come around it was on Thanksgiving Day when no one would have been at school anyway. The second time was also a long story, so if anyone wants to hear that I'll tell you, albeit a lot less eventful. TLDR, some girls at school didn't like me and accused me and my friend of being school shooters / domestic terrorists in middle school. It's a toss-up point. In high school there was a guy who was relentless in flirting with all the girls, starting at them, accidentally touching them, all that fun garbage. He was repeatedly told both to stop and to go away, and wouldn't. I was walking with a female friend, and he was up her ass flirting with her. I don't even know what I said to him. This was 2009, something extremely far from what the situation devolved into. The next day I was called into the principal's office because this kid's mom had called the school and said I'd threatened her son with a gun, and so they accused me of making threats to shoot up the school. First off, this is Canada. Unregistered guns are a lot harder to come by than in the US, so the notion of a 13-year-old having one in his possession is pretty unlikely. It was hours-long meetings with the principal, both vice principals, the youth counselor. It's a bit hazy because they either threatened to get the police involved or did. My situation was muddied even further by the fact that the friend refused to give them her side of what happened. Basically told them she wasn't there and had no idea why I'd mentioned her name, so they took that to mean I was lying. I was never charged, probably because this kid telling his mom I said something didn't make a very good court case, but I was viewed as a criminal the rest of the time those principals were there. And the second one, in my second year of university my best friend and I were dating a set of twins. Both girls were raised strictly religious and were still virgins. My friend and his girlfriend definitely progressed through the sexual aspects of a relationship faster, and apparently, one night they had been literally an inch away from sex and his girlfriend got flustered, pushed him off, and said she couldn't do it. My friend, obviously, understood and just cuddled her and whatever else. My now ex told me this, and I said something that in retrospect, I probably could have worded better, but it was to the effect of he's more patient than I would have been. Meaning to say that I, also a virgin at the time, would have been taken aback by being flung off with my dick literally about to enter my girlfriend, and would have probably just needed a minute to properly react. I tried to explain what I meant, but what she interpreted it as and what she started very loudly yelling at me with very thin walls was that I was saying that he should have rapped her and that I would rap a girl in the same situation. While I can see how she thought I meant that, I pretty clearly did not mean to say anything to that effect, and would have appreciated my girlfriend at least listening to my follow-up instead of just screaming at me that I'm a rapist for all the neighbors to hear. Bonus points to the last story for her neighbor who heard me yelling back and called security to kick me out because she was afraid for my girlfriend's safety. Which, yep, 10/10ths breakup. Is it really over without rap accusations and being kicked out of the dorm room? TLDR, accused of having plans to shoot up my high school and accused of being a rapist while still being a virgin. I was an adult when this happened. This was really terrible at the time. It caused a lot of drama. My son had a circle of friends in high school including a girl named Betty and a girl named Kim. Betty and Kim did not really like one another nor get along. Betty and Kim competed with one another for top spot on cheerleading squad, student council, who can attract the cutest boy in class, things like that. Whatever. Teenager stuff. They didn't get along at all but were in the same friend group. Kim's mother, Joan, came to me and tried to gossip about Betty. Joan was the type of parent who is knee-deep enmeshed with their kid's social life. I was not. Joan and I were not friends. She was just another parent that I knew. Joan saw Betty as an obstacle to her own daughter's popularity and wanted to trash her, and I guess she thought I'd be interested in hearing what she had to say. I don't gossip, but I especially don't gossip about teenagers and their drama. I told Joan in no uncertain terms that I didn't want to hear what she was saying about Betty. I wasn't going to be an audience for her gossip. Joan didn't like this one bit. Her face when I basically told her STFU was like she was sucking a lemon. About a month or so later, Joan and Kim went to Betty's parents. Joan and Kim told Betty's parents that I had come to Joan with this gossip. Joan and Kim presented it like I was maligning Betty's good name all over the school and that they were trying to protect Betty by telling her parents about this. I got a very upset call from Betty's father wanting to know why I was talking about his teenage daughter's sexual life, a matter of which I would have no knowledge. I was appalled. I said of course I said no such thing. What he was saying was exactly what Joan had tried to talk to me about. I knew instantly that it had to have come from Joan. I told him that Joan had come to me. Joan tried gossiping with me, not the other way around. Betty's parents for whatever the reason chose to believe Joan. I was flabbergasted by the whole thing. I had never said nor done anything like I was being accused of, and Joan had a reputation for being too involved with the kids' drama, yet they chose to believe Joan over me, instead continuing as enemies. Their common bond of hating me, lol, made Betty and Kim become friends. To this day, 15 years later, Betty, Kim, Joan, and Betty's parents are all buddies on Facebook. The end point, and I don't think I missed out on having any quality people in my life as a result of it either. I was a buyer, it says, for the first time. Local retail company had me on commission to try and find something to add to their store, since I was already going down there for another freelance gig. Because of the other gig, change of clothes, and information and samples I'd been gathering to take home, my bag looked big, and I was really self-conscious of it. Get to the Kate Spade booth, thought I saw something the client would like. I beelined, stood well away, and positioned my bag behind me, angled it with a single finger and walked away. I acted like this so there was no way anyone could think of taking something. This guy, remember him so clearly, 6 feet 1 inch, dark clothes, shorn hair, black rectangular glasses, black sweater, black slacks, followed me out of their booth about 30 yards away insisting I took something, since it must have fallen out of my bag despite the distance. Since I hadn't, I was in shock for a moment and asked him if he was serious. He said he was, so I opened my bag toward him and invited him to move stuff around in my bag to show I hadn't taken anything. He declined. So I started taking stuff out of my bag as I told him I hadn't taken anything. I don't remember if I just put it on the ground or handed him all the spec sheets and samples of what I thought the very specific themed client would want to see, but as I did, so I babbled about the theme of the store, and I thought one screw in their whole booth looked perfect until I got close, and I can't believe you think I took something. I'm so embarrassed, and was just trying to do my job. In the middle of the faking island says, one of the largest consumer products convention in the world. He's all, well, I thought you took something, and walked away, so I could put all my stuff back in my bag. No apology or anything. And that's the reason why I'll never buy anything from Kate Spade, even though their brand is 100% my aesthetic. Be careful who you hire. If they are an asshole, it'll be how someone remembers your company. Apparently I found out a girl lost her virginity. Story time. I already was considered the socially awkward type. I never fit in, and the groups that were around me, I kinda just floated between them. Never really having any friends. Unfortunately, it's due to being moved around a bit growing up and finally settling this last school for middle and high school. One day it was lesson switching, and out of nowhere my name gets called. There is another guy who shares the name, but yeah. I turn to see what's going on and this chick is staring at me with being pissed off. She says, "Why did you tell your mom I lost my virginity?" Everyone heard and everyone was out. I was extremely shocked and absolutely felt like I was being set up. I replied back, "Excuse me, what the hell are you talking about?" She replies, "You told your mom I lost my virginity, and she told my mom." You get the picture and set up. Great. Accusation goes back and forth, and I get berated and so on. Not so great being at that school for a year now. I get home, tell my mom what happened, and she was confused, but thankfully I asked, otherwise the story wouldn't make sense. I ask, "So, chick yells at me, accuses me of telling you she lost her V card." My mom replies, "What?" I say, "Yeah, I don't know, I knew nothing, and now I've been blamed for ratting her out to her mother." My mom then remembers 2 days ago her asking my mom, they work together, asking if me and her daughter were friends. My mom Wolf said no. We create a story like this. TLDR, mom goes into daughter's phone, finds out she lost her virginity, however wants to confront her. She works with a mom who has a kid there, me, and then uses me as a scapegoat, and told her daughter I told my mom, who told her. I get wrongly accused and abused in front of everyone, and the last 3 to 4 years of school was harder socially. Probably way too late to the party, but when I was 13, I had moved across to the other side of the world, almost literally. Despite having a load of friends and family in my home country, I was not allowed Facebook by my stepmother and father. So I made one and kept it secret. About a year later, my stepmom found it and made me give her the password so she could keep me out of it. After that super embarrassing tirade, I didn't make another and didn't use Facebook again for another 4 years. However, to make sure I wasn't using it, she added parental controls to the Mac that we were using and made sure that Facebook would show up on a list of websites that we used. About 3 months after those parental controls were set up, she comes screaming at me about how I had used Facebook to the extent of, get this, 146 times in 1 hour. I hadn't, so I blamed my sister. She said she hadn't. Then basically she thought I was lying, and seeing as I didn't admit it, threatened to disown me from the family, send me back to my home country and block contact between me and that side of the family. I admitted to it, just to avoid that problem. Q7 months ish of grounding and misery. You know how you can share to Facebook or Reddit or whatever when you find a picture or article on another website? That's what triggered the parental controls. I found this out 5 years later. My dad laughed. Holding my youngest, 4-year-old, daughter on my hip when she wants to get down. Didn't realize that my phone wasn't fully in the pocket and was jutting out of the top. Go to put her down and she snags her little lady bits on the corner of the phone on the way down. Poor thing now has a little bit of pain downstairs. At this point, in the middle of the pharmacy mind you, after she has recollected herself, she is now determined to make it well known that she is in pain and that I faked up. Dad, you hurt my vagina. What? How? Are you okay? Yeah, but no, that hard thing points to my pocket where the phone is, but ends up pointing exactly where you are thinking. Squashed my vagina and made it hurt. Human soul has left the chat record scratch. Now I'm feeling a million death stares coming my way. What are you on about? There. That thing. One again points to the unmentionables, and after what seems like a lifetime of awkward silences follows up with in your pocket there. Your phone hurt me when you put me down. Oh right, oh sweetheart. Very sorry. I didn't realize it wasn't in my pocket properly. Are you okay now? Yeah. Can you pick me up again? It was one of those situations where it was a case of damned if you do, damned if you don't. That could have gone downhill so quickly. Thanks for the heart attack, kiddo. This has happened a few times, from worst to least worse. None of them had any lasting effect. Rapping an unconscious girl. We were both drunk at a bush party and had flirted before and finally had the chance to make good on the flirtation. Things were getting hot and heavy and she passed out. I noticed within a couple seconds, stopped the foreplay and shook her awake. She was out for only 5 to 10 seconds. She was a bit shook up since she realized she passed out and mood ruined. I helped her dress and she left the tent. Shortly thereafter, one of her male friends accosted me as I was getting dressed and accused me, half asking, half accusing, and it took a bit to assure him that I did not take advantage of her state. Her and I ended up smashing at another party a month or so later. Calling another kid an Edgar in grade school. Kid hated me and tried to get me in trouble. Didn't work, as when the teachers pulled me in for a meeting and I innocently asked them what the slur meant as I hadn't heard it before. I asked them to define it for me. My argument was that I couldn't call him a slur. I was unaware of. Point was waking down the street with a buddy to his house on Halloween. See 3 guys running down the street ahead of us, turn a corner and hop into a car and peel off. Thought it was weird, but whatever. A minute later a car stops next to us and a guy jumps out and starts accusing us of egging his house. I'm like, not. It was 3 guys. They just went that way a minute ago. He claims to have seen us, and I tell him one of them was wearing a bright yellow jacket, which neither of us were, so he obviously didn't see them. Didn't help that my buddy had a crowbar on him as a backquote just in case of Halloween trouble. I forget all the details, but there was supposed to be something where we cleaned the house due to it. He might have followed us to make the claim to our parents, but we never ended up doing it, and it was all forgotten. Possible murderous intent, including toward a child who I dearly love. Point context. I had confided in my cousin that I was experiencing suicidal ideation. She asked a bunch of specific questions, including whether I had a gun. I told her I did, but that on bad days I kept it unloaded, in a locked case, separate from another locked case with ammo, and in my car, as opposed to inside close to hand where I sleep, meaning I made it as difficult as possible to access in the event that I experienced a suicidal impulse to hurt myself. She then used this as her excuse for why she wouldn't let me in her house, even to get my belongings, as I had recently been staying with her, and started telling our family members that the reason she was acting the way she was and wouldn't let me access my things was because I told her that I keep a gun in my car on the bad days, as in carry it with me, and that she was afraid for her safety and the safety of her little girl who I absolutely love and adore. Fuck her. She's a linguist. She knew exactly what she was doing in intentionally selecting and then twisting my words to make it sound like I had maybe threatened her or could possibly even consider hurting a child. A child who I love. I didn't know she was telling people in our family this until I heard it from her dad, and oh man was I furious. She will never ever have my trust again. Some things are too hurtful or horrible to give someone a second chance to hurt you again. This one time, when I was 10, I went to a summer camp. We would occasionally go on trips to zoos, water parks, and things like that. Anyhow, my cousins happened to go to this camp as well. My cousins and I were pretty close. Our camp took us on a trip to a water park and there happened to be a lazy river. For those who don't know, a lazy river is like a little stream of flowing water, not fast, and you would sit in a floaty and float around the stream. Anyhow, camp leaders had to be with a group. If you were older than 13, you were considered a young camp leader. 2 of my cousins were older than 13, and my other cousin was 10 as well. So my cousin and I get in the lazy river with my favorite camp leader. I was a bit of a troublemaker and I only listened to that leader because she was nice and knew how to handle me with good care. My cousin and I get into the lazy river with my favorite camp leader. There were other kids with us in our group. So she, my favorite camp leader, went off to the side to do a head count. However, she never said she was doing one. So my cousin and I float off together with his older brothers, my older cousins. She saw us float away with my older cousin. Another leader, a part of another group a little bit up the stream, saw us and pulled us off. This leader accused us of leaving our leader. Our camp leader pretended to not see us, but I know damn well she saw us float away. And besides, we were with older family members. We had to sit out the rest of the time at the water park. Still makes me mad to this day. TLDR. At a water park during summer camp, my cousin and I were accused of leaving our camp leader, even though she saw us float away. Ended up sitting out the rest of the time at the water park. It was 5th grade. I was coming back from the office after the teacher had me take something up from the principal. No one was in the hall, so at a sound louder than a whisper, but softer than a yell, I started to sing the jolly but catchy theme song from Shake It Up, the one with Zendaya. Halfway down the hall, I got to the shake it up, you've got to change it up part. Before I could even get past the third 2 older female teachers yelled at me from behind, something to the degree of, "Hey, come here, right now." I was startled. Innocently, I meandered over to the 2 teachers, standing with their arms crossed, eyes shooting me daggers. One of them accused me of loudly spewing profanity down the halls. I started to panic as I foresaw detention and my father giving me a rearing. I adamantly denied it. I tried to tell them that I was just singing a jolly ditty. They weren't buying it. They said, "No, we definitely heard you. Are you calling both of us liars?" They called the teacher I was doing it for. I liked her. Tough, but older Israeli woman that just gave me a compliment that same day about my grades improving. Not only did they pull her out of the middle of her lunch, they pulled her halfway across the school. When they told her, I'll never forget the shock and disappointment that crossed her face. Who? Coolio? He would never do something like that. As a kid, I hadn't felt so wronged. I tried so hard interpersonally to improve my grades and be on good terms with my teachers. Not only was it being crushed in front of my eyes, but it was for something I didn't even do, over a jolly TV show I barely even watched. There was no point in trying to dispute it anymore, as I'd just look even more obnoxious, adding validity to their case. And yeah, you can bet yours I cried like a little beach when I got home. So I guess this fits, although I never knew who it was that accused me. My folks live on a farm, and I was home for the holidays from uni. A week earlier I'd started holiday work as a builder's laborer. On my way home I was pulled over by the cops. They asked for my license, which I didn't have on me. I took my lunch and just forgot my wallet. Then they grilled me for 10 to 15 minutes about my movements on a certain day the week before, which happened to be my first day working with this builder, so I recalled it all very accurately. Eventually they asked to search the car, which being naive I agreed to. I assumed looking for drugs. I've never been pulled over by police before. They find nothing, and eventually ask me if I know what it's all about. No idea. Turns out on the day in question 2 teenage girls had reported that someone driving a car identical to mine on the next road over, the road I'd come home on that day, had pulled over next to them wearing balaclavas and waving shotguns around trying to get them into the car. They didn't believe the girls at the time, but then they spotted me driving an identical car on a country road very near where it happened. So this was all about searching for firearms to prove it was me that had done this to the girls. To this day I have no idea who it was reported me, but timing and description makes it clear they were definitely talking about my car. No idea if it was just random chance they decided to, or if they knew who I was. Pretty unlikely they knew me, but we'll never know. Got a ticket for driving without my license. Almost got suspended/expelled from uni because I was accused of cheating on an organic chemical exam after I found an error in grading. I didn't do that great, but I still figured that I deserved the points for things that were correct. Prof thought I was a cutthroat pre-med. It didn't help that he had a reputation for taking joy in failing kids. Averages on his exams were 50, 65% and derailing dreams. In a ho, he decides to take me to uni court, but due to budget cuts the trial has to wait 6 months. I basically failed the next semester due to the constant reminders as he would call for meetings with me and my reps along with me needing to prep my case. It drove me insane, and I found myself questioning whether or not I really cheated. Further, it didn't help that my reps were telling me to just take a fail for the class and move on. I guess it's anticlimactic to say, but I won the trial quite readily as the prof jury asked damning questions of him. Why were the exams not photocopied? Do you really believe you have a perfect memory of all exams you grade? You have access to sophisticated microscopes. Did you not look at the paper to look for signs of tampering? He held out and convinced himself that I was a dirty rotten cheater and that his reputation was worth more than one of his students. The final nail in the coffin was that I was able to devise a test for him as the central question was, did I write pencil over the correction ink or not? The type of pen he used made it indistinguishable, but his hubris led him to say he could tell the difference and that he would be willing to take the test. He failed. I was acquitted of the charges, but the damage had been done. I still have trouble connecting with those higher up in organizations. I had to do a couple more semesters of school to make up for that lost year. Validation was bittersweet. On one hand, on official documents I was innocent. On the other, the time, tears, and nights of questioning my reality still haunts me to this day. It seems kinda small compared to what other people have done, but I once got in trouble for pen marks on the inside of my mom's new car back when I was a child. One morning, my dad went to borrow my mom's car to drive to work and noticed that there were pen marks down the inside of the passenger door. Since my mother was the one that drove us to and picked us up from school and I sat in the passenger side, my dad made the assumption that I drew on the door on purpose. I was about 13 at the time and knew better than to do something like that. Nevertheless, my dad woke me up at about 6 AM that morning and dragged me outside in my underwear and started screaming at me, the veins of his neck popping and spit flying everywhere as he berated me with insults and accusations. He threw a towel at me and told me not to come inside until the pen marks were completely gone. Guess what? It wasn't me who made the pen marks. Apparently there was an uncapped pen in that little nook on the passenger side door, and my dad had been hitting it with his elbow while he was riding passenger with my mom the previous day without notice citing. I never got an apology, and I still remember the feeling of embarrassment as I sat outside in my underwear trying to scrub away pen marks with tears streaming down my face while my neighbors could see. In 5th grade I was accused that I bid my friend, a friend I hadn't seen all day. I was sitting alone on a bench watching some other people play basketball during morning recess, and one person my group of friends had run up to me yelling incoherent words at me. When he got up to me, I had stood up and asked what I did this time. This same kind of thing happened in the days following. He started yelling that I had bit another friend in the group. I hadn't even seen that kid all day. He didn't believe me and ran to a teacher to tell them. I had just sat back down because I knew what was coming. A minute later, a teacher drags me to the principal's office and sat me down. The principal had asked if I knew what I did, and I just stayed silent. He then asked who all was involved, and I just named off everyone in our group. It was a small group, only 5 people including me. The principal called them all into the office one by one and asked if I had actually bit the friend, and all of them agreed that I did. When everyone had been called in, was asked the same question, and went back to class, me and the principal went back and forth with me saying I did nothing and him saying I did. After about an hour, He got a call, and I was sent to a small storage room across the hall, while another kid was called in for possession of a weapon. The storage room walls were lined with boxes. I don't know exactly how long I was there, but it felt like an hour. I couldn't hear anything going on in the other room, because the door was closed, but after an hour, the other person was sent into the same room. We talked for about half an hour, before they were called back in, and then dismissed, and I was then called back in. I was told to go back to class and I would be called back in at lunch at the end of the day. I went to class, and went through the day as normal until lunch came around. I went back into the principal's office, and I was just told he has talked to my parents about it, and that they would talk to me about it, and I was sent back to lunch. My dad had come to pick me up from school and we talked about it on the way home. He agreed that I did nothing at school the next day. I was told to go straight to the principal's office. When I got there and sat down, the principal started off by saying he had talked to my stepmom about it, and she said I did it. We went back and forth again for about an hour, before I got tired of it, and just said I did it. I was given 3 days on-campus suspension, and had to eat lunch in the storage room for a week. When I got home I was also grounded from everything but homework and food for a month. I was accused of being abusive towards my little sister for a majority of our college years. What would happen is that I'd raise my voice extremely loud. I always had anger management issues and mood disorders. Problem is, I really had no other options. My little sister would berate, shame, mock, belittle, and on some occasion use me. Mind you, I was not a saint either. When we were little, I'd yell at her for less, without provocation. But at this point I was older, and not wise enough to actualize my emotions or set boundaries to the other person. She would tell me to shut up, and make me dinner, as a way of being nice and funny, or refer to me as Gump instead of my name. I couldn't talk things out with her, because when I tried she would lie, ignore me or blame me for everything. So, I'd yell and sometimes she'd cry. Worst part is, she had me believing I was abusive too. She had my father believing it as well. It wasn't until I was 26 that I realized that she was gaslighting me the entire time. The last time I saw her we ignored each other, then she disrespected me, invaded my space first chance she got, assaulted me and said I deserved it for calling her a cunt. Like, this person thinks she is a victim of abuse? She's literally doing what abusers do. Let me start off by saying they had every right to assume it was me, since I had a history of being a sheethead when I was younger. That said, I was with a group of guys and we were hanging out in a taco shop that has its drink selection in a Red Bull mini fridge in the dining room. We were sat up against it. We were there instead of being at school. Strike 1. The cop rolls up. Happens to be one I've had a run-in with before. Granted, I'm about 14 and this guy was way nicer with me than he ever should have been. Think it is because he understood why I acted out and all that. Strike 2. Since he knew me. Apparently the shop called the cops and said that a group of kids were stealing drinks from the fridge. We have done a great many dumb stuff, but petty theft isn't one of them. Cop pulls me aside immediately to isolate me from the rest of the guys. They all start saying no one has done anything. Comes to talk to me. We have a history and you have yet to lie. Always owned up to your stupid. So tell me, did you take anything? Shook my head and admitted to the only wrongdoing is ditching class. No idea why, but he takes my word. Or at least gave the benefit of the doubt, I suppose. Asks to see the security footage and all that. The manager basically says yeah, it's not a problem. They had to have taken them cause we filled it before shift, and when I came back it was missing more than 6 drinks. She assumed at least 2 apiece for us. Shows the cop the footage, and it turns out, when she stepped out for her lunch, and before we came in for lunch, the cashier yoinked some bevs. No charges were places. She apologized and gave us a couple free tacos. Or rather offered us some, and the officer stepped in and basically told us to go to school. We all laughed and agreed. Cop left, we left, manager apologized again. We didn't go to school, went back to my house, since it was up the hill, and hung out. Me. 18, fresh out of high school, moved halfway across the country to go to a small crappy expensive liberal arts college. Oregon to Wisconsin. I mean, what the fuck was I thinking? This was 35 years ago, and with memories and usernames and all. This is not verbatim. First week of the year, I'm in the mail center in the basement of the student union and some asshole grabs me and throws me up against the wall and gets in my face, screaming that I have a lot of nerve showing my face around there again. I was kind of freaking out. I had no idea what he was going on about and got pretty close to tears. I didn't feel safe at all. One of the guy's buddies said something like, "Dude, I don't think that's a no. I don't think I'm her," was all I could stutter out. Turns out there had been a chick there the previous year. Pathological liar, faked with a lot of people, made a lot of enemies. I never heard exactly what happened, but it wasn't pretty. I had to show my ID to prove I wasn't her. I saw a pic of her hair from a Facebook circa 1984 at one point and there was a resemblance, I guess. I'm pretty sure that's why I had such a horrid experience the 2 years I lasted before transferring out to a larger and much cheaper school in my home state. I had so many shitty and unexplained interactions with people I didn't even know. Some of them even knew I wasn't her, but didn't care because I reminded them of her. Fuck those assholes. When I was in middle school, my family went to visit my cousin's family. One of them, let's call her Jay, was a bit younger than me in elementary and enjoyed spending time with me playing games, mock fighting, and throwing insults at each other in a funny way. Like sibling rivalry, except cousins. So one day, when we visited them, someone, I forgot who, asked me if I could get something from their basement. I've been there enough times that I know where things are, so I agree to go get it. Jay follows me to get it, and I'm rummaging around to find it, since it was apparently moved somewhere. Jay decides to jokingly start fighting me and trying to take me down, so I play along and try to grapple her off so I can get back to the task. At the same time I happen to throw her down and accidentally fall next to her. Her mom comes downstairs and looks shocked, and at the time I didn't get it or understand being young, so went on to get up and get the task done and head back up. Later, after my mother and Jay's had a discussion and a private meeting between them that included my cousin and I discovered that Jay's mother mistook that I was being sexual with her when she tried to throw me down on her wrestling bout. I never felt so embarrassed and scared that from then on I stayed away from her and my other female relatives and friends. Still scares me to this day that I think that she thinks I'm hiding something when at the time I had no idea that she was even thinking that of me with her daughter. Well, additionally, almost a decade later, our family's parents, none of us, their kids included, are still in a feud over my uncle never returning money he borrowed from my mom from an inheritance from when her mother passed away, and their family acting nasty about it to my dad, spitting on and punching him. Began not too long after, but unrelated to this incident. Me, 13. I wanted to hang out with a friend who lived down the road. My folks decided it would be a bad idea to allow me to ride my new bike down. It would take me nearly 45 minutes to walk. They wouldn't drive me, but said I was free to go if I really wanted. Well, I wanted, so I told them I was heading out. It took me a solid 40 minutes to get there. First thing, I called my folks on the house phone and let them know I was okay. This also gave them a number to call me back on. My friend and I started playing video games and eating nonsense food. About half an hour or a bit more passes before the house phone starts ringing. It's my dad. He is livid about something, but he won't explain it over the phone. I'm to come home immediately. I explain we are on our own and I have to walk. He says I should take my bike. I try to explain I can't because he hangs up. I apologize to my friend and start heading home. I haul ass. It only takes me about 30 minutes to get home. I'm running for parts of this and just speed walking like crazy for the rest. I don't want to piss my parents off more than they already are. When I come in the door, my dad is right in my face. Where was I? Why did I take so long? I can't get a word in edgewise before he starts throwing punishments on me. I'm grounded. All my games are taken away. No books either. I'm just allowed to sit in my room all day for the next month. I ask what I'm being punished with. I'm told I should well enough know. It is only just now I realize my sister is weeping in the other room. I go to see what is happening. My mom is applying rags soaked in hydrogen peroxide to several scrape wounds to my little sisters, 11 years old, hands, elbows, and knees. She full on bursts into tears at the sight of me. My mother chases me out of the room, cornering me in the hallway. This was my fault. I shouldn't have allowed this to happen. At this point I'm so confused and upset that I'm screaming back. What happened? My mom lays out the events as such. I left for my friend's house on foot, with permission, and told them I was leaving. My sister, who isn't supposed to be outside on her own, decided to play outside without telling our parents. My new bike, which was locked up with a bike lock, was taken by my sister. The bike lock, I later found out, had the key broken off in it and was ruined. It was far too big for her, but she took it for a ride up and down the street. A street where people love to speed by our house despite the blind turn, and the paved road turning into a dirt one. She crashed my new bike, and got seriously injured. My new bike was so banged up, that I might as well buy a new one, rather than try to repair it. Obviously all of this was 100% my fault because I have no faking clue. To this day I've never gotten a clear explanation of this bull. I was told not to take the bike. She wasn't supposed to be outside alone. She broke my bike lock, stole my bike, and got hurt riding it. All of this could have been prevented by either letting me ride my bike, or by not letting me hang with my friend. TLDR, was told not to take bike to friend's house. Sister stole my bike after I left on foot. She crashed bike, got hurt, broke my bike, and somehow it's all my fault when I was down the road. Fuck parents. I'll add to the list, probably buried. My boyfriend's family were uneducated brutes who barely graduated high school. I spent a lot of time on Craigslist in the mid 2000s because I worked boring jobs while in college and perused the free sections, for sale, rants and raves, etc. On a remote camping trip with his sister, uncles, and cousins who were all in young 20s, his sister started up a row bitching about how his cousin's wife was cheating on the cousin. Which I didn't think was true, and I noticeably grumbled dissent about. His sister, several inches taller than me and 50 pounds more, lit into me for a Craigslist ad about call me for a good time Zuxo with my name and phone number. She accused me of cheating and threw me down in the dirt and started kicking my face and head. It really hurt, scratched my glasses, gave me a fat lip, and head lumps for a week. I was shaking. I was so scared because I had never put up any such ad. I had never been exposed to violence in my life, ever. The whole night was a blur in my memory. My boyfriend kinda stuck up for me, but I still didn't feel safe. Back in town the next day, I changed my phone number and only gave it to a few people I trusted. And hid my car in my roommate's garage. I complained about it to his aunt, who was the same age as me, and she seemed to believe me. We broke up about a year later. To this day, I don't know who put up that fake Craigslist ad, but I think they put it up to be funny and his sister saw it and made my life hell. Fuck that beach. My life turned out much better. Okay, kind of a long story, but here we go. I once got accused of flushing used condoms and wrappers down the toilet. Walking on my way home from work and my mom calls absolutely livid, yelling at me about clogging the toilet with gross used condoms and foil wrappers that she had to clean up. My girlfriend and I at the time had not even had sex yet, so I knew it wasn't me, but I still was in panic mode. I had a buddy stay the night before this happened. I had work the next day, so I walked to work, but he was pretty much a second son to my mom, so he stayed at the house for a bit waiting for his ride. So I tell my mom to call him. She calls him on speakerphone and tells me to not say anything. He straight up tried to blame me for it. Oh yeah, I saw that, and I think it was J&L. Mom says thanks or whatever and hangs up. Then tells me to call him and put him on speakerphone. When I asked him what happened, you'll never guess what he said. Oh, yeah man, I saw that when I left. I think your mom had a guy over. My mom flipped her sheet and started yelling at him to find out the truth. Once he realized he had been busted, he said that he had sex with a chick from my school but didn't want to leave the evidence, so he folded the used condom back into the wrapper and put it into his pocket, then disposed of all of it in my toilet and blamed me. My mom called his dad, he got his ass chewed out, and that pretty much ruined our 8-year-long friendship. I was pissed and didn't talk to him for a while and he never reached out. Honestly kind of okay with that because that was a dick move. And just plain gross TLDR, buddy flushed a used condom and wrapper down the toilet, which got clogged and damaged. Then tried to blame it on me first, then my mom. Gonna get buried here, but this story I rarely get to tell. Years ago, I was on a break between shifts, and it was early spring. I worked at a nice restaurant at one of those upscale fancy outdoor malls, like really fancy. People regularly drove their Ferraris and Bugattis there for shopping, or a night out or something, and decided to take my break to a nearby outdoor lounge, in a lovely seat under a tree. The weather was perfect, so I pulled out a book from my backpack to read for the next 30 minutes or so, just to kill time. I love to read, especially outside, on a gorgeous day, between shifts on a likely 12-hour workday. I'm sipping a Coke and relaxing, enjoying the absolute fuck out of my break point. Well, about 10 minutes in, a woman I've never seen before comes up to me, mid/late 30s, and in an angry Eastern European accent asks, "Why did you hit my son?" And I'm like, "Excuse me." She points at her son standing nearby. He's no more than 6 years old, maybe 7 at best, and repeats, "Why did you hit my son?" He says that you hit him, and never in my life have I ever been so messed up by an accusation. Out of fucking nowhere, I just got accused by this mother that I beat her child. I'm in my mid-20s. I'm reading a faking book. I was speechless. Wide-mouthed I muttered I didn't. I've been reading. I swear a kicked puppy couldn't have sounded more pathetic than my explanation of my alibi. The son said, "Mama don't." Or something like that, and she huffed, grabbed her son by the wrist and they walked away. Ruined my break. And started to make me really think about how I would've defended myself if the mother pressed charges or something. Like, do you trust the 25-year-old bartender who says they didn't hit him, or the 6-year-old who says you did? TLDR mother, 36F, accused me, 25 meters, of hitting her son, 6 meters, when I was reading a book on my lunch break. When I was in kindergarten, my teacher was this really mean old woman. She got a reputation throughout every grade at the school, K6, that nobody liked her. I got to school every morning by my parents dropping me off at a daycare about an hour before school started. Then the daycare would bus us to school and back. I don't know why, but the bus driver got us to school late on multiple occasions while I went to that daycare. My teacher got very upset with me that I walked into class late one too many times, so she started yelling at me in front of the class about how unreasonable it was that I was consistently tardy. I tried explaining to her that this wasn't my fault as I took the bus to and from school every day, so they should be responsible for my tardiness, not me. She didn't believe me, which is somewhat reasonable, because all the other children that took public school buses arrived on time and asked me what my bus number was, so she could check the legitimacy of my story. I told her the bus didn't have a number and tried to explain it wasn't a public school bus, it was the Gentle Giant bus. The daycare I went to was named a fairy tale creature preceded by an alliterative adjective. As a means of calling what she thought was my bluff, she called the front office and asked if they knew of the Gentle Giant bus. They said they didn't. She then stopped listening to me and concluded that I was lying about the whole thing and trying to cover up for my lazy habits. In her defense, this whole situation of a child that is habitually late, talking about a fairy tale creature themed bus that is responsible his tardiness is difficult to believe, especially when you consider that kindergartners are infamously bad at explaining anything when they are questioned, especially if they feel threatened. This whole incident resulted in her moving my name tag down from the green light to the red light, which meant I got no recess that day. Being a bit off aisle, thankfully, this was 20 years ago, and I believe, if it happened today it would have gone horribly. I was a high schooler, and taught swim lessons. One day the camp director said a girl was going to sit out. I said yeah, sure, I understand. I taught the rest of the campers in my class that day. The next day I got asked to speak to 2 lawyers. They had a complaint form. On it said that the camp director approached me and told me one of the girls wasn't going to have the lesson that previous day because I grabbed her breast area and private parts. It said I responded to that description with yeah, sure, I understand. I went white as a sheet. I explained what actually happened, that the lesson was in a very crowded pool, because there were at least 10 other camp swim lessons going on at the same time. I also explained that my manager had been standing right at poolside watching the entire lesson, because it was my turn to have my teaching evaluated, thankfully, and of course I had not inappropriately touched any child. They asked me to go home and put that in writing. I then did that and had the scariest 24 hours of my life. I brought in the written thing and continued to teach lessons. So yeah, none of this made any sense. If anyone felt I'd done anything, why did they let me continue teaching and leave me with other kids etc. 2 days later they came back and explained the following. The complaint originated from a camp counselor and the girl never actually said I did those things like the complaint form said. They investigated where the camp counselor was during the lesson to see if she could even see me having done this. She told them where she was, and there was no way she could have ever seen me. Based on where she said she was, she should have realized this at the time. She had also actually accused another instructor just a week or two before in a similar manner. The counselor likely was coming down with a mental illness. They said it was entirely resolved and everyone knew I did nothing wrong. I thought a day or two and realized I couldn't go back and immediately quit. If this happened with the way things are these days, I'm wondering if I would have ended up arrested and with my reputation completely ruined. While they investigated this memory is still horrible to think about even 20 years later. Probably not the worst in the same sense as op meant, but the worst by consequences. I got in kindergarten. I pretty much always wore ball cap when outside. My parents were happy I was wearing it because it protected me from the sun, and I liked wearing it because it was my cool cap. Being a kid, however, I loved the idea of breaking this routine. One morning, when my mom was taking me to the kindergarten, I asked her if today I could go without my hat. Imagine my joy when she said I could. Happy as a clam, we reached the kindergarten with my head bare. Fast forwards a few hours, my dad comes to pick me up. First thing he asks when he sees me, "Where's your cap?" He didn't believe me that I was allowed to not wear it that day. He told me to go back and find it or I'll get a beating. He was a choleric, so I could tell he was growing furious by the second. I guess in his mind I not only lost my cap, but was also lying about it. This wasn't the first time I've seen him like that and knew what was coming, so I was as terrified as a kid can be. Imagine being a few years old, running around the kindergarten, scared and crying, trying to find something that you clearly know isn't there, just to avoid getting beaten as punishment. Pretty much just buying time before the inevitable. At some point I had to come back and tell him that I didn't find my cap because, again, I didn't wear it that day. That earned me a quick slap across the head with a promise of more at home. The walk back was dreadful. Pretty much a kid's equivalent of walking the death row. At home I got beaten to the point of being just a series of red marks. I was told to sit on my bed, not move even an inch, and wait for mom to come back and tell her what I did. Half hour forward, mom comes back and sees me crying. Asks what happened. Dad says I lost my ball cap. She looks at him confused, says but I have it, and produces it from her purse. Perhaps it's heartless thing to say, but I'm glad my father died in my early teens. There comes a long one. Few years back I used to work at an Irish pub in Germany with a hotel upstairs. We used to have guests from all over the world, and one day I was working the evening shift at the pub. I was expecting some guests for that day. One was a regular visitor, some French guy who worked in Germany, and my other guests were an American family who reserved for a week. They were friends with the owner, and I was told that they are kind of rich and snobby, so I was extra cautious with them. The family, husband, wife and 2 teenage daughters, arrived in the late afternoon. I checked them in, showed them their room, our best one of course, and we chatted a bit. All good. A little later they all came downstairs to have dinner and I served them, since I was working alone with the cook that day. When the girls ate up they left soon, and the parents changed seats towards the bar for being closer to the drinks and chatting with me. At the same time my other guest arrived, and since he was a regular, we talked quite familiar with each other. I finished the check-in and went back to doing my rounds at the tables. The husband kind of noticed how good I knew the French guy, and I told them He was a regular guest here. Still, everything was fine. Some hours later, I was closing up, and the parents were my last guests, so I shut the doors and allowed them to smoke inside. We talked for a little bit while I cleaned my stuff. Soon they decided to go to sleep. We wished each other a good night and stuff. I finished shortly after and went home around 1 o'clock in the night. Everything was fine. The next morning I get a call from my manager, the owner's wife. She was furious and told me to come to the pub immediately. I was quite confused and panicked if I forgot to close a door or something. What else could it be, right? So, I get there, and I meet the family again, coming out of the office, their bags with them, all ready to leave. I greeted them and asked if they were already leaving. Confused AF. The father replied angrily, "Yeah, whatever, I hope you had fun with your friend last night," and walked away. I asked the manager what was wrong, and she wanted to know where I was last night around 3 AM. I told her I was sleeping at home, and if she could tell me what the fuck was wrong. I was starting to tear up because I couldn't understand why she was so mad at me. Apparently I was having sex with the French guy in the pub's beer garden, and the family, whose room's windows were facing the garden, have heard everything. I was swearing to God that I haven't done such thing. She then demanded talking to my mother for proof. I was still living with her back then, and after the call she finally calmed down and listened to my side of the story. Turned out, the French guy had an affair in Germany and they would hook up from time to time, and that evening they got drunk and kinky. Things were sorted out with the family. I got some sort of apology, but they never came back. Sorry for bad grammar and spelling mistakes. Not my first language. TLDR. I was falsely accused of having sex with a hotel guest while working at a pub, and we lost a rich family as guests. Around 10 years ago, I was accused of unwanted advances, kissing her, and full-blown rap. She had a full paper list of times and dates. How I threatened her, text logs, I stalked her home, etc. I was asked by management to go home for 3 days while they investigated, not allowed to know what was going on or tell my side. So I asked what about my occurrences and pay. They said I should worry more about not ending up in jail. 2 sleepless days later I get a call from my boss saying I needed to come in early to discuss what happened. I show up, finally hear what this is about, tell them I didn't do anything. I don't even like her as a person, let alone interested in her physically. Ask to see the supposed times and dates. I point out like 4 dates. I don't work those days of the week. Never have. I've also never texted her, and the police can request text logs from my phone carrier if need be. I was given silence as a response, and a "we'll call you tomorrow and ask you to come in at a set time." No matter what the outcome. Did not sleep great that day either, even knowing I didn't do it. The fear of losing freedom due to someone lying had me scared. I don't think I ate during any of this. I go in at scheduled time. We are both there, management's boss is there, and police. They tell us they have full evidence and are going to have her escorted to the police station to fill out her form and find out when her trial will be. I remember crying, I was so relieved. She immediately said it was a cover-up. She had so much evidence. How could they do this? They told her we are a private company that sells products to the public. All the cameras you see are real. They confirmed I was only ever near her like 2 times in the 2 months I was supposedly doing the scene sheet. Her response to all her red-handed lying? Oh, all those cameras work. No apology, no plea deal. She insisted innocence even during film footage. She only got like 2 weeks jail time, massive fine, had to pay me for work lost. I didn't get anything for defamation or slander of character. The worst was the people who still believed her. It was to be kept secret, but yeah, that never happens. One older gal spit in my face and called me some fun names. A day or 2 later we had a sit down in ours. I said nothing, while the lady in ours filled the lady in on the court case. Old lady apologized. I just said yeah whatever and punched out for the day. Innocent until proven guilty has been a joke for a long time, but that was the scariest crap I've ever been through with the legal system. And last I heard about her was she's back with her 1st/3rd/6th baby daddy. Yeah, they're the same guy. She tried suing the city over a pothole in front of her residence. It somehow totaled her car. and I found out years later that she only accused me cause I was so quiet that she doubted I would fight the accusations. TLDR, my mom thought I was sleeping with my stepdad. My stepdad and I used to absolutely hate each other. He was a really mean-spirited, stupid guy and I was always terrified of him. He did not speak to you unless he was angry with you or telling you to do something. So he made me cry all the time. I was in tears every day. He cold and treated and didn't want to try. He was a complete loser as far as I was concerned, and the things he would say to my mom and about me were awful. He didn't deserve her at all. Well, we argued a lot, and it took a toll on my mom. A lot of their arguments started because of me. As I got older I started to realize how hard it was on her, so I tried to be a lot quieter and agreeable. I stopped fighting back all the time and tried to find common ground. As a result we were a lot more civil. My mom was always paranoid that he would molest me. She was very proactive about it. She would always make me watch Lifetime movies and would give me talks. I wasn't worried about it because I knew how much he hated me and I knew I could handle myself. Well, because we were so nice to each other she started getting suspicious. She started accusing me of sleeping with him. She would call me names which wasn't like her at all. She was a kind woman who would never speak to me that way because of how sensitive I was. But she was convinced. So convinced that she told my grandma, who believed her. She put me on the phone with her and my grandma sweetly begged me to just tell the truth, promising me I wouldn't get in trouble. I was devastated. This woman I loved more than anything in the world thought that I was doing that. I had planned on living with my parents when I started college, but this was too much. We were arguing all the time and she always assumed I was lying. So I left for college instead, and she died about a year later. My mom died thinking I was sleeping with my stepdad. Sorry for the long post. I haven't told anyone this, and I think maybe this was a bit therapeutic for me. Happened to me in elementary school. My mom bought me a new eraser after the old one became too small to use. Obviously I was ecstatic. I loved to draw, and the better the eraser the better the drawing. Anyway, I sat on a table with two boys, one of them the whole class clown, and the other one as yes say a friend, like the movie cliche. The asshole was writing something when he set his beady greedy eyes on my rubber. He asked if he could use it for a second. I didn't really like the guy, if it hasn't been obvious so far, but I was a non-confrontational quiet girl, so of course I gave it to him without much of a fight. He used it and all was well, except he refused to give it back. I thought it was a stupid joke and demanded he give me back that eraser, but he refused. Instead he said, "You know what? I had this exact kind of eraser, then it vanished. I think you stole it. I think this is my eraser." I was flabbergasted. I'd literally given him the stupid eraser a second ago and now he claimed it to be his and accused me of stealing from him. So, I called the teacher. But that yes man of his kept on supporting his BS story, and my teacher literally went, "I'm sorry, there's not much I can do about it." Which was like, total bullshit. So, trying as hard as possible not to cry, I swore revenge. I knew it was just a stupid eraser, but it still annoyed me to hell and back, so he made a powerful enemy that day. Obviously I didn't do anything. I was 6. But 2 years later the stupid brick set his pants on fire, and with it his legs, so maybe God does listen. This happened recently. I was out with the boys. We were passing by the local stadium and there was a guy mowing the grass on one of those big motorized vehicle mowers. We went by the big fence. Dad catches the balls that's above the goal to get to my house, because that was the closest way to get to my house from the current location, and he stopped right next to us and he started looking at us like we killed his entire family and said, "Hey there Mayfair, what you up to?" This is in a different language, but this is basically what he said. We ignore him because we don't really like confrontation or anything, and he suddenly got off the mower and started screaming, "You pieces of shit are going to pay for the flags." He didn't know what he was referring to, so he just said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And he started ranting about how he had evidence of us going and breaking some flags or something. He said he was gonna call the police, and he even threatened to punch one of my friends because he was giving sarcastic answers. Apparently after a game of football one of the guys left some flags outside, some football flags that I still to this day don't know what kind of flags he's talking about. But after that all of us just went home, and yesterday the police came to one of my friend's backquotes house. I don't know how I knew where he lived. I guess it's because his dad sells birds and animals and he's pretty popular with kids because all the kids like birds, and all the flags together would cost around 200 of our currency, which is around $100. This is still going on, so I'll update if anything interesting happens. Also sorry for mistakes, I'm not the best at English. When I first started at my current job, a coworker took an immediate dislike to me. It isn't even that she disliked me, she actively and vocally despised me. I couldn't figure out why for a while, but it basically came down to she was older and had been at the office a few months longer, so she felt she deserved to lead the team, not me. Yes, I was younger and hadn't been at that particular company very long, but I had 8 years of experience over her, albeit at a different company. I tried to make it work and be civil to her despite her constant attempts to get me into arguments, but after this one incident, all bets were off. She purposely messed up a case. I won't go into details because of privacy and all that jazz, but suffice it to say that she made an enormous error that would caused us to lose the case had it not been caught extremely quickly. Why was it caught quickly, you may ask? Because after she made this intentional enormous mistake, she went above my head to the boss over me and told him that I had done it, that I was incompetent and should be fired. The boss called me into his office to talk about the file, and I was completely confused. I hadn't made any such error that I knew of. So I showed him how to track the changes in the file, a feature that evil coworker didn't know we had, and we saw that she was the one who had made the error. After we pieced everything together, I was absolutely livid. My face turned bright red. And I calmly but firmly told my boss that either she goes or I find a new place to work, because I could not be expected to put up with such a hostile work environment. He tried moving her around to other departments, but her negativity eventually got the better of her and she was let go. I'm telling you guys, I don't think I've ever been as angry as I was when she tried to get me fired for an error that she intentionally made. Probably is gonna get buried deep, but it's the only real story that matches this question. I was in my senior year of high school. I was dating this really tall chubby girl. She was super sweet, and we had a crush on each other the moment our eyes met. We were dating somewhat in secret as the school had a no PDA rule that included hand holding, hugging, kissing, etc. So we would sneak off to the hallway after lunch for a few minutes of us time before our next classes. We were caught eventually. Being an all-female faculty, it was a very small school. They immediately thought I was the one at fault of degrading one of their girls, which is odd to me as she was stronger, taller, and although they didn't know at the time, was very dumb. However, her friends told her to lie to not get in trouble. This caused the whole school to learn our secret. Rumors ran rampant as I molested her. This was utter BS, but the teachers saw me as a monster. I was forced to have a week's worth of in-school suspension, writing Bible verses on why I shouldn't lie, all because I defended myself, stating I would never do such a horrible thing to a person. They never believed me. To make matters worse, the teacher who had to have me in her room was my Spanish teacher, who hated me the most, and who also taught the preschoolers in the morning. So for the whole week, while I was not allowed to talk, she was teaching them the value of telling the truth, despite the fact you could get in trouble for doing so, which was the most face-palming irony I have ever had. A displeasure if witnessing firsthand. Later, of course, because she still liked me, my girlfriend at the time told the truth, after which I was given an apology from my principal. When I finally graduated, I wanted to shove it in the Spanish teacher's face. Sadly, she didn't attend the graduation ceremony. Got accused of cheating on an important test my senior year of high school. It was a final worth 30% of our grade. If I had failed, I wouldn't have graduated on time. It was an elective, and they didn't offer electives during summer school, so I might have had to come back for another affiliate for that one class. This was before online classes were an option. Might have had to contact the college I was planning to attend, though I'm not sure what one is supposed to do in that situation. The teacher gave us a detailed study guide outlining what would be on the final a few weeks out. So, L took notes, based on that study guide, like I was supposed to do. I got a 94%, but apparently I was the only person in all 5 classes of her classes who didn't fail, so she gave me a 0% for cheating. Then everyone else's scores got rounded up to passing grades. It was open book and open note, so if I had to guess why everyone failed, they probably didn't study and ran out of time trying to sift through their book and a year's worth of notes. I don't blame them. Turns out it wasn't worth trying. It was also stupid. She refused to change my test score and insisted I had cheated. I showed her my study guide, but she still didn't believe me. She ended up rounding my class grade up to the minimum needed to pass after I told her I was going to tell my parents. That was the only C I ever got in high school. All A's all 4 years, then 1 C at the last second. I used to work engineering, design, for a company with a really shitty department. At the time, we all used X, a flavor of Unix, workstations, and used Citrix to remote into a server that would let us run Windows programs. Soon thereafter, one of my coworkers discovers a program on Citrix that would let us send messages to each other over the Citrix server. I may have mentioned the shitty department. At the time, the network would crash at random, and nobody knew what the issue was. By then we had a group of about 5 engineers using the Citrix program. Somehow the IT group discovered we were using this program and immediately decided that was the reason for the network crashing. Everybody using the program was sent home. There was an investigation, and we were all given a week off without pay. Some people, wanted us all fired, but there was no evidence at all that we actually crashed the network, and firing us would have gutted the engineering group. While we are all off work, the network crashes multiple times. Nobody cares. Computer policy is changed to forbid any sort of instant messaging programs. About a year later, we decide to bring in a contract worker to help the IT group. He discovers that one of the other groups, manufacturing engineering, was using our plotter to print plant layouts, and it had installed the wrong driver for the plotter. This would crash the network at random when he tried to print. Nobody cares. My primary school classroom used to have a closed rack where we would put our school toothbrushes in, and it was located by the corner where a door would cover it up if the door were to be opened. I was a beach back in primary school. I still wonder why people befriended me back then. Basically I got into a fight with a guy. I don't remember exactly why we're fighting, but basically I passed him in the hallway when I went to the bathroom and cussed at him like any 3rd grader would. Note that the cussing is like saying freak, crazy, stupid and something like that. We were in the same class together then, so basically when I was walking down the hallway back to my class, he suddenly came barreling down the hallway and rammed me into the door. The classroom door was a push door that swung into the inside of the classroom. It was a metal door, so it could withstand things. So basically he rammed into me, and it caused a chain reaction, and pushed the ramming force transferring it from my body to the door, causing the door to swing open and hit the toothbrush rack. The toothbrush rack was covered by a glass cover, so when the door swung open and hit the rack, the glass shattered all over the floor and the rack literally came off the walls with the nails coming with it. I was blamed for the accident, of course, because they thought I was running so fast and slammed the door so hard upon entry to the classroom. I cried the whole day thinking I was going to jail, and that guy who pushed me just smirked at me for the rest of the day. This is only one of many incidents he blamed me for. Conclusion? Primary school kids can be beaches sometimes. Fuck you, Robert. Hope you enjoy not passing a grade, as whole. Hope you can repent your sins, you mongrel. In the beginning, sorry for all the mistakes. I'm just little Russian girl. My classmates accused me of being an internet threater and hacker. It all happened when I was at 7th grade, same as a beginning year of middle school. Someone hacked the profile webpage of my classmate, named it Alice 666. We didn't have a classmate named Alice, and then from it started to send messages to other classmates with threats. There was about shooting in the school. Time and place were very strange. We had a separate classes in this time, killing some kids of the class and doing gross and cruel things with the bodies, like poking the eyeballs and etc. We called the hacker she or Alice knew lots of personal information from the conversations on the profile. Also she knew everything we texted in a group chat in WhatsApp, so we thought it was somebody from our class. I should say here that I was bullied in the school and some other guys were too. Let's name one of this other bullied girls Helen. I'm Mary. One of the messages had text similar to this. You and names of some other bullies will pay for everything. You were gossiping about Eri and Helen, but they are angels, and you are sinners because you hurt them. You hurt the angels. Now you would die. My classmates thought that was me or Helen who sent those messages, but they didn't try to prove it to police. By the way, we were trying different ways to shut Alice up. We banned her new accounts, and I tried to text her everything is okay and my and Helen don't need that kind of protection. She finally stopped texting when the police came to school. But they really thought that was me or Slash and Helen. Everybody was scared, so I can't blame my classmates for that. Of the class stayed home on the day when shooting should been happened. And most of the parents didn't care. They told us it was just a joke. But maybe only police in school helped us and saved us from an accident. I know I'm super late to the party. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. I know, without a shadow of a doubt I win this thread. I used to be a somewhat semi-famous sponsored and respected CS player. A ton of people know parts and pieces, but only a few PPL know the full truth. Point here it is. A kid falsely accused me of rapping him IRL during a friendly CS game. He first said it as a joke, but then found out some people actually believed him. So with zero proof, the kid started to spread the rumor around the community I was a part of. More and more people started to believe I did it. Point truth. I have never met this kid IRL ever. He lives in a different state. Point results. I lost everything in my life because of what this kid did. I lost my position in the community I was a part of. I lost all my CS friends. I lost an amazing dream job. I lost my SO. I lost many IRL friends. My family and I were targeted by hackers for months. The hackers targeted me at home and my job. They destroyed tens of thousands of dollars worth of hardware I owned. I lost my sanity trying to defend myself. I soon totaled my car on antideps. I literally lost everything and was in hell for many months after. All because people believed this kid with no actual proof. Many other things happened to me as a result. He eventually publicly apologized for it, not because he felt bad about what he had done to me, but because he was truly scared I was going to sue him and his family for slander, and he knew I was going to win the case. I 100% had proof I was in my own city the day he claimed I did the deed. I lost my love for gaming to every time I tried to move past it, someone who was there for the accusations would pop up and start the rumors back up. I could not escape it, no matter how hard I tried. Point funny thing, my SO at that time knew I had never left the state or done anything to this kid. He didn't even try to stand up for me. They had successfully turned everyone against me online and IRL. I couldn't game anymore, period, because it always found its way back into my life and the cycle would start all over. A lot has changed in my life since. I did luckily have several PPL who knew the actual truth, and one who was literally there from beginning until the end. The ironic part is the one who stayed with me through it all used to be the accusing kid's best friend, but he knew the full truth from the beginning and hated what this kid was doing to me. Point I was so sure, in the beginning, anyone who knew me would know better than to believe this blasphemy. Boy, how extremely wrong I was. Things got exponentially worse before they started to even remotely get better. The kid who accused me, we both know the real reason he did this to me. Believe it or not, I never exposed said reason. Unfortunately, by the time he apologized, the damage had been done to my life and reputation. I even confronted the kid twice early on, begging him to stop and set things right. He never did. I guess it was just one big laugh for him. I truly have never even laid eyes on the kid IRL. There's way more to this, but I literally get physically and mentally sick when reminiscing. I never deserved what happened to me. TLDR. A completely innocent guy was accused of a very serious offense by a kid while playing an online video game. The guy's life was completely mutilated and destroyed during the process. Many of you have still not apologized for the shit you have done or said to me that had a hugely negative impact on my life. An innocent man's life was completely destroyed. I will never fully forgive you for doing this shit to me. I worked so hard to get through college and get my degrees just to have a kid spout life-changing lies and completely catastrophically ruin every single thing I have/had ever worked for. I will never fully recover from this. I'm honestly surprised I'm still here on this planet. I was in scouts as a kid, and we got to go to camp one summer where all of the different troops converged to earn badges and learn together. One day there was a goof-off day, so the counselor in charge took us to this big wooden fort-like structure. There we got to have this huge water gun/water balloon/wet sponge fight. Point anyway, we have our fun. It's multilevel, so it's like water laser tag or something. It's time to wrap up, and we're all gathering ground floor outside. There was construction equipment nearby, specifically those giant, black plastic tubings, and being a rambunctious energetic youth that loved to climb on things, I saw the smooth surface as a challenge, and attempted to climb it. I detached myself from the group, to walk maybe 20 feet away to attempt the climb. It didn't work, and I kept sliding off the sides, so I gave up, and rejoined the group, only to find there is an investigation underway. Someone threw a solid ball of mud at a volunteer's face. Nobody knew who it was and nobody was confessing. Point we get back to camp, and our den leader does this survivor style campfire side talk, and explains that, if nobody comes forward, that we are ending the trip right then and now. Starts counting down like a mad parent, and then finally someone steps forward, and confesses it was them. Case closed, right? The next day I'm at the mess hall. I finish eating, and go to leave, and I'm stopped by my den leader and the camp counselor. They explain how they know it was me who threw the mud ball, because they had witnesses who saw me wiping my hands off on the tubing. Point now I was visibly confused. Someone had already confessed, so why were they accusing me? When I explained I said I didn't do it, they said they don't want lies, they just want an apology and I could stay. I insisted that it was not me. There was water everywhere at the fort. Why would I need to wipe my hands off? I also told them to go check the pipe for mud that would have been there if I was wiping my hands. No matter what I said, I was just the guilty little kid who was lying to get out of trouble. I apologized to the person who got hit with mud because I wanted to stay and finish. Plus my parents would have been pissed if it went through, and I even had to apologize to the kid who confessed because apparently he did it for the team so nobody would get in trouble. To this day I think that event gave me serious trust issues. Funny thing is, in high school I find out that the father of one of my class acquaintances is the counselor that accused me. I only went to his house once and only once, because after I found out it was him I never wanted to be near him again. We met, I shook his hand, he didn't recognize me, but I recognized him, and I said still accusing kids of things they didn't do, and went into my friend's room with him to play games. I know I visibly confused him, because he only had a puzzled look, and didn't answer, so I can only hope that I messed with his head as much as he messed with mine back then. Sorry for the length. Appreciate it if you read it all the way through. This was easily the most uncomfortable thing that's ever happened to me, and I hope it stays that way. It's also incredibly uncomfortable to write out, but here it goes. Little backstory. I live in a smallish city, where a lot of people know each other. I was dating this girl for a while last year, and while we were dating, two people that we both know started to hit it off. I was pretty pumped, because I thought it would be good for them, but ex-girlfriend didn't like it for some reason. Instead of being upfront, she was spreading rumors about the guy behind his back, to get the girl to lose interest, saying things like he has a small penis, he can't get it up, I'm pretty sure he's gay, etc. I might add, this is while she thought the girl would be the problem, not the guy. I had no idea this was going on until someone mentioned it to me. I brought it up to her, we got in a fight, and I dumped her over it. Afterwards friends kind of did the pick a side of the breakup with us, and, shocker, they tended to spend more time with me after all the shit she was doing. She did not like that. Fast forward about a month and she goes on this social media blitz about how she dumped me because I was an abuser and she was sick of men, and on, doling out falsified victim cards left, right, and center. After no one bought it, she kept ramping it up for over another month, until she finally started telling people that I sexually assaulted her while we were dating, which is absolutely insane. We broke up in April. This happened in June. At that point I severed all contact, avoided her at all costs, and called a lawyer after I had reason to believe she called my employer and lied to them as well, trying to get me fired. She backed down the second I pushed back, admitted she was lying, never apologized or told anyone that she was lying. Luckily I had a good support system through it and came out the other side. I'm sure she's still miserable somewhere and has no idea she's doing it to herself. I was accused of stealing $5,000 from my job by my manager. She had just been hired as the manager a month before, and in that month several expensive items were stolen. When the manager wasn't there, I would balance out the cash register, sign the deposit log and drop the cash at the bank on my way home. When the manager was there, she would do it. 2 deposits worth $5,000 went missing in a week. When the bank called her, she said she couldn't handle their questions and gave the phone to me. They were asking who dropped the deposits off and when. I explained that, because we close after the bank closes, the deposits would have been placed in the secure drop box at the bank. I gave them my physical description and my manager's physical description, because at the time, I wasn't sure what days had gone missing, but I knew that I had nothing to hide. The next day the district manager comes in and pulls me into the office, saying that the manager accused me of stealing the money. I calmly asked for the dates that the deposits went missing and then asked to see the deposit log. I then showed him that she signed off on the deposits that day, which meant she was supposed to go to the bank. He countered that by saying that she said she gave the money to me to drop off. I told him that I had been working at the store for more than 3 years, that I had been dropping the money at the bank for more than 2 years, and in all that time money has never gone missing. I asked if he was going to believe her over me, because she was a manager despite the fact that she had only been one for a month, and not a good one at that. He fired her that day. Throwing illegal firecrackers into someone's yard. I grew up in a little village, 350 people, in Germany, so everyone knew everyone pretty much. And one night the local dojo had a celebration close to one guy's house. Some of the members, around 17 at the time I believe, went up to this one guy's yard and threw firecrackers. He's universally hated, an asshole to everyone, and a very disliked family. I've got nothing against immigrants, but I'm aware of the stereotypes specifically against Arabs, and his family ticked all the boxes: arrogant pieces of shit, cheap imitation jewelry, butchering the language not because they don't know better, but because it sounds cool, and acting like the hardest motherfuckers on the block. It was a tiny village, mind you. So as the crackers flew, he, in contrast to his wife and daughters, the most German asshole you can imagine, waddled out, shouted the typical "get off my lawn" BS, and then got into his car to chase the teenagers down. I wasn't even there. My knowledge of the incident comes from the reports the police told us when they visited us, and from the guy who actually did it. I look nothing like him. Why did he send the cops after me though? Well, as you can guess from my earlier description, I don't exactly hold his daughters in high regard. So naturally, being a little 14-year-old kid and taking the same bus to school as them, I got into a fight with them. That has already been months before the incident I'm describing here. In between the fight and the accusation, his wife also threatened me with violence should I ever insult their daughter again. TLDR, some kid threw firecrackers into someone's yard. The guy didn't like me, so he sent the cops to my house. I have ADHD. ADS and autism have a bunch of comorbid symptoms, like sensitivity to sound and textures, trouble self-regulating emotions, and a generally hard time recognizing subtle social cues like sarcasm, and a heightened, but the key difference is that ADHD has a lot more problems with memory and executive function, and a complete lack of ability to feel time. I still don't know how people feel how long a second is. I have to count 1 Mississippi to myself even as I approach 30 years old. My short-term memory is shit. My ability to just decide to do things is shit. As a kid, that resulted in a lot of someone telling me to do something and me instantly forgetting that we ever had that conversation, or on purpose mind you. My brain is just like sieve. If I don't write it down and set alarms and reminders, I can forget literally everything. Chores, bathing, homework, anything. As an adult I'm used to not remembering anything and relying on my calendar and not a bit of things to do point. But I was diagnosed as an adult because my dad didn't believe that girls could have ADHD and that it was an issue of boys being restless. Just let them run off their energy and they'll be fine. He certainly didn't believe in medication for a mental issue. After the umpteenth time forgetting homework papers at school, or forgetting to do a chore, or forgetting to do X thing that someone asked of me, and all I could do was shrug in confusion and earnest apology to say I forgot, I'm sorry, my dad went off on me, calling me lazy, spiteful, childish, saying I was ignoring what he said on purpose, deciding not to do basic chores, accusing me of defiance as a way to say I didn't love or respect him. At the time I idolized my dad, and ADHD comes with a whole load of trouble regulating your own emotions and heightened sensitivity to rejection, so I ended up sobbing, and he went on to say I was a manipulative crier, and he was disgusted at my behavior, demanded I explain why I was acting like that. Point preteen me was 100% bewildered and upset and couldn't articulate anything except apologies and I forget. In the grand scheme of things not the worst that's happened to me, but I've certainly never forgotten it. Started recognizing other patterns of my dad mistaking what I later realized to be symptoms of ADHD for malicious behavior, accusing me of those things, and making me feel like shit. Point sensitivity to texture, ungrateful and uncooperative for not wearing grandma's gifted, skin crawling, sweaters. Retreating from a crowded gathering, rude and antisocial, because I'd rather retreat than have an overstimulated breakdown in front of others. Politely decline helping him install wood studs with a hammer drill. Lazy and spiteful, though he seemed to get that the noise really was too overwhelming when I forced myself to help him hold a board in place while he drilled and ended up shaking and silently crying after it became too much. Good lord, I became so much more relaxed and comfortable existing once I moved out. Was accused of racism. I'm white. Point. When I was in the military, we had to do daily chores in the barracks like sweeping, emptying the trash, etc. It usually takes 15 to 20 minutes for one guy to run up and down the hallway with a broom, pick up any trash laying around, and to key in at the trash if needed. We had a calendar hung up in the hallway, and I filled it out by going down the roster alphabetically. Simple, right? Wake up one Saturday morning and the barracks is trashed, since Marines tend to unwind on the weekends. I go look up who is supposed to have cleaned, and then bang on their door to get them to complete their task. One guy opens the door, and I see 3 black Marines, 2 Marines playing video games, and the Marine who should have cleaned is just laying in his rack. You got barracks duty today. Let's get that sheet knocked out. The Marine in question immediately played the race card. Oh man. This is bullshit. Why do all the black guys get barracks duty on the weekend? That immediately pissed me off. I was freaking mad. I said fuck you. I filled out the calendar alphabetically by last name. Get off your ass and clean the faking barracks. Luckily, the 2 other black roommates came to my defense. Man, Sergeant is alright. Just do it. Ain't no racist shit going on. It was a pretty minor incident, but racism is about the worst thing I've ever been accused of. It really pissed me off. I'm sure I have said or done some racist things, but I don't purposely do it. It's not too bad, but first thing that came to mind. So I went to a Catholic elementary school, and a lot of the teachers were a bit crazy. I had a cousin that taught there, and every recess break in the 4th grade, my best friend and I would go visit him in class. We never really had to ask our teacher, he just let us go, since it was our break point. So, the next year, when we are in 5th grade, we do the same thing. First day, everything goes fine. So naturally, we think nothing of it, and do it again the second day. Well, in comes our teacher, losing his sheet, when he finds us. Looking back now, I see why he was upset, and that was because he was lining the class up outside and counting them to make sure everyone was present. But we were 2 10-year-olds, we didn't think of asking to stay inside, we just knew we were allowed the previous year, so why not now? Anyway, that's when he starts accusing us of shit. As he's ranting on about our disobedient little ass, he stops and then starts yelling, "You guys were trying to get me fired. Yada fucking yada." I mean, my friend and I had almost no record of getting in much trouble. This teacher was new. It was his second day. Why the fuck would two 10-year-old girls try that? But he insisted for a week after that we were trying to have him fired. Funny thing was, the rest of the year him and I got along really well. He was actually nice, but he was kind of a dick when he was mad, as you can tell. So I just tried not to piss him off the rest of the year. Quite long point was in our engineering class when I got accused of snitching the ones who cheated to the professor. So basically I was in a group chat that was created months before we enrolled in that class and for a different purpose. We were pretty much failing the class because it was hella hard. Towards the end of the semester, someone started sending specific problems with solutions. Turns out, these were quiz items sourced from students who already took the quiz. Their class was on MWF, ours was on a SAT, so yeah, we could get leakage since prof didn't change quiz items. This went on for weeks anyway. For the record, I never used the ones on the GC, and I didn't bother opening it anymore when I knew it had leakage. Getting caught could mean dismissal and I couldn't afford that. I had a scholarship to protect. Nor did I care about the ones who did cheat. To each their own, right? Someone sent screenshots of the group chat to the prof, and he got so angry, he threatened to fail the entire batch of students who were taking the subject. The ones in the GC easily blamed me for it all, because I was the goody-goody, and that iron for student council. I had an image to protect. I didn't really care they cheated, but I also wasn't the type to snitch. I had nothing to gain and everything to lose. Word got out, and the entire batch hated me all. Because of that rumor, the only way I cleared was when the bullying got too much, and I just said, FCK it. If you don't wanna believe me, then just ask the prof who it was. The only thing he said was that the person who snitched passed. I failed that class. TLDR, was accused of being a snitch because I was a goody-goody student who, apparently, had an image to protect. Entire batch hated me. Only cleared my name when prof told the batch the snitch passed the class. I failed the class. So it's not exactly a very bad thing, but a couple years ago my then soon to be stepbrother and stepsister were in our town at night and they were lighting firecrackers. I don't know if you know this, but when it's dark and silent a firecracker is loud as shit, and when we lit one near this one house an angry dude came out to shout at us. Of course, we booked it. The guy ran after us, and me having basically no stamina had to stop to catch my breath when we were a little distance away. Just saying that I wasn't really doing anything aside from standing with them because there was nothing to do at the house and I was bored. Anyway, while I was standing to catch my breath, the guy caught up to us, pushed me in the bushes, and punched me multiple times in the stomach. He cursed me out and shit while punching me, but lucky for me, I used to be pretty tubby, so his punches barely did anything to me, but that shit scarred me. I didn't care to go outside on my own for months after, and we pressed charges. Yeah, right, cried on the way home. Side note, even as a 12-year-old I looked much older than I really am. Believe it or not, I was already like 6 foot tall and pretty white to boot, which in the dark basically makes me look like an adult. The only thing that wasn't like the way I looked was the fact my voice wasn't all that low at the time, but I could barely speak after what that guy did. It's probably logical that that guy assumed I was an adult, but you don't just run out of your house, chase a set of kids and physically abuse one. In year 4 at primary school, the class bully told the supply teacher that I was being racist to another boy in my class. At this time I did not know what being racist was, as I'd never heard of it before. I was marched straight to the head teacher's office and was given a talking to, shall we say. There were many problems with that school. The deputy head had a power play game with the head, and they used the children to assert their dominance. Absolutely horrible people. So they used it as an excuse to make me burst into tears and sob my hair out. I was only 8. The deputy head called my mum in and basically told her that she was a bad parent etc. She then said that she had called the kid's mum and she was so upset that she was thinking of taking legal action and didn't feel safe about coming into school, if that's what people felt about her. I was sent back to class and the kid just kept laughing at me, and the supply teacher said I hoped I learned my lesson. My mum rang the boy's mum afterwards and wanted to speak to her about it. They were good friends, but the school didn't know that, and she knew nothing about it and thought that it was totally out of order for the deputy head to say that point after my mum was left with the deputy head in the office. She held a grudge against her forevermore and took it out on me almost weekly. The class bully did eventually get what he deserved. One day it had enough of him and threw him into a fire extinguisher. I hated that school. Most people did. They were struggling to keep people in that school in the end. In the UK, classes can hold 30 kids. There was 18 in mine. All because of this one teacher. A co-worker was struggling to get participation from subject matter experts (SME) on a project I was accountable for. One of my staff was the project manager. I arranged a workshop for him and invited the SMEs. They joined and we worked through actions like you would any other planning meeting. Culturally, this is how this company worked. Long story, but managers often had to get involved to resolve work conflicts due to staff shortages from endless layoffs and heavy project volume. Following what I believed to be a routine meeting, the co-worker complained to his boss and accused me of creating a hostile work environment for having set up the meeting. His boss complained to my boss. My boss was conflict avoidant and, without investigating, suggested I probably had created a hostile work environment because I, tried to help the co-worker be successful on his project. I don't like lingering bad relationships at work, so I self-reported to ours and requested an investigation of me. The co-worker refused to participate in HR's investigation. I asked ours to help me and the co-worker get back to a solid relationship, but she said he had no interest. This incident pretty much destroyed my relationship with my boss because her refusal to advocate for me was enough evidence to confirm she didn't like me. Later, when I started having mini strokes from work stress and needed to take a weekend off to recover, she told me I was making a career decision by choosing my health over work. I resigned about a week later. She literally said that, career decision, worst experience of my career. On a side note, I'm graduating from an MBA program this year after the co-worker who accused me of creating a hostile work environment set up a lunch with a recent grad school graduate to encourage me to pursue an MBA. This was before his break from reality, but I owe him a huge thanks for the big nudge. I have two. TLDR below each point. My coworker was someone I had known for years. I went to high school with her kids. She was there for me when I was sexually harassed, and I felt like she was a safe person to talk to. She also has some personality issues, so I went to go look at an office that had been decorated for Christmas, right? She asked why we weren't all invited to participate, mocked them, and declined to come. I looked around their cute gingerbread themed cubicles and came back. She comes marching up to my cube and demands to know whether I repeated the things she said. I was flabbergasted and shocked and laughed in my nervousness. She immediately flared up and said her boss told her she was mean-spirited. I suggest maybe someone else heard her say those things considering we all work in cubicles. I hate being accused of things and am really bad at looking innocent. I especially hate being accused of being two-faced. I don't repeat things people tell me, especially on such a petty level. Keep in mind I was like 26 and these women all involved in the drama were in their 50s and post-menopausal. They have nothing better to do than be petty and start drama. To add insult to injury, all employees who started after 2012 do not receive pensions upon retirement. These baby boomers talking trash and making the young people do all the work get better healthcare and pensions, and management wonders why the place is a revolving door for new employees. So glad I no longer work in that hellhole. It was unionized, but that did very little for us. They rushed to defend my sexual harasser and never so much as reached out to me. I felt like I was in trouble the whole time. Awful 0/10 would not recommend. TLDR longtime supportive family friend did a 180 and accused me of talking shit about her too. At a college party where a life-size cardboard cutout of Legolas was present, someone took a photo of me making out with it and put it on Facebook. My relatives who are notoriously unfamiliar with social media or scrutiny take one look at it and accuse me of being a lesbian with my best friend at the time. Like it's something shocking and shameful. I explain it's a cute out of Legolas. In an about-face manner my mom replies by saying she supports me and loves me no matter what. Yeah, not what that sounded like a few minutes ago, but okay. My best friend thinks it's hilarious, but stops laughing when I show her what my relatives have been writing me. For the record, I'm bisexual, and it wasn't the first time people thought my best friend and I were a couple, but she wasn't in the photo. It was clearly a 2D rendering of Orlando Bloom and a wig. TLDR, someone tagged me in a photo of me kissing a cardboard cute out of Legolas the elf, and my family thought it was actually my human best friend and accused me of being a lesbian. Domestic assault. Ex and I got into an argument. She got physical and tried to hit me, missed and fell down and hit her head. When I tried to help her up and keep from laughing, she scratched my face and arm and tried to kick me in the nuts. I walked out of the apartment to take a break and told her this. She hit me in the back with a broomstick and then tried to kick me down the stairs. The last two actions were witnessed by a neighbor. I went for a quick drive to the nearest gas station and came back in 15 minutes, hoping she was calmed down. Police were at the apartment complex when I pulled in, but not in front of my building, so I didn't think much of it. As I parked, they came swarming in and tackled me against the wall. I was taken in and booked for the night. They brought her in for a statement and she admitted to the whole thing and that I only touched her to help her up. Our statements matched, but the arresting female officer altered the statement to make it seem like I did all the violence. She faked up when the oral statement and written didn't match, and they found the original copy hidden in a desk drawer. They tried to make me go to counseling and wanted to still charge me, even though I was not at fault, but was the male. Took 7 years to finally get the charge off my record, and only because the ex was eventually charged with it during another fight where she took a swing at me and hit her grandmother instead. I got accused of rap twice in my first semester of uni, whilst still being a virgin. The first time I had been seeing this girl for a few weeks, and after a drunken night out, she came back to mine. We had literally been asleep for an hour when she woke me up and told me she needed to go back to hers because she had forgotten her contact lenses case. Tired, hungover, blue-balled, I walked her home. After a few weeks I saw the relationship going nowhere, mainly because of her psycho mood swings ruining any dates we had. I sent her a message explaining my side, to which she replied, "Well, joke's on you, I will just tell everyone you rapped me." I was stunned and scared, but after a few days I realized it was just an empty threat. Fast forward a few weeks. I was still relatively new to drinking, so it was common for me to overdo it around this time and black out. I woke up the next morning very hungover and my flatmate coming in to talk. He sits down on my bed, blank-faced, and simply says that I tried to sexually assault one of my female friends on the walk home. I was horrified. For almost a week I was sick of myself. I couldn't bring myself to look in the mirror. I stopped taking care of myself. Finally, after a week of feeling the lowest I've ever felt, my friend decided to forgive me and allowed me to meet her. I immediately began crying when I saw her. I couldn't even get the words out to apologize. She was confused and explained the situation. On the way home from the club, she had gotten upset over her ex, and I went in to hug her, but being super wasted I was a bit of a dead weight. I'm really tall, and she is tiny. The aforementioned flatmate had pushed me off and told me to go home. He lied about me sexually abusing her, and when confronted he just shrugged. He had also told several of his friends that his flatmate was a rapist, so I spent weeks after that worried that this lie he made to make himself look like a hero would come back to bite me in the ass. Fuck that guy. My son had health problems since birth. He was on all these different medications and was barely feeding. When he was 3 months old we noticed his arm wasn't moving. We took him to the hospital and they pretty much laughed at us thinking we were overreacting. Took him to the doctor and the doctor says, "Well, sometimes babies break their clavicle at birth. Let's get him x-rayed." Well, it turned out his arm was broken, a small spiral fracture. The doctors at the hospital assured while I bawled my face off saying, "Don't worry, sometimes when they are sick they are frail and they have tiny bones maybe, When you were dressing him, he got hurt. Well, the next day I get a call from child services, and so begins the worst 3 months of our lives in which we were interrogated by police. Tried to force us into confessing we hurt him, which we never would. It took us a long time to even have our boy. We had to go to embarrassing abuse centers where everyone looked at us like we were monsters. Had him taken away from our home. Had him X-rated about 50 times after that. He probably will not have children after this. Everyone thought we were monsters. Made us give him a CAT scan accusing us of shaking him. He wouldn't stay still, so they tried to strap him down. He wouldn't stay still, so they put him under. It was an absolute nightmare. When you are on the end of this and everyone who loves you knows, you would never ever do something like this. It is simply the worst nightmarish reality to be in. Couple months later, when this all passed, I caught my oldest son hitting him in the face when we weren't looking. Got accused of threatening another kid with a knife during high school. Police were informed I was in the courtyard with a knife and was waving it, making threatening phrases to said kid, which turned into a school-wide lockdown. The school I went to was one big campus, K-12. Here's what really happened. I don't remember why, but hardly anybody was at school that day. I was one of those floaters that would hang out with anybody, but I had 2 friends that I usually sat with. We were eating lunch, they were on their phones. I was bored, so I picked up a stick no bigger than my finger, pulled my pocket knife out that was maybe 4 inches long total, and just starting making a tiny spear with that stick. I had a pocket knife because I took wood carving class. I even had the knife under the table and was bored out of my mind carving on that little stick. Bell rung, closed and put the knife in my pocket. We threw our lunches in the trash can and just started walking to class while talking. Police come rushing around the corner looking panicked. I, of course, said, yo, they're about to get somebody, let's be nosy. I have a family friend who was a cop, so I knew later he'd tell me what it was about, but I watched him speak into his radio thing and say, can you tell us the name of the student? The student's name is Eternal Arc, and everybody looked at me like, what the hell did you do? Cops came sprinting towards me and yelled, what do you have? This stick. What else? Pulled out my folded knife from my pocket. My knife point. Every single one of those cops rolled their eyes and groaned. Walked me to the principal's office where I explained what happened. It was one of those beachy teachers that called it in. My principal was also my second mom, so she knew I wasn't that kind of person. The cops knew I wasn't either. Small town, so they just sent me back to class. Luckily, principal said, now obviously I can't give you this knife back, but I can't really do anything if you came in here after school and took it off my desk. When I'm gone I still have and carry that little pocket knife with me 7 years later. A friend, F16, I, M17, grew up with, accused me of rapping her. I'll lay all the cards out. We had been off and on, dating / FWBS, but we never went further than making out or hand stuff, since she had been assaulted as a kid and wasn't okay with going anywhere. She was one of my best friends and I deeply cared for her. When she was about 16 she started sleeping with other people. We weren't dating, so I didn't care, so I stopped hanging out with her. Not out of anger, just because she was with someone else and I didn't want to interfere. Well, one day I come home from school. I remember joking around with my best friend. My 18th birthday was in a few weeks and we were going to a concert. But I get home and my mom tells me that the cops called and they want me to come in for questioning, but won't say why. We waited for my dad to come home so he could join us. We went in and the officer, who I've seen plenty of times, takes us into a darkish metal looking room. I still have no clue what this is about. He starts asking about my exes, and I had 2 big relationships around that time, so I said that. I said, well, I dated Alice from 7th to 9th grade, and then I started dating my current girl, who I'm still with, thank God. And he goes, what? What about Janet? Fake names, of course. I explained to him that we were mainly just FWBS for a while. We go in depth about that. Just hand stuff. Always had other people home like her parents or her brothers. Nothing was forced. That's when I started to put it together. She accused me of something bad. I found out she accused me of full rap. I pretty much tell him everything I've already stated above, and I guess they found her story completely bogus. Since I never heard from them again. However, at the high school everybody thinks I rapped a girl and I've been threatened and excluded from events. The best part is at the time I worked for a restaurant in town, and she came up to me and asked for an application. I told my boss she accused me of rap, and I can't be in the same room as her. I said if she hires her, I'll quit on the spot. I've been abused before, and I definitely wouldn't want an application from the place my abuser works at. I don't know. Whatever. It still pisses me off. I don't know if she accused me because the #metoo was happening at the time, or if somebody else suggested that I rapped her and she went with it. I don't know, but I wish I could ask her. The worst part was afterwards I questioned everything we did together. When I put my hand up her shirt, she said yes, right. I didn't force her into anything, right. There wasn't anything that I thought was consensual but wasn't. But then I remembered that the accusation is full rap, not hand stuff. And I know for a fact that I didn't have sex with her. There's my story. Believe me if you want. If you don't. I've heard plenty of both. Obviously all I can say is that I didn't do it, but everybody would say that. So I can't really offer up much more in defense. Feel free to ask questions. Nobody probably read this far in anyway. Stalking point. Freshman year of college I had a huge crush on a girl and asked her out, but she turned me down, and I was upset about that rejection. Admittedly, I did not handle the situation well, but I never once harassed her after that. I would do shit like post emo song lyrics on Facebook. I moped around for a bit, but eventually moved on. Fast forward to sophomore year, I'm living in on-campus apartments, and one Saturday morning public safety calls me to say my car is was reportedly parked illegally, which was bullshit, since we had assigned parking spots, but I also had a friend stay over the night before, so I thought they meant his car. Anyway, they say they're coming to my apartment. Fine. Whatever. I've dealt with public safety before. Except it wasn't public safety. It was a cop. He asks me my name, then asks have you talked to girl's name? I insist I haven't spoken to her in over a year. The cop tells me she's received some threatening text messages and tells me if it's me then they can arrest me and get me expelled from school. I ask the cop what phone number the messages came from and confirm that's not my number. Then the cop standing there with a stupid look on his face says well, don't do it again and leaves. As soon as the cop leaves, I call my parents, explain what just happened. I ask my parents to accompany me on campus to meet with the head of public safety and contact their lawyer just in case. Even confronted with the facts, the public safety manager says to me you're not the victim here after one of his officers met with me under false pretenses and a cop threatened to arrest me and expel me from school. Real fucking prick. Close call with academic dishonesty at university. It was for a physics final exam. 21 questions and 3 hours for the entire exam. Apparently one of the questions on the final exam during winter quarter was marked and completely unsolvable. It was near the end of the exam, designed to catch cheaters who bothered to answer it. In our class of about 210 or so students, at least 40 of the papers had made an attempt to answer the question. Granted it seemed to be pretty difficult to solve with the given information, but I decided to put some work and attempt to BS my way into earning some partial credit, being one of the overachievers in my class. The exam was open book due to the pandemic, and were to just submit the exam remotely on the Gradiscope portal. Fast forward a few days later my name was in the professor's email in the list of students for questioning, which scared the crap out of me at the time. Turns out there is also a solution posted online on Chegg, with answers to the question using assumptions that looked reasonable at first glance, but were completely made up, and hence rendering the question impossible to solve. I reached out to a few of my classmates to see if they had received the same email from the professor, in which some of them did. After some chat with the professor, it turns out that my solution had a step that closely resembled one of the steps on the fake solution on Chegg, but none of the other steps that I wrote down matched the Chegg solution. Turns out some of the top students in the class also ran into the same trouble, not wanting to skip any questions and maximizing the number of points on the final. After closer review of the student-produced answers for the last question, only 12 of the students were confirmed to be cheating, with 3 others were on the fence between being confirmed and just being highly suspicious. They ended up being reported to student affairs and are going to face expulsion, in addition to failing the course. If anything, this experience has definitely made me more paranoid about the steps that professors could take to detect cheating, and has reaffirmed my decision to not cheat during the online classes this quarter, because getting kicked out of the university is gonna be a huge pain in the ass. Me and my old friend who had moved away were trying to build a fort in some open woods area. The area was right between 2 houses. It had a bunch of overgrown bushes and a river stream through it. So we both figured it wasn't owned by anybody. There was a tree on the right side of the river and we started to build our base leaning on the side of the tree for support. We had only grabbed branches that fell off the ground and placed them on the side, and we put leaves from the bushes on it to keep the rain out. We live in Washington state. It rains constantly. So, this lady came out on the house to the right. We didn't have the word for it at the time, but looking back, this lady was definitely a Karen. She came out and yelled at us for ripping up her tree. We told her we only got branches from off the ground and even showed her we couldn't reach the branches from the tree, which we didn't know was hers or belonged to anybody. She then yelled at us, saying stuff like "I watched you do it," and then yelled some more about how there were branches on the tree that we could reach, and we were just pretending / ripped off the branches that hung low. As she yelled, we just kinda kept building, because this went on for a long time, until she threatened to call the police. We were both kinda pissed, because we had been out there for a while and didn't want our work to be ruined, but we were in like 6th grade and didn't want the police to be involved. So, anyway, we left our fort there, and whenever she left we went to it. It was kinda fun to be secretive, and we were never caught. Frick you, Karen lady. Not me, but really affected me. My parents were convicted of fraud because they turned in taxes late due to my mom having a miscarriage. They were innocent and everyone knew it. It was all political, because my dad was running to be a judge and was one of the best criminal justice lawyers in the county, and certain influential people didn't want him to win. So they convicted my parents. My dad lost his license to practice law. They were ostracized by the community in their church. They couldn't get jobs and had 8 children at home who were bullied because of it. A lot of people still believed if you were accused, you must be guilty. The only reason they weren't sent to prison was because the court realized they couldn't send 8 children to live on the streets. It's been 20 years. My dad has never been able to find a job since. But luckily he's also a 100% disabled veteran, so my parents have been able to get by. My parents are wonderful people. Life is great for them now. But wanna hear about the karma? The 4 main people who accuse them of fraud now. 1 murdered violently. 2. Wife and child died. Then he suffered a terrible death from cancer while still young. 3. Went mad and ended up in a mental institution. 4. Child died and husband left her to marry the mistress. A hit and run. I pulled out of a parking lot in Denver after being in a concert at Summit Music Hall. I drove a silver Honda Accord. Some lady pulls up to the light on a street and rolls down her window and yells at me that I hit her car on streets I wasn't even driving on. She took my license plate number down and called the police. A detective, her name was Detective Lingus, called me and told me I needed to immediately come to the station to give my statement. I immediately drove downtown to the station and rang the bell a bunch of times, kept calling, and no answer until a cop came out and screamed they're not there. I sat in my car for an hour until they came back with bags of Subway, and then I had to give a statement as well as give access to my bank statement to show I had no repairs done on my car. A full Saturday wasted for something I didn't even do. 4 months prior to this I was picking up my cell phone from my then boyfriend's house because I left it over there, and this lady was stopped directly across from me at a 4-way stop sign. And then she decides to follow me, honk and wave her arms to get my attention. I pull onto a busy road and she gets into the lane next to me and asks if my name is Katie. I say no, and she accuses me of having sex with her FedEx driver husband and follows me for about 12 miles. She asked if she was scaring me, and then she asked where I was going and I lied. I suddenly pulled into the parking lot at Sprouts where my boyfriend worked at the time. I lost her. I was 19 and pretty scared and went to my boyfriend for support and his response was, well, are you faking him? I don't drive silver cars anymore. Not me, but a friend of mine. He was walking in a park and there was a little kid running through, and the kid's mom was walking very slowly very far behind, and she looked about 45 to 50 years old. Anyway, the little girl went up to him and said, wanna play? And my friend said no thanks. He should not have said that. The little girl started crying and crying. He was just standing there watching the little girl throw a tantrum. After a minute she stopped and then just looked at him, then screamed tag and tagged him. He just kept standing there doing nothing and then started to walk away until the kid mom came over. Let's call her AM for annoying mom. Let's call my friend FAM. Hey, what are you doing with my kid? F. I'm sorry, she just wanted to play. I did not do anything. AM. Run over and picks up her daughter. Don't lie to me, you pedophile. F. What? AM. Don't play dumb, you were trying to rap my daughter. I'm calling the cops. F. I assure you I did nothing, I was just walking by. AM. Shut up. If you don't stay here I will hurt you. Pulls out keys, calls cops. F. The police won't do anything because I have not done anything. AM. Don't get aggressive with me, stand back. F. I'm not moving at all. What's wrong with you? AM. Starts screaming loudly, help, call the police, me and my daughter are getting rapped. F. What are you doing? Stop. AM. Charged at F with keys and cuts his eyes. F. Starts screaming in pain and tries to run, but is hit over the head with AM's purse, which had something super heavy in it. Q's it gave him a concussion. After a few minimum police arrived, take F to hospital, then jail, where the woman sued him many times claiming that he rapped her and her daughter. Also, fun little thing, my friend was 15 at the time and looked like it to point. TLDR 15-year-old friend get annoyed by little girl. Mother of the kid blinds him in one eye and gives him a concussion and gets him sent to jail because she was crazy and thought he had rapped her child and so how her as well. I share this story with everyone. I was 21 and I rented a budget truck to move into my college apartment. It was a one-way rental from one city to the other. The drop-off location was just a shady parking lot, though it was attended. Guy told me to leave it there and have a good day. Seemed shady, so I asked for a receipt with walk-around inspection, which he did. It made me feel uneasy, so I did the most responsible thing I ever did as a 21-year-old and filed the receipt for safekeeping. About 300 days later I got served. Literally just how it happens in the movies. I was presented with a lawsuit claiming I destroyed this truck. 300 pages of documentation and images showing a 13-foot high truck driving under a 12-foot overpass. The top was shredded and the truck was totaled. They said I owed them $150,000 in damages. I only had two things. One had $5 for the next kegger, and I surprisingly had the original receipt showing that I returned it in the condition I received it in. They asked for the original copy when I called. I laughed. Not a chance in hell. I sent them a copy. They dropped the case and sent me flowers and 3 free budget rentals, all of which went into the trash. Point, I felt as if I was profiled, but something told me to hang on that receipt, and I was right. Regardless, I share this story to remind everyone to save your receipts. They would have whooped me in court as I had no other documentation or support to defend myself. I would still be broken to this day. 15 years later, be smart, people. I was accused of lying by 4 different women. 38F here. I didn't know this was happening until the manager I worked with told me. Apparently, one lady I was working with accused me of not having certain work done or doing things properly. I promptly showed the paperwork to prove that I had done the work in question. At the same meeting, I was told that another woman in the group had said I lied about another task. By this point I was so shocked I was crying. I was new to this organization and these 2 women hadn't exactly been friendly, and they lied about me. Why? Why would someone do that? By the time the meeting was done, that manager believed me. Fast forward a month or so, and the manager accused me of lying about something ridiculous. I left that organization and confided in a friend that I had been accused of lying and how upsetting it had been. A few months later, that same friend accused me of lying when she didn't like something I was telling her. in front of other people. It had to do with some other people complaining to me privately. I didn't bother defending myself this time. I wasn't going to break anyone's trust to prove to this friend that I wasn't lying. The next day she texted me that she believed me. I think one of our mutual friends admitted that she was one of the complainers. It's like once someone gets the idea in their head that you might lie, they don't trust you. I'm still shaken by it. These people got me questioning my own memory and work ethic. Just awful. Nearly beaten up by half the pub after a girl thought I stole her phone. Rough place, late, everyone's drunk. My friend left her phone on the table. We were about to get up from. I picked it up, return it to her. She says thanks. Later a really drunk chick just grabs me by the shirt, starts pointing in my face, screaming that I stole her effing phone. She'd lost hers, was freaking out. My other mate had told her he saw me pick up some phone earlier. Immediately every drunk guy in the place turns to look and starts squaring their shoulders to intervene. I knew none of them were going to try to help me. They were all preparing to white knight the actually quite hot girl. My hands are up, trying to explain. I turn out my pockets, only my stuff, and there she wants my phone until I give her hers back. Fortunately a staff member saw the scene, stepped in, took her off to calm her down. She's screaming at me the whole time that she's going to kill me. Tore the top button of my shirt getting her off me. I got out of there quick. Turns out she was a friend of the girl whose phone I returned earlier. My friend messaged me later saying the drunk aggro girl was so sorry and that her phone was in her bag the whole time. So I nearly got the crap beaten out of me by a bunch of drunk blokes who were trying to impress a super drunk crazy chick who thought I'd stolen the phone that was in her bag all along. When I first met my wife's family, everyone was very cautious of me. I could feel eyes all the time and whispers of me being a POS. It really hurt my feelings because I knew they were just assuming the worst of me and were completely wrong. Rather than arguing about it, I just stayed quiet and let my wife defend me, which she didn't do a very good job of, by the way, because she avoids conflict. About a year passes and I had the day off of work, so my sister-in-law, who couldn't find a baby sister, asked if I could watch her then 4-year-old son. I agreed and watched him, fed him, entertained him, and when my wife got home with her sister I stepped out for a cigarette. Finally, something had happened, and when I got inside my wife was pissed. Apparently my sister-in-law had asked her son if I was mean, if I hurt him, or tried to touch him. A few days later my sister-in-law and wife have made up, and my sister-in-law apologized to me in case I took offense. I explained to her that I wasn't offended, she was just being a mother and didn't know me well enough to not need to ADK those questions. I told her about what we did that day, he confirmed, and it was water under the bridge. Shortly after that my nephew-in-law constantly wanted to stop by my house. He considered me a father figure and even told me he loved me. I taught him a lot about everything, because he was quite a wild card with a huge attitude problem. Around the time he turned 5 and my wife and I had our first child, there was a huge party and everyone came to see my son, but pretty much ignored the hell out of me. Then a conversation started and everyone complimented my sister-in-law about how well behaved and respectful her son had become. Rather than taking the credit, she told everyone she had nothing to do with it, that her son looked up to me, and I taught him to behave and be compassionate and respectful. After that day, everyone who ever talked trash behind my back in my wife's family greeted me with a smile and even started to ask if my wife could bring me to the family gatherings I previously avoided. Now, I'm not saying this is how every relationship will turn out for those dealing with in-laws. This was just my experience, and it really could have gone a number of different ways. Not me but my so, about 2015 time frame. We were walking around our neighborhood and our discussion heated into a debate with medium loud indoor voices. We aren't monsters, and we're just debating a point that the whole neighborhood didn't need to know about. Don't even remember the topic. Lady drove by and must have seen that the debate was starting to get warmer by our expressions and gestures. I'm a white Latiner. I talk with my arms and hands to emphasize. It can look weird, I will admit. She whips her vehicle around and starts yelling at my so for being a woman beater, rapist, and several other distinctly unpleasant things. We both stop and turn while this lady just goes off on my so with this WTH is going on look on our faces. Her male passenger just sunk further in his seat while we are speechless at this rant. She finally drove off and we forgot our debate as I had to get my so home before his stress-induced PTSD kicked in. For 2 minutes, we were literally speechless and stunned at the flammer spraying that occurred. She shredded my so into this terrible thing that I know for a fact he never has or would be. Took a while to get him to go on another walk and now we don't really debate like that anymore. And I miss it. The aftermath is that so started having more severe crowd-induced panic attacks. So we haven't done a lot of stuff we normally would have kept doing. Bowling, responsible bar hopping, concerts, etc. So thanks for that lady. He has flaws, but he would never hurt anyone unless it was to prevent more injury. Military trained in neutralization and situational diffusion. Also, those are dangerous accusations to be making in public about a situation you see 15 seconds of. They have haunted him for longer than either one of us cares to admit. Teal dear. So and I debate on a walk and lady calls him ugly things in a drive by slandering and defamation spree. Kind of a sad / funny story. I was invited by a crush to a condo party by the beach during spring break. I got a buddy to drive me since she already had travel plans. He got together some party favors and we left. Getting there, the people were a bit younger and a bit vanilla. Partly for those reasons, I was the life of the party for once in my life. Had a fantastic night, undefeated in beer pong, center of attention. Best night ever night. Wake up the next morning, it's like we were strangers. Completely ignored me and my buddy. We are people just hungover and sleepy. Not drunk anymore. Went through the whole next day not knowing what was going on. Finally, night came around and we just decided to leave. But before I could go, I decided to go in and confront someone. Apparently, my buddy left a bag of mushrooms on the counter. Not that kind of party. One of the girls ended up asking to come along with us, but I was completely devastated, so I let them do shrooms at a nearby bar and just chilled in the car. Me and the girl tried to start over later, but it fizzled. A group of popular rich kids said I was going to shoot up the school. I would never say that. This was a long time ago. We moved constantly. I was bullied often, and that morning was no different. I was used to it though. Later on in class I got called to the office and was told everything that had been said. I started crying. I figured they wouldn't believe me, that I didn't say it. Some people were called in as well. Want to know what saved me? My science teacher. She came in once she heard and put her job on the line that I never said it and never would do something like that. That woman cried for me. She said she knew the kids bullied me and others. She really went all out for me. Said I was a great student and very kind. My record in school was clean. I hadn't even had detention at that point yet at any school. That helped, but she honestly saved me. Apparently when talking to the other students again the story was a little off as well. I still ended up with ICE. Science teacher volunteered to be the one who stayed with me. I was honestly so happy to be stuck with her. I found out she had been bullied a lot growing up and that's what got to her. Some people believed I said it. Others didn't. I would never even joke about that. This was definitely before the US had a lot of bad school shootings, but it still wasn't something I found funny. My home life was hard enough. I kept my head down. I didn't want to bother anyone. I hope no one ever pulls something like that on another student. That really cold faked me up long term. I remember walking down the hall and hearing a girl say, "That's the girl who said she's going to shoot up the school." I cried. I cried a lot over that. I pray my science teacher knows I was so thankful for her. I also hope she still knows I never said that. Stealing. My siblings and I were preteens, and we spent a day in the summer in the downtown of our small city, shopping and exploring. We went into a little shop and browsed around. None of us had much money, so we didn't buy much. We were just stoked to be out without parents. This shop was in a skyway system, so we left it and went to some stationery store across the hall. While we were in there, the guy from the shop, where we'd just been, walked in with a cop and pointed to the three of us and said, "That's them." Cop comes up to us, 3 girls, I was the oldest at 12, and tells us he needs to look in our bags because someone saw us stealing. We all immediately empty our bags. We're kids. We have no idea, and all start crying, as there's no way in hell any of us would ever steal. We've never dealt with the cops, and our folks aren't around. We're embarrassed that anyone would think we would do something so bad. They obviously find that we took nothing, but the shopkeeper is like, well, a lady in the store said she saw one of you put something in your bag, so we had to check it out. There was no one else in the store while we were there. Mind you, they did this in a store full of people. Didn't take us aside, just made us drop everything and embarrassed us with a false accusation. We're obviously humiliated, so we leave the card store and find a quiet corner to freak out together and call our dad, who was at work. Meanwhile, my next youngest sister, always one for justice, goes back to the store and demands to know where the lady who accused of stealing was. Of course, she left already. I call my dad, just an absolute mess, and explain what happened. He's instantly pissed, both that I called him in the middle of the workday and that we were falsely accused of stealing. He tells us to go home and he'll take care of it. I have no idea what happened next. I don't know what my dad did. But about a week later, my sisters and I got a handwritten apology letter from the shopkeeper who'd accused us of stealing. I was a night shift custodian at a junior high school, and this happened to my coworker. He was walking in the building to start the late shift around 10 p.m. A man comes walking across the parking lot and runs up to him before my coworker could go in the back door and starts yelling. He was screaming that his son's phone was stolen today and tracked to this location, and he better not move because the police would be there any minute. My coworker, who's wearing a custodian's uniform, calmly tells the guy that he just works here and maybe his son just forgot his phone at school. The guy wouldn't calm down. He was insisting it pinged to the parking lot and was convinced it must my coworker's car. He was still irate when the police got there. My shift had already started. I didn't know what was going on outside until later. I'm cleaning in my wing of the school when I see a cop knocking on the little windows of the hallway doors. He said they were searching for a missing phone and it was pinging in my area. Dad wasn't rude with me, probably because the cop was there and the phone was pinging to a classroom and not my coworker's car. Sure enough, we found the cell phone locked in a classroom with the lights off. It was sitting next to one of 3 computers against the wall. Definitely just forgotten there by the sun. I felt so bad for the guy I worked with. The whole crew was upset. And the asshole dad that accused him just took the phone and left without apologizing for his behavior or thanking anyone for stopping what they were doing to help him. The cop was nice about everything. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out if a student's missing phone pings to the school they attend, then it's probably not been stolen by the school's custodian and locked in his car. Sexual harassment. Story is that I was a freshman in high school. I was forced to go to homecoming. One of my friends really wanted to go, and the couple's ticket was $1 cheaper. I was planning on going as a friend. She wanted to go as a date. We get there. We do the same old sheet that you do at homecoming. I absolutely hated every second of it. Anyways, she ends up telling people we are dating, and since this is a school event and I'm a freshman, I didn't want to do anything to make a scene. I'd rather suffer through a night and tell her otherwise the day after than I would to make everyone else's night worse. Then comes the horrible twist. I break up with her, and the next day, when I go to sit at the table I normally sit at, my friends kick me out because of this bullshit. These are people I knew since kindergarten, and they kicked me out of the table because I broke up with her because she wouldn't sleep with me. And that whole song and dance. I go and sit with my now current best friend, a guy I have practically always been friends with but never really talked to because we had different classes. He actually can say the fuck you would never do shit like that, and even if then, I would have slapped the shit out of you before I cut you out of my friend group and life. I ended up telling the school counselor about it. She said that she would deal with it, and the last time we spoke was during the school shooting, where we happened to be in nearby groups, and that conversation was a few words, "You okay?" followed by me saying I'm good, before we moved on with our day. At my old school, we knew our recess and lunch breaks were over because a girl would run through the school grounds ringing a bell. I was 6, and it didn't register with me that she was just passing on a message on behalf of the school. I thought she alone had the power to make our breaks continue, and that she was a traitor who was selling us out of our playtime to kiss up to the teachers. So a few times I would chase after her, imagining that I could catch her and stop her from cutting playtime short. Innocent enough, but then one day, a boy caught her and hit her with the bell. She needed stitches, and because I used to chase after her, I was held before her teacher, my parents and the school principal. I was accused of being the culprit, but at the time I thought I was just accused of chasing after her and scaring her, so I didn't protest. My punishment was I had to go round with her a couple of times at the end of lunch. To her credit, she was nice to me. Her friends tried to have a go at me one day, but she told them to stop. But that was the worst backlash I got. What makes it bad is thinking back now and realizing people will always think that I attacked a girl and gave her stitches. I know I didn't do it, because if I had, I would clearly remember doing it and thinking that I'd beaten her, and in that moment it would felt great. But I never lashed out violently at her. What bothers me is the thought that people will remember that incident and wonder if I was a future domestic abuser, and that would be completely wrong. TLDR, it is bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh hi Mark. I was the target of some bullying in high school, mostly by a specific group of girls who for some reason had it out for me. I never did anything to provoke them. They just would always find random ways to torment me whenever they saw me in the halls or walking around town. They spread a few rumors about me around the school that were completely made up just to stir shit up and cause problems for me. One of the rumors that bothered me the most, and to this day I don't understand how they came up with this, was that I threw rocks at one of the girls' dog. She lived next door to me. It got so bad that I had random people that I didn't even know walking up to me in the halls and calling me an animal abuser. At one point, some random person walked up to me and straight up asked, "Why did you throw rocks at Brooke's dog?" I kind of lost it because of the built up anxiety and anger of all the crap they had been putting me through. I yelled at her saying something like, "Who told you this? Why do you believe this? I don't even know you. You don't know me." Almost everyone in the hallway stopped what they were doing to look at me. The girl's eyes got super wide and she just shrugged, mumbled, and walked off. It really hurt that so many people just easily believed this terrible thing about me. I love animals and would never hurt an animal. The outburst was satisfying in a way because I was able to bring attention to at least one person. How ridiculous it is to just blindly believe rumors about someone you don't even know. Edit. I just remembered another animal abuse rumor that they spread. My cat and my neighbor's, Brooke, cat were both outdoor cats. I caught them fighting one day, so I walked up and tried to separate them by putting my foot in between them. Well, she walks out and sees this and starts yelling at me not to kick her cat. I explained that I was just trying to separate them, but she just ignored me. The next day at school, that was a new rumor. I kick cats. This is back when I first got into medical school. I was very nice and super friendly with everyone. Then one day a black girl walks up to me and asks, "Do you have a problem with black people?" I was obviously shocked at the question, and she said her friend told her. I demanded to know who this person was so I could confront them about why they are slandering my name. I know, very naive of me. She refused and this angered me, so I got the school management involved. Because the word was already on the street and gossip was hot, I was very self-conscious about what people thought of me back then, but nothing came of it. She now tried to bully me over the fact and imitated me and said stuff like, in the group chat, "Don't make me expose you. I approached you without a crowd to gang up on you and tried to explain why this is wrong." And I'm like, excuse me? Your faulty syllogism lies on the presupposition I said something in the first place, of which you have no witnesses or evidence. Jog along. Anyways, back then, when I read the message, I basically went full nuclear and called her a bitch in the group chat and she went berserk, so I had to later apologize as well. The reason why I exploded in the group chat was because I was hurt, because even my friends refused to take my side. Anyways, a few months passed by and people realized what they heard wasn't true because of my character and behavior towards others. TLDR, excused of racism, only dug myself the hole even deeper instead of ignoring it. I have one that still boils my blood. When I was maybe 11, I had two girlfriends who were my neighbors. Let's call them Kayla and Greta. Kayla was maybe 10 and Greta was 12 or 13. Kayla and Greta disliked each other for reasons unknown to me, but I was friends with them both individually. I have to stress that Greta was also very vocal about her dislike for Kayla in the neighborhood. Their antagonism toward each other was well known. Kayla's mom also always seemed to have some kind of a weird issue with me. I always felt like I was walking on eggshells around her. She was one of those friends' moms where you feel like you're always in trouble, you know? So her presence made me nervous, always. Anyways, one day, Kayla's mom shows up at my front door. She had in her hand a letter that I could see was filled with Greta's really distinctive bubbly handwriting. She was seething mad and shrieking at me at the door, saying that she knew I had written this letter. It's full of filth and disgusting nasty things about Kayla. How dare you? You're never welcome in my home again, etc. I was a shy kid and nervous, blushing, stammering that I had no idea what she was talking about and that it looked like Greta's handwriting to me. She would have none of it and wouldn't listen to my mom when she tried to speak to her later either. Of course, my parents weren't home when the initial, one-sided, scream fest happened. I think Kayla and I hung out a few times since then anyway, but I'm still pissed to this day that this woman came and screamed at me at my door about something I clearly hadn't done, especially since I was such a shy kid. I also remember being annoyed because Greta had made a ton of spelling errors, and I prided myself, still do, on being very good at spelling. This is gonna get buried, but here it goes. It isn't bad accusation, but still. I was playing around with Photoshop when my mum came into the room. I'm just going to the shops. What are you doing? I responded that I was playing around with Photoshop, which she allows me to do. A few minutes later I change my mind and tell my mum that I would like to play Undertale instead. Mum says yes to that too and rushes out the door. So I began playing Undertale and got to the stage of befriending and dying when my mum comes through the front door and into the room I was in and says, "What are you doing?" I say that I'm playing Undertale and that she said I did not say you could play that. You said you were messing around with Photoshop. This comment caused me to lash out at her, simultaneously making the situation worse and my mum angry. The argument continued on for 10 minutes. I'm trying to reason with my mum, and my mum is shutting my reasoning down. The argument finally ended when my mum threatened to take my consoles away. So I pulled out one last defense. Lying. Okay, fine. I didn't tell you I would play Undertale. My mum angrily accepted my lie, but I was still banned from playing Undertale for a week. Also, quick note, my mum is awesome, it's just sometimes she's really stressed. I always think she's been a good role model, and I would never wrong her, at least, not in horrible way. I volunteered at a theater with my grandma during the summer. When I was in high school I would help the actors and actresses change their costumes when their scene finished. Well, one summer in particular we had a lot of new volunteer stagehands, and one of them happened to resemble me. Medium height with wavy dark brown hair and black rimmed glasses. Didn't really speak to her, but she had been a talker and was rowdy and a little inappropriate. Like she had a problem keeping her hands to herself. So a few hours into practice I suddenly get yanked to the side by an older, tall woman I had never met in my life, shouting at me and making it obvious to others I was in trouble, saying that I had been touching people inappropriately, like touching others' chests and private areas. Knowing that I was innocent I struggled against this woman and ran to find my grandma. The police were called and I was told to sit in the cop car and wait until someone spoke to me. I was sobbing my eyes out because I hadn't done anything wrong. Certainly didn't touch anybody that didn't want to be touched. About an hour later I was released, no charges pressed, but I was banned from volunteering at the theater forever. Over the course of 2 days, my grandma got a call asking about me. It had been the owner of the theater, and they told her that there had been a mistake. That is, was the girl who looked like me. She had been harassing other people her age and hid during the entire debacle. They told me I was welcome back, and she was the one who was now banned. But after that whole thing I really didn't want to ever go back, since I was sure my name had a permanent mark on it. I'm still sad about that to this day. Peanut harassment of a Yankees fan. I was sitting in the bleachers at Fenway Park minding my own business. For those who don't know, the bleachers at Fenway is a hard drinking home team section. A girl walked in with a Yankees hat on, and when the crowd expressed disapproval she mouthed off and gave everyone the bird. She sat down about 3 rows in front of me, and a guy a little behind me and to my left started throwing peanuts at her. He was surprisingly accurate. These peanuts would arch high in the air and smack right into that faking hat point. Rather than ignore it, she would stand up and shout profanity at everyone. When she sat back down, another arching peanut and boom right on the hat. Repeat. I was cracking up, mostly at the uncanny accuracy of this guy, but she decided that I was the culprit. I did not even have any peanuts, but after the 3rd or 4th dead on balls peanut ballsy she started standing up and unloading at me. Everyone around knew exactly where they were coming from and her misguided attacks on me generated more and more hilarity amongst the assembled marsholes. She finally got a cop and stands there shrieking about me. He listens, looks at me, I shrug, she gives me a little so their superior look and sits down again. With the cop watching he launches another sailing peanut that lands right on top of her head. The crowd cheers. She loses her mind and the cop doubles over in laughter. When she starts yelling at the cop he says, "Lady, you are in the bleachers with a Yankee hat. What did you think would happen?" Had the cops called on me for going for a walk and secretly farting point had a long trip to Austin for some job expo. Couldn't pass some gas because of all the people I hardly knew around me. When we made it to the motel, I figured 3 inches of drywall was not going to muffle the noise, so I went for a nice little walk to enjoy the sights of a place I've never been to and get more comfortable with myself. Apparently, someone noticed because fast forward to 2 AM, me barely being able to sleep in a new place, I get woken up with a police officer waiting for me outside because I was acting suspicious. I told him the whole story and that was the end of it. Finally, trying to go back to sleep for this 6 AM pointless event, Timmy dipshit over here wakes me up again to say he's sorry. Yeah, whatever, dude. Let me just go to frickin' sleep. Oh wait, there's more. The next day after this pointless expo these guys go out bar hopping. At the time I couldn't drink, so hell no I'm not going to go to a bar with the ones who just called the cops on me. The following morning, we're leaving, and someone asks if they could switch seats with me. I figure I've faked up hard enough, so yeah whatever. Turns out, I'm getting in the truck of Timmy dipshit, the one who called the cops on me. As I enter, there is this strong smell of alcohol like someone dropped a bottle of hard liquor. Oh, they dropped a bottle alright. Someone threw up. I was just piecing why someone wanted to switch in the first place. The end. When I was in college I got an office job at a car dealership. I was legal age. My boyfriend was a year younger and at a different college. So I started hanging out with the mechanics and sometimes their girlfriends/wives after work. Had a few beers. Rode a few motorcycles. Nothing major. No hookups or anything. I could have, but I was really stuck on my boyfriend. Then one day I get called into the manager's office. She informs me that I will be let go at the end of the week for morality issues. What the fuck? One of the mechanic's wives had called and complained to the manager that her husband and I were having an affair. The dealership couldn't allow this. He would be reprimanded. I would be fired. But I couldn't figure out what going on. There was absolutely nothing going on. Not even an occasional flirt. I'd met his wife, she seemed nice enough, and this was a complete blindside. I asked the mechanic about it. I hadn't met his wife. I'd met his girlfriend, who happened to be his wife's best friend. He didn't want to upset his wife, so when she accused him of having an affair with me, he just went along with it rather than admit the truth. I was furious. I told him I didn't really care what he told his wife, but he was going to fix it with my boss. He did fix it with the boss, and I didn't get fired. But his wife started stalking me, accosted me in store parking lots, etc. etc. After she attacked me one day, I told her the truth. He was right, it wrecked her. I felt bad, but I wasn't going to take another hit point. Never went out for beers with the guys again. Too much bullshit. I've probably posted this to other threads, but I'll tell it. My senior year of high school I had this really shitty friend group that I thought was so awesome at the time. Things, dynamically, began to shift, and I was being treated like dirt, told that my opinions and thoughts didn't matter, was being straight up excluded from conversations, and was excluded from hanging out with them, even when they made plans right in front of me. Anyways, sometime in December, around Christmas break I noticed that I haven't seen anything posted from my best friend. I think maybe she's taking a social media cleanse, and don't bother thinking anything else. I was wrong. She blocked me on everything, and didn't tell me why we weren't friends. From second parties, I found out that she told people that I told her to commit suicide, when I never have. I always encouraged her to seek help if she was feeling depressed/suicidal. From the same second parties, I found out the catalyst for this was her ruining her dad's relationship with his girlfriend because she resented her for not being her mom and was extremely vocal about it. The woman he was with and may be back with now is the sweetest person ever. I still don't know how that event correlates to backstabbing your supposed BFF. Regardless, I tried my best to not react to it and attempt to let it blow over. After all, we are seniors and it's the last semester of high school. Surely we'll be too busy to make this an issue. Nope. The other two members of the group took her side without a second thought and decided that I wasn't friend material to them, even though they knew me well considering we spent 6 years being friends. It sucked and I still feel slightly angry about it now, but in a way, I'm glad I'm not friends with them anymore. Point edit. Sorry it's so long. I also apologize for formatting, since I'm on mobile. Posting nude videos of an ex online. Had gotten drunk one night with someone I thought was a friend. In hindsight he was always an asshole. I ended up blacking out, and he let me crash at his house. When I was asleep he got a hold of my phone and transferred all of my phone's images to his computer. I didn't use a passcode on my phone at the time. I know, dumb. I wake up the next morning, and he hands me my phone saying, "Hey, here, I charged it for you, get home safe." He ended up finding those videos and just held on to them for years. At that point me and the girl in the videos had broken up and completely forgot they even existed. Fast forward to last year and I get texts from my ex saying that she found these videos of her online, videos I had taken. I checked and sure enough it was our videos. I explain I don't know anything about that, but she's of course skeptical. I truly had no idea what could have happened, figuring I may have just gotten hacked somehow. A few months later the police show up at my place ready to question me. Long story short, they were able to trace the uploads back to that friend, but now he's saying I willingly gave him the videos. I call BS. It's a huge back and forth until he finally admits what he did. Point the story ends with him getting off with a little more than a slap on the wrist. I later found out that he found himself a lawyer that happened to be BFFs with the DA representing my ex, and I mean I had figured the DA had more important cases he wanted to work on, but it still just feels so evil and I can only wonder how things would have been different. Throughout the process he just kept reiterating how he only did it to hurt me, my ex, and his girlfriend, a good friend of mine, and he didn't care about how we were affected. His girlfriend, now ex, and I recently reconnected and apparently he was being physically and verbally abusive to her the whole time they were together. Even going so far as to threaten to kill her, himself, and both of their families. This guy was my friend throughout high school, had known him for nearly 10 years. When I was 14 I went to a 7-Eleven with my friends during lunch. They went to the counter to ask how much candy they could buy with all the loose change and I went to the candy aisle. The candy aisle is right in front of the register. Also had my hands in my pockets not touching anything. All of a sudden the cashier starts yelling at me for stealing. She makes me empty my pockets and look into my backpack, which was on my back at the time, so I don't know how I would have done it. She then tells us to leave, even though I was very much innocent. I was honestly really upset for the accusation, so when I got home my dad asked me what was wrong, and I tell him the story. My dad has been a manager in convenience stores for ages, and he got angry about the cashier since it is illegal to make an accusation unless you know for sure something was stolen. My dad ended up going to one of the 7-Eleven and gave them the story. He wanted to look at their security cameras himself to see if my doings were close to what looked like stealing. It was the wrong 7-Eleven near my school, but they were compliant and showed him the tapes. When he went to the store I had gone to, he did it again, asked to see the security footage. Well, turns out that cashier was actually a manager and didn't want to show the tapes of false accusations. My dad was so unhappy he went the polite way of dealing with it and called customer services, where he ripped into them for allowing staff to make allegations with no proof. Went full out because he knew the game of convenience store customer service calls. 2 weeks pass and one of my friends who was a regular at the store found out the manager had been let go. Was so happy and loved my dad even more. Was an important lesson because I later went to work with him, and I can tell you that I never made a theft accusation without seeing it at 100% with my own eyes. Wow, how a relevant point. TLDR was accused of making and distributing child porn of my own kids. Turns out my soon-to-be ex-wife either stupidly or maliciously uploaded photos of our kids to a Russian pedophile ring disguised as a regular-looking image gallery site. I'm now facing massive anxiety and depression alongside going through the motions for divorce, all while adapting to being a single dad of 2 kids. 2 months ago the police knocked on my door at 6 in the morning and arrested me for the production, distribution, and possession of child pornography. Spent an entire day in a cell at the police station and was interrogated pretty intensely. Naturally I had no idea what the fuck they were even talking about. I have 2 kids and would never do anything of the sort. The accusations were so far against what I stand for. Anyway, I spent several days being forcefully implied that I apparently uploaded pictures of my kids to some Russian website that is apparently an known pedophile ring. The only evidence that they had was that the photos were of my kids. The username of a person commenting on the photos contained my first name, lol, and the photos came from my IP address. Still completely dumbfounded and in absolute shock when they show me said website with the pictures of my kids, which weren't even illegal photos, which added to my what the fuck am I doing here exactly feeling. I'm in absolute horror and disgust as I'm shown that people were making sexually natured comments about my kids on some website I've never seen before. I deny everything over and over as I know I'm totally innocent. The investigators then draw out this whole explanation on a whiteboard that showed all of the steps that lead their investigation in the direction it went. They then drew a big circle around it all and said with absolutely certainty that it all points to me. I'm a complete mess and trying to explain how they are wrong, but they constantly deflect with, are you really saying that all this work is wrong? Oh yeah. Anyway, I'm ultimately released on the conditions that I can't go home, can't see or talk to my kids, and can't be in a residence with access to the internet. I'm also informed that all of my electronics at home have been seized for investigation as well. I end up going to my parents and immediately document everything that happened to me and get in touch with a lawyer. I spend 2 days figuring stuff out and then receive a call from one of the investigators that all charges have been dropped because my own wife admitted to uploading the photos. I'm told to go get my kids immediately and I do so. Turns out she apparently didn't know that the site was sketchy and didn't realize that there were pedophiles. Either malicious or really faking dumb. Before this, I had absolutely no criminal record at all. My only encounter with the police was a speeding ticket doing 80 in a 70. I had no idea what to do, who to call with my one phone call, etc. I consistently insisted that I'd like to have a lawyer present, but they kept deflecting that a lawyer was not necessary. I was also not allowed to contact anyone in my family to let them know what was happening. The only way my family and friends found out where I was by tracking my Apple Watch's location, because the cops didn't know how to turn it off apparently. When they searched it up, the address pointed at the police station, so everyone was super worried. Not to mention I was super stressed about my career's future, because this all happened on a day where I was expected to lead and deliver a massive day-long meeting, which I obviously didn't show up to and no one knew why for days. I'm now dealing with serious post-accusation stress and depression, which I never had issues with before, and I'm going through the process of adapting to being a single dad as well as working on divorcing my wife, all while working insanely hard to build a career and future for my kids. And then COVID-19 hit. 2020 is dope so far. Made me think here, but definitely that time I was almost kicked out of school for sexually assaulting a fellow student. In 6th grade. She was a grade ahead of me, I think, and we had co-ed gym at that point. My gym class had very few people, maybe around 10 or so, and we had been playing soccer or flag football or something like that, and I don't know what happened, but she tripped and fell into me. We were both on the ground, confused at what happened, and then she proceeded to yell at me to get the fuck away from me. I was really confused seeing as how I was on my stomach in the dust, and she had fallen a good 3 feet away from me. We fell other directions. I got up, dusted myself off, and went to ask if she was okay. She had been with her friend who seemed to be comforting her, and she was obviously crying, so I thought she got hurt. Nope. I walk up and almost get a fist to the face by that girl. At that point I was annoyed. I was thinking, yo, what the hell? You made me fall, and you're trying to hit me? What's going on? I asked what's the matter and she just screamed, you know what you did, you pervert. I was really confused here. So our coach sent her to the office and I guess she went home early. I got called in later and was told that one of our students came in, very upset, and told us that you tried molesting her. What? Yes, she had said that you had grabbed her breast and squeezed very hard and then pushed her. At this point I was pissed. I'm not the type of person who would ever do that, and I never did anything, to my knowledge, to make her hate me, so this was quite a fiasco. They called my parents and my mom actually laughed. She told the secretary, or whoever called her, that I wouldn't do that, and whoever says I did is probably the pervert. Later they held a faking school board meeting about it. I got to stay. Fun fact, I got kicked out of the same school the next year because of too many absences due to me having pneumonia. The girl left a week later, though TLDR girl fell on me and accused me of groping her. I got off fine after a bit, and she transferred. I've had the cops called on me twice by concerned mothers, i.e. Karens, at a public park playground for the crime of playing with my own children. As a big burly bearded man, the first time was at a big city park with a huge playground, after we had moved to a different state and my kids and I were checking out the jungle gym area, when I noticed a kid nearby who was really young, maybe 2, and appeared unsupervised that managed to make it up to an 8 feet high platform. I noticed him because he was toddlered to an open edge where a ladder was, and without thinking I hustled over there right as he went off and just tipped face first. I managed to catch him by the leg and keep him from face-planting, but in the process he banged his arm on the ladder and started wailing. Point of course, 8 that second some Karen comes running up talking about how I assaulted her son and got all up in my face, pointing at me and poking my chest with her finger. While that was going on, someone else called the cops and Karen wouldn't let me leave and was practically assaulting me to get me to stay. So I got to sit on the ground next to a cop car for 20 minutes while they interviewed a bunch of witnesses, several of whom said I was trying to snatch the kid and most of whom said they saw me catch the kid who probably would have been really hurt. The cops let me go and the lady yelled something about not touching her kid as I got out of there with mine. The second time was about a year later, after we moved back to our home state to a new neighborhood. The first weekend after we moved I walked up to the playground with my kids and there were like 4 to 5 kids there with their moms sitting off by the side chatting. After playing for like an hour, we had to go, and my 3-year-old son didn't want to go home and had a meltdown, complete with hitting and yelling, and that's really out of character. I couldn't reason with him, and I'm not a spanking advocate, so I just scooped him up and started to carry him home, and he of course is screaming, "No daddy, I don't want to go home." I didn't get 100 yards from the playground before cops roll up saying they got a report of someone kidnapping a kid. Never mind that I have 2 with me. Had to sit in cuffs for 15 minutes in front of my new neighbors until they could get my kids to say what happened, and my wife walked up to talk to them and vouch for me as a woman. After I got let go, the cops said sorry, but we had to be sure, of course. My brother has had serious anger issues among many other issues since he was a teen, mostly drug related. I was home from college a few months before he turned 18 and discovered he had let a friend of his into my bedroom to steal a bunch of my CDs. He also confessed to stealing money out of my dresser while I was still living at home. Needless to say, I was pissed, but I never got physical with him because he was under 18 and my mom has a serious blind spot for ever seeing him being in the wrong, and I was worried she would back him up if he called the cops on me. So we are in a yelling match and he's in my face. I start walking away telling him he's going to get my CDs back and pay me back. I probably said some other stuff to they attacked his character because something set him off. He threw one of those Polar Pop style 32-ounce tumblers at me and hit me in the back. Just as I turned around from that, he was swinging a chair at me and was about to hit me. I caught it while he was still holding it and was in the process of snatching it away to get it away from him. Right as this was happening, my mom, who had been there the whole time, flies in between us and starts screaming at me to not hit him. I get in an argument with her about, well, that my dad was outside and came in when he heard all the commotion, and now my brother was back on me trying to provoke a fight. My dad and I eventually had to literally hog tie my brother and we all took him to a mental health facility. He's been in and out of mental health facilities and in and out of rehab for the last 20 years. About 2 years ago he attacked my dad on the weekend. We laid my grandfather to rest, cut his face with a blade, and ended up being arrested. The day of the hog tying though showed me that, although I was completely innocent and had every right to defend myself, my mom would always side with my younger brother. My relationship with my mom and brother has never been the same since then. My dad and mom divorced a few years later. He's been much happier since then, and his relationship with my brother has never been that great, obviously. Playing soccer at like 10 years old, I played left back, defense, and went in at some kid running down the wing. Full-blooded slide tackle. I faking peached it, slid straight at the ball, judged it perfectly, caught it dead center with the flat of my foot with my full weight behind the slide. 10-year-old me was dispossessing this guy of the ball like I wrote the goddamn book on slide tackling. Wasn't anywhere near hitting the player himself. Gorgeous. Only problem was this guy went to kick the ball at the same time, like a full cross into the box from the right wing. He obviously didn't realize I was so close and really went to sweep his foot through the ball. We hit the ball at exactly the same time, except I was sliding through it with my full weight behind the slide, and he was fully extending his swinging leg for a big sweeping cross. There was a loud thud of our simultaneous impact on the ball, and a crack as this kid broke his faking ankle. This guy screams and doesn't stop. Their coach and a few of the parents watching their team go faking at the sheet. After a bit of an assessment of the state of this kid, I get red carded, sent off for the rest of the game. A few of the lads on our team were like, what the fuck, you broke his ankle? What the hell did you do? Dangerous tackling. You really hurt him. etc. A few of the parents there to support our guys as well as our coach really didn't say much, just that quiet, obviously very disappointed sheet, not really making eye contact or anything. What happened? Oh, okay. I was playing left back, and the only person who said anything about it in my defense was center back. Yeah, he just kicked a ball that wasn't ever going to go anywhere. The tackle didn't touch the guy at all. He just tried to put his foot through a ball that was moving toward him. Felt faking awful getting accused of savagely snapping some kid's foot off when my play was as clean as a faking whistle. Never got picked to play again. Injustice. If the guy had a permanent limp, I'd still be satisfied. It was an absolute gem of a tackle and he just got unlucky. Probably relatively tame compared to others, but this almost became a pretty big deal. I don't remember how old I was because I was really young. My family and some friends of ours went to another family's house. I don't even remember how we knew this third family. For the day altogether there were about 7 kids there. Me, my sister, twin brother and sister from the family I didn't know, and then 2 girls and a boy from my parents' friends. Pretty much off the bat me and my sister didn't get along with the twins to the point where the girl allowed herself to get injured by me on accident. We were in their pool and I yelled that I was gonna jump in. So I began running towards the pool, and she put herself in my path, so when I jumped I partially landed on her. The parents immediately start freaking out as she's crying, and my sister and the other family's daughters said it was her fault. So that pretty much was the end of it, but we weren't allowed back in the pool. I went inside to go to the bathroom and saw family friend's son just straight ripping the wallpaper off their dining room wall, who was even younger than me. Being as young as I was, I for whatever reason didn't think twice of it and didn't immediately tell anyone. Come out of the bathroom and the unknown parents again freak out at me when I come outside cause family friend's son said I ripped the wallpaper off. I should note this kid had a lot of anger problems and was never disciplined cause of it. He would punch other kids at school and his parents wouldn't discipline him beyond sitting in a corner for 10 minutes. If I were to retaliate against him, I'd get in trouble. Anyway, I remember it becoming a legal issue before he finally confessed that he was the one who did it and yet again was not disciplined. Ended up moving probably 3 years later. Other kid ended up being put in karate in hopes it would teach him to control his anger, but he just bullied other kids even worse cause he knew technique. Last I heard he went to juvenile detention for attempting to light his school on fire. My grammar is likely terrible and all over the place, so apologies as I'm running on 0 hours of sleep in the last 30 hours. This is definitely going to get buried, but it's finally a chance to tell this story. There was this girl that I was friends with all through kindergarten and up to 4th grade. Once 4th grade hit, everything changed. She started hanging out with a couple of girls that didn't like me, and at that point I was kind of a loner, so I still tried to be friends with all of them. This girl was always an A student, never in any trouble, and always won awards for attendance, academics, reading, etc. Never in any trouble. I was never in trouble, but I wasn't always the best student, I guess. Anyway, the year had just started out rough from the beginning. The girls were constantly playing mean tricks on me. Toward the beginning of the year, one of the girls had a sucker and asked if I'd wanted it. Of course I said yes. What kid wouldn't? Only to find out, after I had the sucker in my mouth and bit down, that it was infested with ants. They instantly started laughing because they knew. Side note, I went to the principal over this and nothing was done about it because the girls were good students and didn't know about the ants. Closer to the middle of the year, there was this boy that I'd had a crush on the whole year and they all knew it. We were all on the playground close to where he was playing ball. One of the girls told me that he'd been talking about me and had a crush on me and that he told them he wanted to date me. I was so happy. I couldn't wait to walk up to him and tell him I wanted to date him too. So, I did exactly that. And, I was met with "What are you talking about?" and laughter. I was instantly crushed, and I tried to distance myself from those girls from that day forward. Fast forward to the end of the year, I find out that the girl I had been friends with since kindergarten was moving across the country. So, I did what anyone would do and tried to mend things with her, and that's where everything got worse. There was one morning where I was just trying to sit with her at breakfast, and I had noticed a folder that she had, and I just commented on it and said, "Oh, I love that." Right after that, she got up to go get food, and one of the other girls she was friends with was next to the bag. I thought nothing of it until I got called into the principal's office later on in the day. Apparently, the folder I commented on had gotten ripped up, and I was blamed for it. I never touched it, and I never touched anything in the bag. I got a week of detention for that, and it's been 15 years and it still upsets me that someone I thought was my friend for so long hated me so bad that she ripped up her own folder to get me in trouble. It's obviously not the worst thing, but it was the most soul crushing for me. That no matter how hard you try to be someone's friend, it may just never be enough. I learned a lot of life lessons from that year alone. Worst is relative. I was accused of lying, and it wasn't even something that bad. Basically, every Sunday I would go with my best friend and her father to a place just outside of town and spend a day there. It was really fun, but I ended up being exhausted at the end of the day, with school on Monday. I just wanted to rest. So on this particular week I messaged my best friend the night before, Saturday night, saying I wouldn't join them on that Sunday. However, the internet was acting up, so the message never actually sent. Not like I could have just waited either. My stepmom was, well, a stepmom, and that's self-explanatory, so I had T-30 seconds to put my phone in the living room or it's KO next day. My best friend rolls up to our apartment with her father and 3 of their dogs, but I was still in bed. They waited for me. I didn't come down, they had reception call up to our apartment. Line is in parents' room, stepmom barging into my room saying I'm late and lazy for still sleeping me, but I messaged her the night before. Stepmom, really? Show me your phone. Get my phone from the living room and open Messenger, but the message of me telling her I wouldn't join them isn't there. Remember how I said internet was acting up? FCK. JPG. They proceeded to call me a liar, set my grandparents against me, and I couldn't defend myself. Pointers. I said to them, why would I dig my own grave then ask you to kill me? First, as a disclaimer, if you ever been on the other extreme of what I'm talking about next, do not feel bad. My intention is not to hurt or insult, but rather make clear, despite everything, my opinion on the topic as an individual, affecting myself only. I do not judge anything in that hypothetical situation, especially when things are terminal, nor I felt anything but sympathy for someone being on ride directly towards impotence station. The worst I've been accused of, by my own mother, although I cannot be certain it was for real, was suicidal. I'm not even close, for no reason at all. To this point I have no idea if I'm depressed or not. If I am, then it's definitely milder than the textbook one, and regardless, I don't care, as long as I cannot put my life in order. You won't put a band-aid on a wound with a thorn still in it. It was so insulting, and so incredible out of place considering that was not only baseless but proven baseless, as she had talked to my friends and checked my PC and phone. For the record, I'm 24 and this was not that many years ago. I've been accused of other things before, but people mostly believed because, although I never was a rebel kid, the exception was when it came to admitting things. I had zero problem of telling something I did if I don't believe is wrong. For example, if I got into a fight, unusual, I wouldn't lie. If my punch was the first, well, technically the situation I'm having in mind in elementary school did not involve a punch, but rather a thrown shoe. Except for Mon, she tend to be stubborn and only believe what she thinks makes sense. Point as an extra, if we go the complete, kinda, opposite of the post, the worst thing that happened to me where I completely misunderstood the situation was when I was around 6, that a friend, rather someone she knew, and she never did again. We later found out it was shadier than we thought. Anyway, during a move, house to house, where he provided 2 vans for it, and along with him a friend to drive, he convinced my mother for us to travel in different vans, and play a joke on me I think she did not knew. Sorry for bad English, and, well, the thing is, that the joke was to make me, a kid, to believe I was being kidnapped. I remember he was laughing, yes, but also that I was not going to see her again, among a few things that as an adult it would, yeah, right. But as a kid, I almost threw myself to the damn street. And perhaps I would have done that, I would never know. Child memory is fuzzy after all. I do remember crying, and a phone call, and we parking, so I could change cars. It wasn't fun. Point actually, now that I think about it, putting all together, the period between my 6 to 8-year-old was astonishingly crappy. Not as much as others, of course. I've met a girl with a burned face from a fire in the hospital, but I had surgery, minor. I had that scare that I mentioned. The anecdote, my country was going through a very turbulent economic period that led to actual violence on the streets. Argentina, 2001/02. I saw death. Stepfather, for the first time. We lost a house in an incident that broke the extended family apart in pieces for years. I almost drowned in a pool and had to save myself. It wasn't fun. I sank and slowly jumped towards shallower areas as a complete beginner with zero experience. And it doesn't end there, but the rest are minor things that add up though. I did had my issues as a kid, but honestly, I'm surprised I'm this damn wholesome. The point is, yes, I have issues with oversharing, and the overall ability to make short, on point and easy to read non-rambling paragraphs in English. My old middle school took me to faking court for simply passing by. I went to a school called Blair Middle for 8th grade. And I guess that's how a teacher I legit never saw before knew me. I was always a wired one, which may have led to suspicion. I don't faking know. Either way, in my 10th grade on the last day of a holiday called Passover, someone, never caught as far as I know, trespassed into the school. He was spotted by security and bolted. I happened to be returning home at the time and was jogging by the school as it is en route to my home. It was only 3 days later when a court summon came in the mail that I realized that something was up. A whole lot of bullshit ensured with, no joke, the only evidence they had being that I was right outside, not even spotted inside, and wearing a hoodie, except it wasn't a hoodie. I didn't even own one. I was wearing a thick as winter coat, oddly cold day. Rare for Virginia. I had easily 4 people walking home with me to say that I wasn't there, couldn't have been in there, and had simply no reason. With their lack of evidence, judge was suspicious that they were charging me as a class 3 misdemeanor when trespassing is a felony, and my abundance of it, we easily won the case. Fuck you, Mrs. O, and I haven't forgotten this sheet, and I will send my children to that sheet hole to put you through the same hell I did in my 1 year there. I'm an early childhood educator, a teacher who works in daycares. Several years ago I taught a kindergarten class in the mornings, and at the end of the night ratio numbers changed to account for teachers' shifts ending and for drop-off and pick-up time, so we often end up with mixed ages of children in our class. I would have preschoolers join my class, and we would play while parents would drop in and pick up their kids. I was alone with the group, as all the teachers were in their classrooms at the end of the night. One day I got called into the office and my boss told me that one set of parents of one of those preschoolers was accusing me of being mean to / harming their child. The details of their accusation were sketchy. I absolutely panicked because I know I didn't do anything to harm their child, but I also know I couldn't prove it definitively. My boss then told me that the parents were moving and they needed to switch daycares, but they were giving such short notice that, as per their contract, they would have had to finish paying for that month and they didn't want to. So they were essentially blackmailing my boss. If he didn't charge them for the rest of the months, then they wouldn't file a complaint. I belonged to the College of Early Childhood Educators in Ontario, so I looked them up to see what I could do. Basically, if these parents accused me of any kind of abuse, I would automatically be suspended indefinitely without pay, then have a hearing, possibly get fined, and lose my license. There was nothing I could do to protect myself. It was up to my boss to decide. He knew I didn't do anything to their child, but he didn't want the hassle, so he let them off without paying. They got away with it. I'm still furious to this day at the injustice of the entire situation. This one is a bit sensitive of a topic, so understandable if you don't want to read. My friends and I went out to a bar in DC on vacation, Madam Morgan's if I remember correctly, and along the way we got separated because it was crowded and there are multiple floors. We had never been to that bar before either, and we pre-gamed a bit prior. A girl started talking to me, but I wasn't interested because I was much too drunk and didn't come to the bar to hook up with anyone anyway. Her friend said they were celebrating her birthday, but they live outside the city, and it was just the two of them. I bought her a drink, said goodbye, and went back to looking for my friends. An hour passed, and after managing to find and lose one of my friends, I come across the two girls again. Birthday girl is now too drunk for her own good, and her friend is trying to get her to leave before some guy tries to feed her more drinks. I know this only because her friend started begging me for help, and despite knowing how it would look walking her out and down the street, I figure I'd help. I told the bartender to cut her off. He already did, but didn't know she was being fed by the guy, and informed them what the guy was trying to do. He ended up getting security to question him. We managed to get her down the stairs and out the door, and her friend said birthday girl's dad was on the way to pick them. Birthday girl is hugging my arm for support and we are going down the street. At this point, I'm nearly sober and find out I'm the only one between the three of us, and BG's friend is also stumbling and walking slowly behind us. Eventually, BG can't walk anymore, and I'm forced to carry her piggyback style down the street. After a half mile, a group of drunk girls walked past, and one girl started accusing me of being a date rapist. I sighed, explained shortly, and her friends continued shuffling along. A few minutes later, the same girl came back and started accusing me loudly in front of God in the world, and her friends bring her back. Finally, the Bee Gees friend chimes in after grabbing a pizza, and she assures the drunk would-be hero I was helping them, nothing else. I knew what it looked like, and in any other scenario of man carrying a blackout drunk girl down the street literally on his back, I'd want someone to say something. Eventually, we make it far enough down the street to where the Bee Gees dad could meet us without being stuck in endless traffic, and Bee Gees friend explained what happened. He shook my hand, said I saved his daughter, and gave me what he had in his wallet, which was $60. I politely refused, but he forced it in my hand saying he was glad the right guy was there to do the right thing. I won't forget that night, because I want to remember that no matter what it will look like, you have to do the right thing. Accused of rap in elementary school by a half-retarded friend who I had no fucking clue why he even made it up. We went to someone's apt that he knew after school. I'm a huge introvert and just used to tag along with some people and see what they were up to. I waited in the living room while he went to the back for something. A girl was there. She was older than us. She said hi to me and then we left. Next day at school he has this stupid as smile on his face and he's jumping from person to person saying I rapped the chick that was that apt. For months girls have been coming up to me asking if I rapped someone point accused of talking dirty to the daughter of a crackhead my dad moved me in with. Me and a friend and her daughter. We were like no older than 10 years old. This stupid bitch was mad at me for something, so she called her daughter out of the room and told her to follow this lie she made up. She told my dad, and I had the biggest ass beating I have ever had by my own father who rarely beat me. He even offered the father of the girl to have a shot at me. I was faked up the rest of my time there and nobody ever spoke to me in that household until we moved out and my dad went to rehab sending me with other family members. About a year before my father's death we were at a bar together celebrating my 21st birthday, our first time drinking together after I accepted that he was never going to quit drinking. I'm thinking about that incident, and he reads my mind somehow, and asks me if that ever happened. I said no, and he finally believed me point accused of breaking my cousin's gamma gear. Both of us age 12. He's playing it right and drops it on ground in front of me, giggles, runs and tells his mom I broke it. I get grounded, beaten by his father. I run away from home for 2 days. His father finds me and beats me to a pulp and threatens to kill me out in the desert. I look for his gun one night to kill him in his sleep and it's not there. I steal $100 and give it to an impoverished family in the ghetto for letting me stay there while I ran away. Was sent to visit my father and ran away again to the city my father was in. Oh boy, here we go. Alright. Middle school. Everyone in our grade and section, 3 classes, went on a trip to a summer camp for 3 days before school let out. We had to take a small ferry to get to the place, which I think was on a small island point. The evening of our first day, we were getting settled into our small cabins, which had maybe 7 to 10 kids in each. I don't remember the specific number. I was sitting on my bed, going through my bag, while the rest of the girls were all clustered around the window. We could see the window of one of the boys' cabins from ours, and I think they were making faces at one another. I'm not sure, wasn't really paying attention. All of a sudden, all the girls begin shrieking and running away from the window. I asked what was wrong, and they said that one of the boys mooned them. I just rolled my eyes, thought typical boys, and went on with what I was doing. Point a little while into the next morning, we discover that somebody told on him and that he had to go home. I was shocked and thought it was a total overreaction. This meant that not only did he miss the trip, but his parents had to pay to send him home in the boat and bus him back to somewhere his parents could pick him up. It didn't take long before they were blaming me for tattling on him. No idea where they got that idea from. Maybe because I was the least popular girl in that cabin. I told them that I didn't even see it, let alone think it was worth telling anyone about, and that I most certainly did not tell on him. Of course, they didn't believe me. Meanwhile, whoever actually told on him kept quiet about it and let me take all the blame. Maybe they were the one who blamed me for it too. Who knows? This false accusation affected me through the rest of middle school, where people basically hated me, were nasty to me, and shunned me. I didn't get beaten up or anything, but it still really sucked. Middle school was hell. Because of this and several other incidents I went through. TLDR, boy mooned the girl's cabin. Everybody falsely blamed me for telling on him and getting him sent home. I was in the 8th grade, and there was this kid in the 7th grade that was extremely overprotected. All of middle school went to PE together, and coincidentally we had a teacher that didn't care, that just watched us play normal football, more two-hand touch than it was tackle. Probably wouldn't care if we did either, but anyway that doesn't matter. It was on a Friday, and I had a kid in my class that manages to have a very foul mouth. He and another kid were very rude to the overprotected kid. Nothing happened for the rest of the day, till I came back Monday morning. My teacher held the entire class back after first period, told us all that we were to have detention for the rest of the year, and that we had to sit at a special table during lunch, where no one can talk to each other. Teacher gave reasons on why we were being punished. It wasn't just for two idiots cussing on our overprotected kid. It turns out the kid told his mom that we were being Satanists and doing harmful stuff to nearby animals. Let me also clarify, the entire middle school got punished for the exact same thing. So anyhow, at the end of the day, which was our study hall period, the teachers handed out papers for us to copy onto paper. It was about 3 to 6 paragraphs on how to behave out in public, something I obviously wasn't going to copy. I managed to hide myself from copying that entire page, and went home later to give it to my parents and tell them to get me out of that school. 2 weeks later, I was being homeschooled by my mom, not in a school that doesn't look into situations that involve 30+ people. They lost many enrolled students due to that situation alone than they had in the past 5 years. TLDR, two idiots cussed at an overprotected kid, and the kid told his mother that entire middle school was being satanic, and cussing towards him caused the entire middle school to have detention and a paragraph on behavior in public. They completely mishandled the situation, causing the school to lose many students. Running away because I got pregnant and then getting into drugs, or running away because I was on drugs and getting pregnant, or some combination of those three things. I never actually heard the accusations. The only thing I did was run away. I was in a horrible situation where I was failing school because I was playing a suicide game every night. I hated myself so much, and existing was so exhausting for me, that the only thing I cared about was seeing how close I could get to dying. I was trapped. My parents refused to let me move out, or to even take a gap year to get my shit together. My brother sat me down and made a plan for the future, which was great until my father said that if I left the house I could never be trusted again and no one would ever love me. So I called all of my friends and I left. It wasn't until recently that my mother had called all her relatives saying that I was pregnant or on drugs, or both. She was anxiety ridden because I refused to talk to her for about a year, possibly 2. So I can't really blame her for freaking out. But also, have some goddamn faith in your children. You fucking raised me. You should know I'm not an idiot. All that happened when I left was I got a job, lived on a sofa for a few months, and then moved into an apartment with my friends. I've been pretty much on my own for 5 years now, and they still think I can't take care of myself, and I'm still bitter about it. Went clubbing with 3 friends as a teen. First club was meant for pre-drinks. Cheap entry, all you can drink. If you knew what you were doing, like pick certain brands of beer, or pay a little extra for vodka ball with an actually good vodka, you were good. My friends didn't. They went with a variety of long drinks coupled with shots. I went outside with them at some point to call some other friends and to get ready to bring our group to the actual party. One of them seemed a little faked up, so I decided to get 3 portions of French fries. I told them to stay, and friend 2, let's call him Steve, starts handing me his stuff. Keys, phone, wallet. I just take it, whatever. So I'm off for 2 minutes to get some salty food and bottled water. I turn back, all 3 of them are sitting side by side in front of the club, and as protocol dictates, some random bum is bugging one of them, probably for money or cigarettes. I'm not as sheet-faced as them, but pretty drunk myself, trying to get that guy away from them. I touch his shoulder and slur. YH. Yo hey, leave them with me. Random bum goes into full rage mode. He is a paramedic. and I'm some random drunk idiot who touched him. He's cool though, he lets me explain that the guys are with me and all. It's obvious at that point that we aren't going to continue clubbing. So I get a cab, bring them to my place and let them crush on the couch. Next day, I tell them what happened and hand Steve his sheet back. He insists $30 are missing. I didn't take his stupid money. I did pay for their food and water and the cab, and I let them crash at my parents' home who weren't exactly stoked. But yeah, that was all part of my planned master plan so that I can steal $30 from that idiot. A year later, party at Steph's. I was within the garden the whole faking night, but someone took money from his sister's hiding place point in her room, where a group of people hung around for an hour before he noticed and threw him out. Fuckhead. Suspects I did it. Point we aren't friends anymore. I wouldn't want to be, and as far as I'm concerned you owe me Steve, not the other way around. Not so much worst as totally mind-boggling. About 8 or so years ago my now husband and I were visiting his mom for the holidays. We had gotten a puppy a few months earlier, and since his siblings always brought their pets along we were excited to bring our dog too. My brother-in-law and his fiancée had this cool rope toy that our dog liked a lot. I asked the fiancée where she had got it. She told me where, and that was the end of that conversation. The next night around 1 AM there was a loud crash when a cat knocked over a bunch of stuff in a closet. It woke the whole house. Fast forward to the end of our visit. Bill and fiancée can find the dog toy. We turn the house upside down looking for it, but are unable to find it. Point a few days later I casually check my email and find a message from the fiancée. In this email she is ranting about how she knows I stole her dog toy. I'm a white trash loser who is stealing from the family. Everyone knows that I was sneaking around the house at night looking for stuff to steal, and that is why there was a crash at night. She tells me that I can return the dog toy to her and she will drop the issue. Point I'm so confused because not only did I not take her used dog toy, we had been friendly up until that point. It was only my second or third time meeting them all. I spent several days between crying and being flaming mad because I didn't steal anything. I had been trying hard to make a good impression on his family. I write a really nasty email back, but never send it. My mill convinced me to just ignore her. About a week later my mill calls me. She found the dog toy under a pile of cut wood that she keeps by her fireplace. I'm expecting the world's biggest apology. All I ever got was another email that said they were happy to have been proven wrong. Point it was a really crazy situation and honestly made things between my husband and his brother pretty tense for several years after. Stealing pills from the man I babysat for. He had chronic pain problems. I don't even remember what. I don't even know what pills were being stolen. Oxy, Hydrus, some type of narcotic painkillers. He was a really good friend of my parents, and he brought it up causally to them. Just about how some of his pills had been going missing. My mom suggested maybe it was the woman he was seeing. That woman accused me. I guess she caught wind that he was getting suspicious. Some weekends I'd have to go to the house to babysit early in the morning, like 5 AM. My mom would drop me off. I'd nap on the couch until kids woke up. Well, the lady had spent the night. I'd never met her, never saw her. The guy usually didn't have girls stay over when his kids were home. I knew he'd been seeing someone for a while, just never saw her. Well, this day she had spent the night, got ready for work, and left shortly after I got there. I was dozing on the couch. I just thought it was one of the kids that got up and was likely sleeping waiting for them to come ask me for breakfast. When I saw it was a lady leaving I just didn't think anything of it. I knew he was dating someone. It was okay. Didn't surprise me. Point I guess she put some of the pills in my purse I left on the kitchen counter. She then told the guy I babysat for that she saw me in the kitchen that morning putting something in my purse. He told my parents. My parents checked my purse, found the sandwich bag with 2 pills in it. I got in faking huge trouble. I was 16 and supposed to get my license that spring. My parents told me that I wouldn't. They said I'd babysit for him for free. He disagreed with that and continued to pay me, but I had to put it all in the bank instead of 50%, so no spending money. I was to go to school, go babysit, come home. They called me names and we are awful about the whole thing. Well, a month later, He had to borrow the lady's car because his was in the shop. She stayed at his house and he took her car to work. He found 2 bottles that had first gone missing, empty, under the seat. All because he dropped his cell phone. He was never harsh to me about the whole thing. He had even said that he still trusted me, that teens will be teens. His kids were always safe, and they loved me. My parents never really apologized for how awful they were about it. He freaked out on the lady though. My mom actually went to pick up his kids. They were the same ages as my brother and sister and we're good friends too, and he told her what he planned to do. He later confided in my parents about the breakup, and I ended up overhearing. This is a bit of a long read, and happened when I was in 3rd grade. It's a case of a whole bunch of us, approximate 40, being accused of stealing money. Our school, in which we were studying, gave us all diaries to make notes on homework etc. They cost in those days about 20 rupees, Indian rupees. We were told to bring that money the next day from our homes. Most dusted. One kid, let's call him Kid 1, in our class however claimed he got the money but lost it. Another kid, Kid 2, backed him saying he saw the money with Kid 1, though Kid 1 gave him a confused look. The school teachers and the headmistress for some reason took their word and assumed someone took it. They first asked the entire class if someone else saw the money and took it. No one did and so no one said anything. The teachers then assumed the worst. They led our entire class outside and made us stand on the grounds while they searched our bags, lunch packs meticulously. Nothing was found. Here's the kicker. They then got us all in and strip searched us. Boys and girls in the same room. We might have been in 3rd grade, but it was humiliating nonetheless. We were stripped to our underwear and the teachers got each of us to the front one by one and inspected us down there. The other teachers searched our discarded uniforms. Nothing was found. It finally dawned on the idiots that Kid 1 might have lied about getting the money in the first place. And Kid 2 just wanted to feel important, and he lied as well. Turns out this was exactly what had happened. Oddly, there was no parental outrage, no consequences to the actions of the teachers. We were just told to stop talking to Kid 2. Yay, that's right. It didn't last though. Kids are kids, and we end up becoming friendly anyways. Most of us were in that school till grade 10, and then went our ways. Some of my classmates recall fond memories of the school, but this incident was seared in my brain, and have hated the school ever since. This turned out a lot longer than I thought it would be. TLDR, at bottom. And please excuse any typos/editing errors as I'm on mobile. When I was in 6th grade, 12 years old or so, I was accused of sexual assault. The accuser rode the same bus as me, and was someone who I thought was a friend. Turns out she had a huge crush on me, but I did not feel the same about her. This made her make up a whole story, and get 3 of her friends in on it too. I was called into the office randomly one day and my mom was there. The principal, counselor, and a security officer were there, and they laid it all out. The whole time the counselor gave me dirty looks, fawned over the girl, and acted as if I were a monster. I have no idea why that counselor hated me. Even before that event she would always try and single me out for anything she could think of. The accusation: we rode the same school bus as I previously mentioned. The day in question she said that I removed my shoelaces, bound her hands, and proceeded to stick my hand in her pants and molest her. Her 3 friends and herself all wrote multi-page accounts of what happened as witnesses. Although, most of the pages were just them attacking my character, saying that I was trash and trouble, etc. Can't remember exactly what was written in it, as I'm now 26, and have a bad memory. Now, if they weren't such idiots I could have been in a lot of trouble. But thankfully there were many things to prove what was really going on. The truths: I did ride the bus with her, and sat with her on the day in question. 2. She did offer to let me touch her, which I did not, because she was completely not my type, and I had never done anything other than kiss a girl at that point, so I wasn't about to do anything with someone I wasn't attracted to. Witness 1 was her cousin, who due to being a pose had to ride in the very first seat on the bus, because she had caused fights and whatnot, so there was not a possible way for her to see us at the back of the bus. Witness 2 and 3 did not ride the bus with us, nor were they there for any reason. Not a single other person on the bus could confirm any of their story. One of my best friends was coming over to my house and was sitting in the seat across from us, who I talked to for most of the time and was witness for me. And last but not least, I live in Texas. I was wearing boots, so I had no shoelaces to use to tie her up. So, my mom and I were sitting there, and the principal told us what I was being accused of, and read the supposed witness testimonials. After it was my turn to speak, I was confused and irritated, but I calmly proved every single thing they said were lies. Once done, they were going to send us all back to class. She was there too. Yeah, I know the whole right to face your accuser thing, but my mom had other plans and took me home on the spot. On our way home we stopped and got lunch and ice cream, then headed home. Once there, my mom said she has to make some phone calls and for me to stay outside and play, so I hopped on my dirt bike and took off. After the event, I was no longer allowed to ride the school bus, which I eventually found out that was my mom's doing and not the school's. I thought that was that. Well, the phone calls my mom made were to the school district and the head of the school board, which my mom was high school friends with. The counselor's contract ended up not be renewed for the next year, and the girl was sent to the alternative school for trouble kids. And she had to make a public apology before she went to the other school in front of the whole cafeteria with a microphone and everything. Things could have ended up a lot worse for me, and as I grew older I realized how faked I could have been. I'm grateful for my friends that believed me, stood up for my character, and did not abandon me. And most of all, I'm thankful to have a loving mother that did not for even a second doubt me and stood firmly with me. Thanks for reading. TLDR, girl accused me of tying her hands with my shoelaces and molesting her on the school bus. I only wore cowboy boots. Grand theft at my old job. I used to work for a major delivery company. Had worked my way up from package handler to senior operations administrator. Our facility didn't have the capacity for the volume we were handling at that time, and our new building wasn't scheduled to be completed for another year or two. So we temporarily leased another space in the next city over and split part of our operation into that building. Since that was just a sub-location, it wasn't fully staffed 24/7, and we didn't have security, unlike our primary building, which was always running and had tons of security. So the last person to leave at night was in charge of locking up. As an ops admin, my job at the time was to collect equipment from the drivers nightly to clear/reset it for the next day, give the drivers their daily settlements, process them, and then reconcile all of our numbers for the day. This meant I couldn't leave until after the last driver was back and everything was processed and reconciled for the night. About 6 months into working out of this location, we started to notice that a lot of packages were coming up missing, all high value items. We couldn't figure out who it was. The stuff was too big for a package handler to walk out with. Lots of computers, desktops at the time. This went on for a bit, with my boss and I speculating on who it could be, but never really able to come up with a good suspect. Finally, one day, at the managers meeting, the senior manager lost it and said we needed to figure this out. It was costing the company too much money. The P&D manager, basically the guy in charge of liaising with the contractors/drivers, spoke up and accused me. Said it made sense. I was alone in the building every night without any supervision for hours and had the keys to everything. Basically I had free reign of the building, which was true. I did. But that was because my boss trusted me. As soon as he accused me, my boss immediately knew it was him. She said she knew me well enough to know that I would never even consider stealing, which was true. She came to me the next day and told me what happened and to keep quiet while she investigated him. I was practically in tears. I was so upset someone would ever think to accuse me of something like that. For the next week, my anxiety was through the roof. Coming into work every day wondering if I was going to have a job. After all, I was just a lowly clerk, while he was second in command of the facility. He was also an upstanding, well-educated guy. He volunteered, coached his daughter's soccer team, etc. I was just a broke college kid. Finally, it all blew up. My boss went into his office one day when he wasn't there and searched his desk. They found all the manuals and documentation for all of the missing computers and other items. They took it to the senior manager and confronted the guy. He confessed. He would come in at night and over the weekend, when no one was there, pull his pickup truck into the building and load up some packages. I don't remember exactly what happened to the guy, other than he was terminated immediately, obviously, and arrested. I was just so relieved to be vindicated that I didn't follow up much beyond that. TLDR, I got detained for stalking first semester of college. I've got a story. Happened my first semester at college. I had just turned 18, so I was no longer a minor. Was on my way to class when I got stopped by an older bald guy that somehow knew my name. He demanded I come with him. I asked him what this was all about. I seriously thought I was being expelled. He didn't answer. I followed him behind locked doors. He and I sat down in back office. This guy, who turned out to be the college director of security, then proceeded to tell me that they had video evidence and that I was under investigation for stalking. Apparently some girl reported me and now I was detained. He questioned me. I told him what happened, and because I was innocent, he let me go. Now, here is what happened. I had a female friend, I'm a male, in a separate class. About a week before all of this, we were Snapchatting back and forth. We had been in classes before. I happened to be passing her classroom, and I saw her through the windows before class had started. I snapped her hey, but she was clearly preoccupied with some clingy guy. So I walked up to classroom, in crowded hall mind you, and I tried to get her attention, going as far as waving my arms. She didn't look up, so I then took a pic of her and sent it to her saying that she was blind. Now, there were only 4 to 5 people in this classroom. The professor was getting ready, my friend, the guy that was bugging her, and some random chick in back of classroom outside of view. This chick in the back must have been paranoid or something, because a week later, I was being detained. In the end, nothing else really happened. The director kinda followed me for about a week, but that was pretty much it. We are still friends, kinda just laugh about it now. I still don't know who reported me, and I'm not sure if I want to. Thankfully, nothing serious relating to any legal issues. The first thing that comes to mind is this incident in the 8th grade. Basically a classmate made me ask out this girl, who I'll call Sarah, to our semi-formal, except she made me ask her to be my girlfriend when the moment came. It was super uncomfortable, but she said yes. I'm also super gay now. I always was, but you know, which is probably why it was so weird. Needless to say, our romance was short-lived. I think we held hands once. She sent her friend to break up with me a few weeks later, and I was very okay with it. In other words, relieved. I still hung out with that friend group, though, because I was friends with one of the girls and my friend was dating her. The breakup was such a non-issue for me that I didn't see this coming. Basically, the girls in that friend group got together and wrote me an extremely nasty note that they passed me in class, telling me that they didn't want me hanging out with them at the semi-formal because they thought I was in love with Sarah and that I was stalking her and was obsessed with her. Had a lot of mean, catty, accusatory stuff written in it, and it really hurt my feelings at the time, and I got so angry. I ended up not having a date to the semi-formal, and I don't know why I attended it, and I kinda just hung out alone outside the entire time. In retrospect, I guess I can kinda understand, since it's not like they knew I was gay. I didn't even know, and I was still hanging out, but it also felt really, I dunno, conceited of Sarah to think that after our complete non-relationship, I was somehow fixated on her. I hadn't even wanted to ask her out to begin with, and we barely even spoke a word to one another while we were together. Assaulting a 4th grade girl. This was years ago. I was a fresh teacher, first year on my own, teaching 4th grade. Now, 4th grade means the kids were 9/10 years old and super dramatic. They were mostly good kids, with a few major exceptions. One of these was a little girl who I'll call Sarah. Now Sarah was part of the popular group, always involved in drama and shenanigans. She usually listened to me when I gave directions, usually. One day near spring break we were all a little fried, and I decided to give them a break in the form of a small dance party to a few clean songs they liked. They loved it, and frankly deserved it. They'd been working hard all day. Sarah was dancing with her friends about 15 feet from my desk where I was sitting when she tripped over a chair and fell. Now, I did what any teacher would do. I quickly walked over and knelt down and asked if she was okay and if she needed help getting up. Wonderful girl that she was, she recoiled and called me gross. I said okay and walked back to my desk. Later that afternoon, after school, I heard a knock at the door and I saw Sarah outside. I opened the door to her, her mother, her father, and a lawyer. Oh, and her father was the sheriff of our county, and a very large guy. Bewildered, I invited them in, and called my principal to come up, being cautious because they did not look happy. Then I was treated to the story of how I, a tall scary man, grabbed Sarah, threw her on the floor, and laughed at her. I flat out denied it, and my principal backed me up. Her father, in uniform by the way, started questioning his daughter and myself simultaneously. Sarah broke down and admitted that she lied. Inside my head I cheered and sagged with relief. Never had another problem with her, and her dad was very appreciative of my commitment to helping her succeed. In high school there was a rumor that I was stalking one of the popular kids. What actually happened was that we were friends when we were 10, but not many people knew me because I was homeschooled. Then I got a crush on him when we were like 13 over 14, and I was really awkward about it and didn't know how to hide it. See, homeschooled. I had social media, but he didn't, and we lived on opposite ends of a large rural school district, so I wouldn't have had a clue where he lived unless he told me. The only contact we had was in church, and that was maybe once a week at most. Then I was a camp counselor at the summer camp where he worked. I applied first, and he asked if we could hang out during downtimes, so we did. Then the next week I was a camper, and he said he wanted to keep hanging out during downtimes, so we did. But then when people were asking if we were dating he told them I was stalking him. So I started getting bullied at camp for stalking him. I kept my distance the rest of the week. Then when school started, and I was in the public school, some of the people from camp were spreading the rumors. He was also spreading the rumor during football camp. I had no idea where the rumors started, and he was my friend, so I would talk to him about it. He told me to ignore the lies, because we knew they weren't true. Then he would spread more rumors. I lost all my friends, the very few I had, and felt like I had to stay away from him to lessen the rumors. Then he would ask why I wasn't talking to him, and tell me the rumors were all lies and he knew that, and didn't care, so neither should I. Then it circled back to me that he'd started the rumor in the first place, and told everyone he had no idea who I was when we'd been friends since we were like 10. The friends I made that year were truly amazing, because they saw through the rumors and knew I wasn't stalking him. But when it's popular kid versus homeschooled stranger, the rumor grew and twisted and everybody just went with the majority, as most popular kid versus unpopular kid rumors go. When the administration found out about the rumors and how severe my bullying was, the guidance counselor called me to her office. She asked if I wanted his schedule rearranged, since they didn't want to uproot my entire schedule because I was the victim. I told her that I didn't care, as long as he stopped the rumors and cleared everything up. When I asked, she said she was planning on suspending him for starting rumors that ended up with me being so targeted by so many people. I asked her not to because I still felt like he was my friend. She didn't suspend him. He learned nothing. He kept spreading rumors, including that I refused to go to prom because I couldn't bear to see him with his date. I had a date, but he cancelled on me right before tickets went on sale, and I didn't want to spend that much on a dress anyway, so I didn't go. That just fed the rumor. Nobody did anything about it after that. After we graduated he acted like nothing had happened and forgot all about the bullying. Meanwhile, I couldn't get a summer job because all the kids in town kept the rumors alive, and hiring managers at fast food places and such refused to look at my resume. They didn't want the trouble. Meanwhile, a kid who actually sexually assaulted numerous girls got jobs wherever he wanted. But yeah, I was the one to worry about. TLDR, cute girl at work accused me of hitting her car in the parking lot, got the cops involved. Turns out she probably hid my rugged piece of American steel because she wanted my dick, and I didn't give it to her because I was a dumb as I was working as a phone peon at a call center located in a strip mall in the early 90s. I get called over the business-wide intercom telling me the police were here to see me. I go to the front desk. How faked up is it that they let all my coworkers know that some cops want to talk to me outside? They tell me there's a cop outside responding to a report that my car hit someone in the parking lot. I obviously know for a fact that I did no such thing. I go out to the parking lot and a cop is checking out my car, a piss yellow 87 Cavalier. This car's got dinks and dunks and various paint speckles from amicable near misses with college kids that one will have from being a pizza guy in a college town with narrow streets for 3 years as I had done. Got it? The car was a piece of shit with history, but I didn't hit this car in the parking lot. This other car's whole right front quarter is a mess. The other car's owner was a girl who had previously let me know, by way of a friend at the call center, that she liked me. But I didn't believe it, because I didn't accept until the age of about 31 that there were some women I was attracted to that could possibly find me attractive. So, I was bad with women. Anyway, the cop couldn't find anything to charge me with, especially considering the incident occurred on private property, so not his jurisdiction anyway. Cop couldn't do anything, even if he was the cute girl's sister. Later, a friend at the call center pointed out that my left rear bumper was streaked with a blue paint very similar to the cute girl's own Japanese cubicle on wheels she hid my car. This piece of drama that happened last year made my last year of that school the worst. Let's name them Candy and Drama. One day, my two friends and I were playing Truth or Dare while inside, waiting to go and play. I got to Candy for a dare, and she says she doesn't have one. So I asked her about our friend she was keeping in touch with, and Candy says that she ain't feeling herself, and that she wants to kill herself to hurt herself. A few days later, Drama and I were in the bathroom because she was feeling sick, and she says, "You know how we were playing Truth or Dare the other day?" I responded with, "Yeah, what about it?" Candy said she wanted me to kill myself, didn't she? I was silent for a few seconds thinking back to that day. No, she never said. She cut me off. I heard you and her saying you wanted me to kill myself. I am not dumb. I was silent again. I walked out of the bathroom and got a drink from the drink taps. She come out a few or two later, and we started walking back to our classroom. Days later, one of the girl in our class comes up to me and says, "Why do you want Drama to kill herself?" I looked at her. What? I never said I wanted her dead. The girl from our class walked off with a real beachy look on her face. None of the girls talked to me again that day. Day or two later, the three of us were called over to have a little chat with the teacher. She was trying to get us to tell her what happened. Candy and I explained that we were playing Truth or Dare, and Drama heard something the wrong way. After loads of attempts to both me and Candy in trouble, Drama finally gave up. She didn't talk to me or the rest of the year. Still doesn't to this day. Claimed I was the bad guy many times and took every opportunity to make the rest of my year at that school hell. With the help of other girl in our class, Drama wasn't even the nicest friend ever, but after that happened, I was hanging out with one of my bestest friends every day for the rest of the year. When I was in university, I was president of a student club, and we sold some stuff for Valentine's Day. I was a community coordinator in student union, and the president of that club asked if we could collaborate on selling stuff on Valentine's Day. There's a difference between a student club and a student union which is not important to this story. So the setup was that the SC would make the stuff to be sold, and the SU would be in charge of the booth and handling the orders and money. At a random SU meeting one day, the president randomly accused me of stealing money from the orders. She randomly had a faking candle and was waving it at me, threateningly. It was faking weird. Everyone else was very confused, and the two other people who actually manned the booth every day finally spoke up and said it's impossible for me to have stole it because they were in charge of handling the money. The vice president said that the president is right but that I didn't steal the money, which made no faking sense. I was very frustrated and outraged that this came out of faking nowhere. Now, thinking back, I think she was planning to steal the money. Only her and the two other people can access the money. I couldn't even access it. I'm pretty upset that I didn't figure this out and accused her back, but the situation was so fucking weird. Why the fuck did she bring a candle to wave at me that I couldn't think straight through my anger? Another situation was when my family moved into a new house. I was getting ready for bed when my dad ripped the door open and screamed at me for making noise. When he was trying to sleep, he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to the door and told me to get the fuck out. I was so confused because my dad is a chill guy and I had never seen him like that, and also I wasn't making any noises. I stood there, dumbfounded. Then my brother opened his bedroom door and said, "Sorry, it was me," and then closed the door and locked it. My dad told me to go back to my room and he stomped off. The way the rooms were was that it was my room, my brother's room in the middle, and then my parents' room. So I don't even know why my dad thought the noise was coming from my room and not my brother's. This was a small thing, but it really showed that night that my dad favored my brother over me, since he didn't punish my brother at all or apologize for almost kicking me out of the house for something I didn't do. This is really tame compared to a lot of the stuff here. I have multiple instances of being accused of doing something when I didn't. As a child, I was accused of stealing a check and was yelled at about it as soon as I woke up. I went to school distraught and worried that once I got home I'd be beaten by my mother. Later on, my mother said she never said anything about beating me and found the check later on. I was around 12 over 13. I still don't understand why she would blatantly lie, but whatever. Another instance, I'm an adult and it's just me and my parents. Somehow my father's most expensive pen broke. I didn't really go through his things, nor did I poke around. I was just starting college and trying to work, so I don't have much time to do that. Nonetheless, since I was an only person there other than my parents, I was accused of lying or breaking a pen which I didn't even touch. I kept saying that, and they would not let it go. They kept badgering me and guilting me, so I even falsely admitted it so they would leave me alone. And even despite that they kept guilting me, it was like no matter what I'd say they'd still harass me about it. I had to literally cry and beg for them to stop mentioning it that night. I don't know what got into them to make such a big deal about a pen. Attempting to kidnap a child, with all that implies. I've posted this story before, but might as well do it again. On mobile, by the way, so please forgive any misspellings. Used to work for a flower shop back in CA. Was a delivery driver, running arrangements all over. It was the last run of the day up into a nicer town. The specific neighborhood I went to wasn't the richest one out there, but imagine your typical upper middle class suburban place. Now, to set up, I'm a big guy, 6'3", kinda chubby, so I look bulky, and I've got a long thick beard. On top of that, we didn't have a uniform at this place, so I usually wear a shirt and jeans with my leather jacket over it and sunglasses. So I get that I can look odd for a flower shop. In addition, the van I'm driving is a beat up old Ford with no windows, white, but has the company logo and number on the side. Basically the typical creeper can with a big flower on it. Anyway, I'm cruising through the streets, and around the block from my delivery I spot a lemonade stand. Haven't seen one in years, kinda surprised kids still do that. I round the corner, make my delivery, then start back. As I turn onto the street, I decide to get some lemonade cause I think it's cool these kids decided to make on. So I stop on the street in front of them, roll down the window, and ask how much. It's cheap, $1, but I then realize I have no cash on me, and I doubt these kids have a credit card reader. So I shrug it off, apologize for not buying, and go on my way. Fast forward a few hours, I'm at my uncle's house watching the UFC PPV, drinking and eating BBQ. I get a phone call from the owner of the flower shop. Dude never calls me, so instantly I'm confused. Then this happens. Owner, did you deliver to city today? Me, yeah, that was my last run. Why? Owner, did you stop by a lemonade stand by any chance? Me, yeah, didn't get anything though, I didn't have cash. Owner, gotcha. Well, just to let you know, you might get a call from the city police, but I should be able to work things out. Me, what the fuck? Turns out, a neighbor lady say some creepy bearded dude in a windowless white van stop in the street and try to coax the kids into the van. Obviously that's not what happened, but I can see how she would get that image. In the end nothing came of it, but the running joke in the shop for the next year was that I was some kinda abductor. I almost got to meet the lady too. Owner wanted to send her a free arrangement and have me deliver it because he wanted to explain what actually happened and reward her for calling out something that looked sketchy. I was on board with the plan, but the manager vetoed it. TLDR, old lady sees scary bearded man talking to kids in a windowless van. Turns out he's just a flower delivery guy with no cash for lemonade. Edit. Formatting.